In the early morning, the Longji Mountains gradually awakened in a morning glow. The golden sunlight penetrated the branches of the towering ancient trees, casting mottled light and shadows in the forest. The mountain breeze blew, and the grass leaves with dewdrops swayed gently, startling a few early rising tits. The whole mountain forest seemed to be injected with life. Wildflowers bloomed one after another, and small animals rustled through the bushes. Swoosh, swoosh, two feather arrows broke through the air and accurately penetrated the vitals of a porcupine. One arrow pierced the brain, and the other pierced the heart. The beast only twitched twice and stopped moving. In the depths of the dense forest, two agile figures pushed aside the dense branches and leaves and walked quickly on the soft, humid soil. "Brother Sean, this one is mine. Don't cheat." The boy who spoke was about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a rough animal skin shorts, and a few arrows with bright tail feathers were inserted in the quiver behind him. He had a bone dagger on his waist, and the hardwood longbow in his hand was almost as tall as his thin body. The tall young man smiled and rubbed the boy's messy hair. "Chow boy, I shot another arrow because I was afraid that you couldn't kill it with one arrow. Don't worry, I won't compete with you, a little kid." The iron bow on his back shone coldly in the morning light. "We will go back after hunting two more, while the sun is not too hot." The boy pulled out the arrow swiftly, wiped the blood off the grass, and put it back into the quiver. "This beast weighs at least 100 pounds. It's not convenient to carry it for hunting. Just put it here." The young man looked around vigilantly. "There are no dangerous animals outside. I will take it back when I come back." As he said that, he crouched down and crawled into the bushes. The young man followed closely behind him, with a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. "Brother Sean, are those foggy areas in the mountains really not allowed to be visited?" The elder said that the fog never dissipates in the deep mountains all year round. Even the storms and rainstorms can't blow it away. "But is it true?" The young man paused, his face suddenly solemn. "Little Chow, remember what I said, return when you see fog." He lowered his voice. When the chief was young, he got drunk and mistakenly entered the foggy area and saw with his own eyes the Tumterhai mountain-moving giant ape fighting with the winged tiger. The beast can smash the rocks with one claw and knock down an ancient tree with a sweep of its tail. The young man suddenly lowered his voice. "The most frightening thing is that the giant ape actually glanced at your chief grandfather." "Then what?" The young man nervously clenched the bowstring. Then, the young man suddenly grinned. The old patriarch sobered up on the spot, lost a shoe, and peed his pants. The young man chuckled. "Brother Sean, can you stop making me laugh when you talk about such scary things?" This is what the old patriarch said himself. The young man said seriously, he said that when he was escaping, there was a demon vine wrapped around his feet. If he hadn't practiced for a few years and didn't go deep, I'm afraid. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. In short, the fog area is dangerous and countless people have died in it. Remember it, kid. I know, the young man responded, but his eyes drifted to the depths of the mountains involuntarily. There was a white fog, like the miasma of a giant beast, and like a bloody mouth waiting to devour prey. As the sun rose, the two brothers harvested a few more pheasants and hares. "Almost done, let's go back." The young man weighed the prey and said. The two men carried their spoils and walked out of the mountain. The dead branches made crisp cracking sounds under their feet. "Brother Sean, the elder said that this mountain range looks like a sleeping dragon. Is it really a fallen real dragon?" The young man asked, looking at the undulating ridges. The young man adjusted the heavy bow on his shoulder. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a great man who fought with 100-foot real dragon here. The dragon's roar shattered the mountains, and the monk's spells illuminated the sky. The battle lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. His voice was a little fascinated. In the end, the blood stained thousands of miles, and both fell. However, the young man shrugged. Who knows if it's true or not? Then, Brother Sean, can the monks outside really fly with swords? Take people's heads thousands of miles away? The young man's eyes sparkled. The young man couldn't help laughing. Yes, but they're the top ones. Most cultivators still have to eat and sleep, and they will bleed if they are cut by a knife. Seeing the young man's face full of longing, he changed the subject. Want to cultivate immortality? First you need spiritual roots, and then you need a large amount of spiritual stones, natural treasures. Do you have them? The young man suddenly wilted and kicked the stones at his feet. I'd better learn archery first. That's right. The young man patted him on the shoulder. The world of cultivation is the law of the jungle, and families are often exterminated and treasures are taken away. Unless you join a famous sect. He looked at the village with smoke in the distance. For mortals like us, it is a blessing to live in peace. Brother Sean knows a lot. The young man looked up. The young man laughed and put his arms around his neck. Because when I was your age, I also pestered the clan leader to ask the same question. The laughter of the two startled a group of flying birds, which fluttered across the blue sky.
Chapter 2. The slaughter of the village. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from afar. Brother Sean. Xiao, this is terrible. Cultivators have come to the village to capture boys and girls. The clan leader has engaged them in battle, and many have already perished. You must not return to the village. Flee at once. A bloodied youth staggered toward them from the village entrance, collapsing before them. Brother Sean rushed forward to support him, only to realize it was Xiao Wu. A gruesome wound marred Xiao Wu and Apos' abdomen, and half of his body bore the marks of severe burns. Brother Sean. Xiao. Xiao Wu gasped, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Run. Many cultivators have come to the village. They kill anyone they see. The children have been taken. The clan leader sent me to warn you. The village is finished. As he spoke, his gaze grew unfocused, and his head slumped as he breathed his last. Xiao Wu. The two were consumed by grief and rage. Their voices trembling. Brother Sean stood abruptly. Xiao Xiazi, you go hide in the mountains. I will return to assess the situation. No. Xiao Xiao grasped Brother Sean and Apos' arm tightly. Determination shining in his eyes. My father is still in the village. I must go back. Ha. Why must you two quarrel? Allow me to escort you on your way. A chilling voice suddenly emerged from the forest. A young man in his 20s approached slowly, his complexion pale as parchment, with dried blood staining the corners of his mouth. His black robe bore a silver crescent, and he held a long sword that glimmered ominously, his eyes surveying them with a predatory gaze. Brother Sean and Xiao Xiao looked up in alarm, swiftly unstrapping their bows, arrows already nocked. Who are you? Why do you slaughter my kin? Brother Sean shouted, his voice hoarse with anger. The young man in black chuckled disdainfully. Do I need a reason to kill mere mortals? Not only will I slay them, but you shall also meet your end. With that, he licked the blood from the blade of his sword. Xiao Shazi, listen to me. Brother Sean lowered his voice. He is a cultivator, and we are no match for him. I will hold him off. You must flee to the mountains. Only there do we have a chance of survival. I will not leave. Xiao Xiao fixed his gaze defiantly on the man in black. I must avenge my fellow villagers. Fool. Brother Sean scolded sharply. Do you wish to condemn our people to death? With that, he forcefully pushed Xiao Xiao back. While 3 arrows were already loosed from their bows, whistling through the air toward the throat of the man in black, Xiao Xiao stumbled backward, casting one last determined glance at the man in black before sprinting toward the Long Spine Mountains. The man in black effortlessly deflected the 3 arrows with a flick of his sword. Trivial skills, he sneered. Today, you shall learn the distinction between the celestial and the mortal. Brother Shan's heart sank. This trio of arrows was his signature technique, yet it had been so easily countered. With such meager abilities, you dare to resist? The man in black taunted. Allow me to demonstrate the true powers of the immortal. A ball of crimson flame suddenly erupted in his palm, hurtling toward Brother Sean. Drawing on his years of hunting experience, Brother Sean rolled aside to evade the lethal blow. But his left shoulder was grazed, the searing pain accompanied by the scent of charred flesh. Ah, you managed to evade? The man in black seemed surprised. Then conjured a larger fireball. Suddenly, 3 arrows flew in from the side, shot by Xiao Xiao, who had reached the mountain and Apos' edge. The man in black had no choice but to dodge. Brother Sean, come here, Xiao Xiao shouted, continuing to fire 3 more arrows in rapid succession. Brother Sean, gritting his teeth against the pain, stood and ran while shooting, forming a triangular pattern with his arrows to block the man in black and Apos' path. 1 arrow grazed the man's right arm, drawing blood. Hence, you seek death. The man's fury ignited, his eyes blazing with malice, just as he prepared to pursue. A light laugh echoed from behind. Oh, Brother Chin, how did you sustain injuries? Another man in black strolled forward, mockingly observing the wound on his arm. To be hurt by mere mortals, how amusing. Be quiet. Brother Chin and Apos' face darkened. You need not meddle. I will deal with them now. Do be swift, the second man remarked, gazing meaningfully at the path the two had taken. The Long Spine Mountains have claimed many cultivators and Apos' lives. Chapter 3. The Battle at Long Ridge. 2 figures, one large and one small, darted into the Long Ridge Mountains like arrows released from a bow. Brother Sean lowered his voice, urgency lacing his words. Listen, these 2 cultivators possess limited skills. Otherwise, they would not have been harmed by our mortal arrows. Yet, taking their lives will not be an easy task. For now, our priority must be survival. He paused, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. If we truly find ourselves in a desperate situation, we shall lead them into the depths of the mist. If we must perish, let us take them down with us. Xiao Xiao gripped his longbow tightly, his knuckles whitening. I, Xiao Xiao, swear here today that if I do not die, I will ensure these cultivators pay for their blood in kind. How dare mere ants speak so boldly? A cold voice echoed from behind. Two figures cloaked in black traversed the ground with ghostly grace, their faces contorted into ghastly visages. Brother Sean and Apo's pupils constricted in alarm. What incredible speed! He exclaimed. Chow, find cover. No sooner had he spoken than 3 wolf-toothed arrows shot forth, forming a deadly triangle aimed at their adversaries and Apo's vital points. Chao Xiao responded in perfect harmony, unleashing another 3 arrows to seal off their escape route. The arrows sliced through flesh with a sickening thud. The cultivator of the Qin clan barely managed to evade in time, yet his right ear was entirely severed. Blood splattered onto the withered leaves as he let out a feral howl. I shall flay your skin and strip your flesh. The other cultivator chuckled lightly. Brother, why allow your anger to cloud your judgment? Allow your junior to lend you a hand. With a flick of his sleeve, the scattered stones on the ground levitated into the air. These mortals and Apo's archery was formidable, and prolonged engagement could spell disaster. The Qin cultivator and Apo's face contorted in rage. Yet he nodded in reluctant agreement. Suddenly, flames of crimson erupted from his palm, crashing down upon Brother Sean and Apo's hiding place. Boom! The ancient 100-year-old tree splintered apart, and the flying wood shards pierced Brother Sean and Apo's body like daggers. Blood instantly soaked his hunting garb as he staggered back with a muffled groan. Brother Sean, Chao Xiao and Apo's eyes widened in horror. Just as he readied his arrow to rescue him, he sensed a fierce wind rushing towards him. The cultivator and Apo's fingers grasped the air, sending a torrential downpour of stones raining upon them. The young man moved with the agility of a dragon, weaving through the hail of stones. Yet several still pierced his arms. Blood dripped from his fingertips, but he gritted his teeth in silence, retaliating with 3 swift arrows. Run deeper, Brother Sean roared, disregarding his grievous wounds as he frantically loosed arrows to hold their foes at bay. Seizing the opportunity, the Qin cultivator closed in, his sword gleaming with a chilling light. Die! In a moment of dire peril, Brother Sean launched himself forward. The sword pierced through his chest, yet he revealed a savage grin. Hidden within his sleeve was a beast-bone dagger, thrusting towards the opponent and Apo's Dantian. The Qin cultivator stumbled back in panic, but the dagger still grazed his lower abdomen, narrowly avoiding crippling his cultivation. Go! Brother Sean spat blood, yet his gaze remained clear and resolute. With tears blurring his vision, Chao Xiao etched the faces of his enemies deep into his memory, turning to flee into the mist. After them, the Qin cultivator bellowed in fury, kicking aside Brother Sean and Apo's lifeless body as he and his junior pursued relentlessly. Fireballs roared through the forest and rocks flew through the air. Yet the young man leaped through the familiar mountain paths like a nimble monkey, maintaining a tantalizing distance. Where do you think you can escape? The Qin cultivator accelerated, the gap closing rapidly. But at the edge of the mist, Chao Xiao suddenly halted, turning back with 3 arrows shot like comets. The pursuing duo was caught off guard around the corner, and the Qin cultivator and Apo's left eye exploded on impact. A chilling wail startled the birds from their perches. The Qin cultivator trembled as he yanked the arrow from his eye, his face twisted into a monstrous grimace. You little bastard, I shall ensure your suffering knows no end. Chao Xiao smirked coldly, turning to vanish into the thick fog. Just as the Qin cultivator prepared to pursue, he was seized tightly. Brother, you cannot. This place is perilous. We must not. Get away. The furious roar sent dead leaves tumbling from the trees. If I do not slay this child, I swear I shall not walk the earth as a man. With that, he shook off the obstruction and plunged into the mist, his single eye burning with rage. The junior hesitated for a moment before ultimately retreating. The thick fog enveloped the 2 figures like a monstrous maw, instantly consuming them. The forest returned to silence, leaving only a carpet of arrows and blood, silently bearing witness to the recent carnage. In the distance, a mountain sparrow perched upon Brother Sean and Apo's gradually cooling palm, tilting its head to gaze at the hunter who would never rise again, before taking flight into the depths of the mist. Chapter 4. The True Dragon's Tomb. As Chao Xiao entered the mist, a thick, inky fog enveloped him. He held his breath, and in his ears echoed the frenzied curses of a cultivator from the Qin clan. You little beast. I will skin you alive and make a lampshade out of your skin. Suddenly, a ghostly blue flame flickered to life in the dense fog on his left. Instinctively, Chao Xiao crouched low to the ground, but the flame extinguished almost immediately, yet it revealed the enemy and Apo's position. Damn it, this fog devours spiritual energy. He realized in horror as he felt his own energy rapidly depleting. Seizing the moment, Chao Xiao grasped a sharp-edged black stone, his arm muscles taut, and hurled the stone through the air. With a dull thud, it struck the Qin cultivator, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, the youth drew a beast-bone dagger from his waist and lunged at his foe like an arrow released from its bow. The reckless cultivator bit his tongue, spraying blood onto his sword, which glimmered with a dim golden light as it was launched towards Chao Xiao. Yet, the sword seemed to sink into the mire. its speed diminishing until it only severed a few strands of Chao Shuo and Appos, as hair before falling to the ground. What in the world is this fog? Suddenly, a chilling rustling sound emerged from the mist, causing Chao Shuo and Appos' pupils to constrict. The Qin cultivator and Appos' curses abruptly ceased as two scarlet compound eyes, each the size of a millstone, slowly emerged from the fog. A chill ran down Chao Shuo and Appos' spine as he gripped his beast bone dagger tightly. To his astonishment, the creature appeared oblivious to him, treating him as if he were a lifeless rock, and advanced directly towards the Qin cultivator. The cultivator and Appos' single eye widened in terror. Realizing why it did not attack him, he seemed to comprehend something, spat out another mouthful of blood, and turned to flee. Chao Shuo hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the towering creature before dashing into the depths of the mist. Yet, after just a few steps, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, compelling him to quicken his pace. The fog thickened, enveloping him in darkness as he stumbled forward, the sound of rustling still echoing around him. Time lost meaning as he trudged through the obscurity until suddenly he fell through an unseen void. Bang! Chao Shuo landed heavily on a resilient, net-like surface. When he opened his eyes, he found himself illuminated by glowing crystal clusters hanging from the cave and Appos' ceiling, transforming it into a starry night. More disturbingly, countless skeletal remains lay scattered around him. Though their robes had decayed, their swords still gleamed with a chilling luster. 3,000 years, finally. Someone has crossed the dragon and Appos' mist barrier, an ancient voice echoed within the cave. Chao Shuo turned abruptly to see a translucent figure materializing on the rock wall. Clad in azure robes, with a golden vertical mark on his forehead, the figure, though only an apparition, instinctively inspired in Chao Shuo a desire to kneel in reverence. I did not mean to offend, Senior. Before he could finish, the figure raised a hand and pointed. A searing pain pierced through his body as golden threads surfaced beneath his skin, his meridians visibly withering at an alarming rate. Such a lack of spiritual roots? The figure sighed. Nevertheless, it suits my purpose. Do you wish to inherit my heritage? Chao Shuo, bewildered, was still uncertain of the identity of this elder. The azure figure waved his hand, and the rock wall split open, revealing a blood pool the size of a room. The water was thick as mercury, adorned with golden patterns resembling dragon scales. Before Chao Shuo could react, an invisible force thrust him into the pool. This is the heart and Appos' blood of the true dragon. The voice of the apparition became ethereal. If you survive, you may inherit my legacy. If you perish, you shall join those cultivators in death. Chao Shuo remained speechless. On the first day, he felt as though millions of steel blades were scraping his bones. Blood seeped from his pores, tearing and reforming his muscle fibers. He ground his molars to dust and lost all his fingernails but did not utter a sound. By the second evening, his skin began to shed, revealing a pale golden layer beneath. The blood pool suddenly bubbled violently as 9 dragon-shaped blood beams penetrated his limbs. The most excruciating sensation coursed through his spine, as if a red-hot iron rod were slowly being driven into his tailbone. Chao Shuo finally let out a scream, just as his consciousness began to fade. He hazily saw his elder brother standing by the pool, silently shaking his head. I cannot die. The youth raised his head defiantly, swallowing his scream back down. The pool and Appos' water surged backward, coalescing into a brilliant golden dragon tendon at his spine. The azure figure chuckled. Well done. Before the words had fully left his lips, the entire cave trembled. A colossal dragon apparition loomed above the blood pool, confronting the azure figure. Old fool. The dragon and Appos' shadow roared. How dare you steal my dragon and Appos' blood? The azure figure laughed heartily. You wretched worm, even in death, you cannot find peace. He glanced at Chao Shuo's longbow, which instantly appeared in his hand. Drawing the bowstring, 9 solar images emerged behind him. As the dragon shadow lunged forward in fury, the azure figure released the string, and the 9 suns shot forth, piercing the dragon and Appos' head in a series of strikes. Chao Shuo and Appos' eyes widened. This was not mere archery. It was a technique that condensed one and Appos' essence, spirit, and energy into a singular point. Do you wish to learn? The azure figure inquired, smiling. Master the sun-shooting technique to such a degree, and you may slay celestial beings and Buddhas. The youth swallowed hard and knelt before him, exclaiming, I humbly bow to my master. The azure figure revealed a satisfied smile and pointed, sending a beam of golden light into the youth and Appos' brow. A torrent of information flooding his mind. The sun-shooting technique does not cultivate spiritual energy, but focuses on refining the 3 treasures of essence, spirit, and energy, divided into 9 realms. With each breakthrough, a solar image appears behind him. Upon reaching mastery, one may draw the sun as a bow and the spirit as an arrow, shooting 9 suns into the sky to slay celestial beings. The true dragon body refinement technique forges the body of flesh and blood into the immortal, using sinews and bones to break through the heavens. This method does not cultivate spiritual energy, but focuses solely on the body, divided into 6 layers. With each breakthrough, additional scales manifest upon the body, and upon reaching mastery, one can withstand heavenly tribulations and shatter the void with a single punch. After what felt like half an hour, the youth finally absorbed the knowledge. Rise, the azure figure addressed the still kneeling Chao Xiao. However, the golden patterns in the blood pool had vanished, leaving only ordinary blood. The cave trembled once more, and Chao Xiao was ejected from the blood pool, standing naked upon a rocky platform. He discovered a new pattern of dragon scales etched on the underside of his right wrist. With a slight exertion, his entire right arm became covered in golden scales. Feeling the surging power within him, the youth was about to express his gratitude, but the azure figure grew fainter and spoke slowly. My name is Li Guang. As for what lies ahead, his words trailed off as he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a jade ring by the edge of the pool. Master. Crack. The rock wall split open, and following the light, Chao Xiao reached the end to find a seated bronze skeleton, the remains of the azure figure. Clutched in its embrace was a longbow of blackwood, the string decayed, but the bow and Appos' surface was etched with the same star map as the sun-shooting technique. As he touched the bow, the dragon tendon at his spine suddenly warmed. Instinctively, Chao Xiao formed his fingers like a blade and extracted a foot-long golden light from his body. It was the newly formed dragon tendon. Swish. The dragon tendon coiled around the bowstring, flowing with liquid golden light under the moon and Appos' glow. The youth knelt thrice and bowed 9 times before the skeleton, solemnly placing the ring on his thumb. As the mountain winds howled, Chao Xiao shouldered the longbow and exited the cave. The morning light bathed his scarred yet resilient body, the dragon scale patterns shimmering in the sunlight. It is time for reckoning. The youth gently brushed the bowstring. Chapter 5, a preliminary test. Chao Xiao stood at the cave entrance, surrounded by a space of 3 zhang unmarred by any trace of mist, creating a peculiar oasis of clarity. His eyes, refined through the essence of dragon and Appos' blood, shimmered with a golden hue, piercing through the thick fog to reveal a scene several dozen zhang ahead, sending chills down his spine. Lurking within the mist were several colossal beasts. A giant ape towering several zhang, adorned with twin spikes on its shoulders, the crimson, striped tiger king, its ribs sprouting ominous wings, claws gleaming with a ghostly light, and most terrifying of all, a hill-sized demon spider, its 8 limbs covered in emerald scales quivering slightly. Its crimson multifaceted eyes glinting in the haze, these were the very creatures he had encountered earlier. At this moment, they all rested with closed eyes, oblivious to Chao Xiao and Appos' presence. Their soulless forms had become a protective talisman for him. The young man tightened his grip on the beast-bone dagger at his waist and silently retreated. Navigating through the layers of fog, Chao Xiao advanced swiftly, only to discover a shriveled corpse lying ahead. The black robe, once embroidered with a silver crescent moon, was now stained with blood, and the withered features were barely recognizable. It was none other than the Qin clan practitioner. Chao Xiao deftly unfastened the gray cloth pouch from the corpse and Appos' waist, running his fingers over its coarse surface, pondering. The belongings of a practitioner must hold hidden mysteries. Suddenly, a fiery red fireball surged toward him as he stepped out of the mist. Chao Xiao pivoted, his robes billowing as he expertly drew his bow. A figure emerged from several dozen steps away, a black-robed practitioner, who, with a single hand, formed a seal, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Qin Shixiao and Appos' storage pouch? You little beast, it was indeed the disciple of the Qin practitioner. Chao Xiao regarded him coldly, licking his lips, a fierce battle intent igniting in his gaze. Steeling himself, the young man recalled the principles of the sunshot technique. Inhale as if drawing an arrow, hold breath as if a bow is drawn taut. Exhale as if the arrow is released. Behind him, a faint silhouette of a great sun gradually materialized. As he released the bowstring, he murmured about the dawn-splitting stone, and the ethereal image transformed into a golden arrow, darting like lightning toward the black-robed practitioner. The practitioner's heart sank. Danger loomed. In a moment of desperation, he struck his waist pouch, shattering a talisman that enveloped him in a pale blue light. The golden arrow hesitated upon contact with the barrier, then exploded with a resounding boom, continuing its trajectory toward the practitioner, though its brilliance dimmed and its speed diminished. The black-robed practitioner's pupils constricted as he sidestepped, yet was still struck by the arrow, his right arm obliterated into a mist of blood. With a piercing scream, he stumbled, staring at the empty sleeve, then glancing at the youth wielding the great bow, disbelief evident in his eyes. This talisman had fortuitously fallen into his hands, capable of withstanding the full power of a peak Qi refinement practitioner, yet it failed to stop this mere mortal boy and Appos' arrow. No, he had not employed an arrow. It was the bow. He fixated greedily on the magnificent weapon in the boy and Appos' hands. How could a mere mortal possess such a treasure? If I surrender this bow, I could spare your life in its entirety. Chao Xiao let out a cold laugh, silently assessing the energy expended in his prior shot. It had drained much of his essence. He estimated he could release one more arrow, but doing so would leave him exceptionally weakened. Such formidable power could not be wielded frequently. It must serve as a trump card. As thoughts of testing his physical prowess crossed his mind, Chao Xiao slung the great bow over his shoulder and charged at the black-robed practitioner, a faint aura radiating from him. With strides of 3 zhang, he landed soundlessly. And upon closer inspection, the stones beneath him bore cracks. Seeking death, the black-robed practitioner, witnessing Cao Xiu sheath his prized bow and charge forth, felt no trace of spiritual energy, leading him to dismiss the young man contemptuously. He launched a punch enveloped in a layer of azure light. Muttering about the audacity of a mere mortal before he could finish, the youth swiftly swung his right arm, which instantly became covered in golden scales, colliding fiercely with the practitioner and Appos' fist. The azure light shattered, and the practitioner and Appos' knuckles crumbled under the force, sending him staggering back several dozen steps. The young man pursued relentlessly. And before the practitioner could regain his footing, Cao Xiu swept his leg, sending him flying sideways. Before he could fully land, the boy was upon him again, stomping on his chest, his crimson eyes looking down upon him as though he were already dead. Crushed, he felt as if he were battling a humanoid beast of slaughter. You this impossible, you possess no spiritual energy. I ask, you answer, or you shall die. The boy's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. Which sect do you belong to? Why do you slaughter mortals? The black-robed practitioner finally felt fear, spilling the truth in a rush. We are from the MOU sect. We have been ordered by the elders to capture children under the age of 10. It is the elders' command. I am but a pawn in this, please spare me, I could serve you silence. Answer only what I ask, no unnecessary words. Cao Xiu's voice remained cold. Why target children? The black-robed practitioner quivered, his response stammering forth. The sect leader and Appos' practice, blood moon magic, requires the essence of 81 children and Appos' blood. Cao Xiu and Appos' eyes flared with murderous intent, his body trembling, and he pressed his foot down harder on the practitioner and Appos' chest, the sound of cracking bones filling the air. The black-robed practitioner screamed in agony. Tell me, where is your sect? How many members do you have? What are their levels of cultivation? The sect is located 100 miles east, at Moonlight Mountain, with about 100 members. Outer disciples are all at the Qi refinement stage. And the sect elders are foundation establishment practitioners. As for the sect leader, I do not know, but it is said he is a half-step to Golden Core. And you? I am at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The black-robed practitioner answered without hesitation. 5th level. Cao Xiu fell into contemplation. My combat strength is equivalent to that of a peak Qi refinement practitioner. I could contend with those at the early foundation establishment stage. Yet half-step to Golden Core, Cao Xiu shook his head. Still too weak. The black-robed practitioner gazed at Cao Xiu with a longing expression. I have said all I needed to. Could you let me go? Cao Xiu crushed the practitioner and Appos' skull beneath his foot, splattering red and white. In the inky darkness, the youth retrieved a second storage pouch, gazing eastward toward Moonlight Mountain, the dragon scale pattern shimmering in the golden light of the setting sun. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent cough, opening his palm to reveal a stark crimson stain. The dragon and Appos' blood backlash. The youth wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze growing ever colder. MOU sect, very well. Chapter 6. The crimson returned. Cao Xiu, from a distance, beheld several vultures savagely tearing at the remains of Shangu. The murky cawing of the birds shattered the serene silence of the mountains. A primal roar erupted from the depths of the youth's throat, causing the blue stones beneath his feet to shatter in response. His massive bow, enveloped by a fierce wind, swept across the scene, and with two resounding thuds, 2 vultures erupted into a mist of blood, while the remaining ones, shrieking, flapped their bloodied wings in chaotic flight. Trembling, the youth knelt before the mangled body, gazing at the disfigured face of Shangu, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. He hoisted Shangu's lifeless form, and soon discovered the remains of Xiao Wu in a mountain hollow. As he stepped into the village entrance, the dying sun cast its last crimson light upon the crumbling walls. A half-bloodied swaddling cloth hung from the charred locust tree, and beneath the large stone mill in the grain-drying yard lay the contorted corpse of the village chief. When he lifted the beams of his collapsed home, his pupils constricted in horror. His father was impaled by bronze nails, pinned to the wall, with a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest. Father! The youth collapsed to the ground, his fingers digging deep into the scorched earth, blood seeping from under his nails, mingling with the soil to form dark red scabs. As dawn broke, the western cemetery had gained 81 new graves, each marked by a wooden arrow inscribed with the names of the deceased. In a single night, Cao Xiu's raven hair had turned as white as frost. He knelt by the graves for 3 days and nights before rising slowly, clenching his fists as he whispered, "When I return, I shall offer the heads of the MOU sect master as a tribute to all." The youth turned and departed with measured steps. Entering the ancestral hall, he treaded upon shards of shattered porcelain. Hundreds of arrows stood neatly arranged before the ancestral spirit tablets, their tips glimmering coldly against the mottled spirit plaques. He sat cross-legged upon a dust-covered mat, 2 storage bags glowing faintly in his palms. How can a mortal vessel activate the restrictions of the celestial realm? Cao Xiu pondered deeply, caressing the intricate cloud patterns at the opening of the bag. Suddenly, he caught sight of a jade ring on his thumb. The youth pricked his finger, and as the blood bead permeated the jade, a verdant light erupted from the ring, inundating him with a torrent of information. The jade ring was a storage artifact, its capacity expanding with its owner and Appos' strength, potentially reaching 100 zhang. Though it could not contain living creatures, food and herbs would remain unspoiled for years. It was indeed a growth-capable storage artifact. As Cao Shou's consciousness swept through the 3 zhang square storage space, piles of spirit stones shimmered with a moonlit radiance, dozens of ancient tomes floated on a sandalwood rack, and ancient talismans glimmered faintly in midair, alongside several unfamiliar herbs that appeared freshly plucked. Among them were a few dragon-shaped herbs, instinctively igniting within him a sense of yearning. Cao Xiu meticulously examined the ancient texts, sun-shooting technique, true dragon body refinement, divine farmer, and Appos' herbal classic, bestiary, heavenly works, spirit refinement strategy fixated. He opened the spirit refinement strategy, and suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, with segments of text materializing in his consciousness. Mind can cleave shackles. This was a technique for cultivating the spirit. With a thought, a spirit stone appeared in his palm, and he crushed it. The restrictions of the bag melted away under the surging spiritual energy like spring snow. Indeed, it was effective. Scanning the storage space, Cao Xiu found it only 1 zhang in size, containing dozens of spirit stones, their dull hues contrasting sharply with those in the jade ring. A few talismans glimmered with a faint azure light, and some miscellaneous items were also present. He extracted the dull spirit stones in another storage bag, repeating the process. But this bag contained merely more dull spirit stones and some odds and ends. However, within it, Cao Xiu discovered a map. He unfolded the map, his fingertip tracing over the 3 vermilion characters spelling Yuexiao Mountain. He stored the bag within his jade ring and then approached the hundreds of arrows. The moment his fingers brushed against them, they vanished without a trace. Cao Xiu closed his eyes, feeling the power surging within him. The dragon scales on his right arm shimmered dimly in the twilight, and his spine resonated with a sound akin to stone striking metal. What could a soulless body accomplish? The youth retrieved the scroll titled Sun-Shooting Technique. The night wind stirred the yellowed parchment, its star map flickering in and out of view. He tilted his head towards the heavens, observing the 9 great stars aligned like a bowstring, perfectly mirroring the star map on his black wooden longbow. Essence is the foundation of the physical body. The dragon scales on his right arm rippled under the starlight, with golden glimmers coursing through his tendons. She is the source of all things. The mountain wind swept across the bowstring, producing a resonant drone reminiscent of a dragon and Appos' roar. Spirit is the edge of will. A spark of golden fire ignited deep within his pupils, reflecting the vast celestial bow. The youth spread his palm, and the black wooden longbow materialized in his grasp. The dragon tendons within him instinctively coiling around the bow's tip. With his left hand, he knocked the arrow and drew the string with his right. The bowstring sliced through his fingertip, blood droplets tracing the star map, and the entire bow suddenly erupted in a blinding golden radiance. Though devoid of spiritual roots, the arrowhead ignited in crimson flames. I shall use essence as the bow, transform chi into arrows, and sharpen my spirit as the tip. Boom. The instant the arrow was released, the 9 stars blazed brightly. A golden rainbow streaked across the sky, and the sound of mountains collapsing echoed from miles away. Yuexiao Mountain. Mou sect. The night was as dark as ink. The black palace atop the mountain loomed large, its eaves adorned with bronze bells that trembled softly in the wind, producing a chilling chime. A shadow hastily traversed the stone steps, stopping outside the hall to bow deeply, voice low and urgent. Elder Wu. Disciples Qin Feng and Sun Cheng have yet to return. I fear something has gone awry. Within the hall, the candles remained unlit, with only 2 crimson orbs of light flickering in the darkness. Whoosh, a black iron token shot through the air, hovering before the shadow. The words MOU order gleaming with a sanguine glow. Take my token and mobilize the outer sect enforcers. The raspy voice, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, bore an undeniable chill. Alive, we seek them. Dead, we demand their corpses. The shadow bowed once more, accepting the token with both hands before vanishing into the night. The mountain wind surged, sweeping up the fallen leaves outside the hall, faintly revealing a few drops of dried blood upon the stone steps. Chapter 7. The arrow shocks the crowd with a deep inhalation. Cao Xiu drew back the bowstring, holding his breath like a full moon. Upon releasing, he exhaled. Following the breathing technique from the Shooting the Sun secret, he synchronized his body's acupoints with the rhythm of his breath, opening and closing in a mystical cadence. With each complete cycle of breath, a trace of ethereal purple energy appeared in his dantian, as elusive as morning mist. As dawn broke, the first rays of golden light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the youthful yet slightly naive face of the boy. He slowly opened his eyes, despite a sleepless night. They sparkled with vitality. However, a grumbling in his stomach reminded him of his mortal needs. After practicing the true dragon body refining technique, his appetite had notably increased. Cao Xiu ventured to the periphery of Longji Mountain, hunting down several wild creatures, all of which he stored in his jade ring. Upon returning to the desolate village, he kindled a fire and cooked a half of a porcupine, finally wiping the grease from his lips in satisfaction. After preparing himself, The youth pulled out a map to ascertain his direction and strode purposefully toward the Mooncloud Mountain, under the blazing sun. His silhouette cast a long shadow upon the scorched earth. Meanwhile, 6 dark figures swept across the Dragonspine Mountains. Leading them was a young man clad in a black robe adorned with silver moon patterns, a cold gleam emanating from the iron emblem of punishment hanging at his waist. By the stream, they stumbled upon a corpse, gnawed to the bone by wild beasts. Search the area, the young man commanded, his tone frosty. Lin, go check the village. He instructed a short, stout cultivator. The other 5 obeyed and set off. Shortly thereafter, they returned, having discovered a few arrows, though they appeared to be mundane. Senior brother. The village is empty, yet all the corpses have been buried, marked by new graves, reported the stout cultivator. The young man produced a soul-tracking incense and lit it. Watching as the curling smoke drifted toward the east. Pursue. The 6 figures raced away like specters. Xiao Xiu remained oblivious, practicing his archery with a coarse fabric-wrapped ebony bow and a quiver slung across his back. Suddenly, he heard a rustle behind him, turning. He saw the 6 dark-robed figures closing in. Upon recognizing the silver moon insignia on their chests, his pupils constricted, MOU sect. He swiftly drew 3 arrows from his quiver and knocked them to his bowstring. Traitor of the MOU sect. A sharp voice shattered the air. 4 swordsmen clad in white stepped forward, the leader's countenance like a jade crown, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes exuding an ethereal air. Behind him, the 3 others also bore an extraordinary demeanor, all glaring fiercely at the members of the MOU sect. Qingyang sect? The black-robed leader sneered. Mind your own business. Just as he spoke, a surge of azure light erupted from his palm. The white-robed youth glanced at Xiao Xiu, noticing his lack of spiritual energy, and quickly positioned himself protectively in front of the boy. Little brother, retreat quickly. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, clashing with the black-robed leader's blade. Sparks flying in all directions. Thank you, Xiao Xiu expressed his gratitude, preparing to flee, but was halted by a shout. Stop. The black-robed leader brandished an arrow. Is this arrow yours? Did you kill my junior brother? Though skeptical that this 13 or 14-year-old boy could slay a 5th-level chi practitioner, the soul-tracking incense indeed pointed to this location. I don't know, Xiao Xiu feigned panic. Regardless of whether you did it, come here first. The black-robed leader reached out to grab him. The white-robed youth unleashed a powerful sword strike, forcing the assailant back. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xiu hastily retreated. Block him. The black-robed leader commanded sharply, and his companions immediately sprang into action. Seeing this, the 3 Qingyang sect cultivators also intervened. Ha ha, little brat. Where do you think you're running? The stout cultivator cackled, a surge of azure light enveloping his feet as he sped towards Xiao Xiu. In a sudden twist, Xiao Xiu turned, unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession. The arrows zipped through the air, piercing the center of the stout cultivator's forehead, left eye, and throat simultaneously. His grin faded as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the mortal youth who had just slain a 9th-level chi practitioner in an instant. Xiao Xiu remained unfazed, swiftly knocking 3 more arrows aimed at another black-robed cultivator. The man's expression shifted as he dodged, but one arrow struck his shoulder. Ah! He screamed in agony. Momentarily halted, allowing a disciple of Qin Yang to take advantage and behead him. There's something off about this kid. His strength is from body cultivation. The black-robed leader gasped in horror. Xiao Xiu had not employed the shooting the sun secret in conjunction with his breathing technique for those 2 arrows, making them appear unremarkable but packing considerable power. The black-robed leader retrieved a barrier from his storage bag, casting a wind blade towards Xiao Xiu. The youth, not daring to underestimate the attack, silently activated his body-refining technique, a faint glow emanating from his skin. With a sharp sound, his beast hide clothing tore, revealing a bloodstain on his chest. He can withstand a foundational strike? The black-robed leader and imp, Appos, expression darkened as he glared at Xiao Xiu, gritting his teeth and commanding, retreat. The white-robed youth would not allow their escape. Pursue. Leave none behind. He dashed forward, followed closely by the remaining cultivators. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiu continued to shoot arrows, successfully thwarting 3 more assailants. Ultimately, only the injured black-robed leader managed to flee. I am Lian of the Qingyang sect. The white-robed youth sheathed his sword, his demeanor as gentle as jade. The 3 companions also cupped their hands in greeting. They were Xiaofeng, Li Yunqing, and Li Yunhong. Xiao Xiu hurriedly returned the gesture. Xiao Xiu, I am deeply grateful for your rescue. Lu Yun smiled softly. It is our duty to eradicate evil and protect the righteous. Yet, young friend Xiao, your accomplishments at such a tender age are remarkable. Xiao Xiu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Young friend Xiao, why does your hair appear so white at such a young age? Lu Yun inquired. Xiao Xiu recounted the tragic events in the village, omitting the details of the dragon fiend. Upon hearing his tale, the others were filled with righteous indignation, and Xiaofeng's fury reached its peak. The MOU sect truly deserves death 1,000 times over. Chapter 8. The first encounter with the battle gate. A gentle breeze brushed by, causing the white garments to ripple. Lu Yun gazed at the faint bloodstain on Xiao Xiu and Appos' chest and remarked, Young friend Xiao, you possess no trace of spiritual energy, indicating that you are not a practitioner. Yet, Your physical strength surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. Even those who specialize in body cultivation require spiritual energy to nourish their veins. To encounter someone like you, who relies solely on vitality and blood, is indeed a first for me. Xiao Xiu instinctively tightened the quiver strapped to his back. In his youth, his father often mixed beast blood into medicinal baths, perhaps explaining why his physique was naturally stronger than that of the average person. Mediated baths? Xiao Feng interjected suddenly, his fingertips glowing with a probing azure light. How could mere tiger or wolf blood forge such a body? That wind blade from the foundation building practitioner earlier was. Before he could finish, Lu Yun waved his sleeve lightly, interrupting the incantation. Junior brother Xiao, do not be disrespectful. He then opened his palm to reveal a jade green vial. This is merely the 9-flower jade dew ointment, effective for external injuries. Young friend Xiao, would you care to accompany me to the Qingyang sect? If fortune allows, we might even become fellow disciples. However, Xiao Xiu did not take the vial, his fingers tightly gripping the ebony longbow. To be honest, I lack spiritual roots and cannot embark on the path of cultivation. Lu Yun sighed deeply. To stand shoulder to shoulder with practitioners as a mortal is a remarkable talent. If only you had spiritual roots, you would surely one day be renowned throughout the Dongcang prefecture. Brother Lu, why have you come here? Is it to confront the disciples of the MOU sect? Xiao Xiu inquired. Indeed, we received word that the MOU sect has been ruthlessly slaughtering mortals in the cities, capturing young boys and girls. We came to investigate on behalf of our sect and happened upon this situation. Why not eradicate the MOU sect for their heinous deeds? You are unaware, my friend. In Dongcang Prefecture, we have 4 major sects: Qingyang Sect, Shangqing Palace, Missouri U Sect, and Wanbao Pavilion. Our Qingyang Sect has made several attempts to ally with Shangqing Palace to eliminate the MOU sect, but their mountain-protecting formation is immensely powerful. Lu Yun sighed once more. Wanbao Pavilion, on the other hand, remains neutral, trading in information and treasures. They will not intervene as long as their own interests are not jeopardized. Now I understand. Xiao Xiu nodded in realization. Young friend Xiao, Lu Yun suddenly spoke earnestly. Do not rush into seeking revenge. The MOU sect has profound roots. Although you excel in archery and possess exceptional physical strength, facing them alone. I understand. Xiao Xiu interrupted, his voice low yet resolute. However, some matters must be addressed, regardless of the cost. A gust of mountain wind swept by, rustling the dried leaves on the ground. Xiao Xiu and Appo's white hair danced in the breeze, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Brother Lu, is there a way for me to grow stronger? Lu Yun observed Xiao Xiu and Appo's flowing white hair and sighed. Once, there existed a sect known as the Battlegate. This sect comprised body cultivators, each member possessing extraordinary combat prowess and unparalleled physiques. Approximately 60 years ago, the Battlegate offended the forces of Zhangzhou, specifically the 7-Star Hall, which dispatched 8 nascent soul experts across the sea. Ultimately, the Battlegate was annihilated, with only 2 elders and 5 disciples managing to escape. 6 of the nascent soul experts perished in battle, while 2 others were severely wounded. If you could join the Battlegate, the possibility of vengeance would arise. With that, Lu Yun waved his sleeve, revealing a yellowed map before Xiao Xiu. This map indicates the location of the Battlegate. After the war, the Battlegate was destroyed, and I am uncertain where to search for them now. You might try your luck at the ruins of the Battlegate. If that fails, you could visit Wanbao Pavilion to acquire information. Xiao Xiu and Appo's eyes sparkled with determination as he accepted the map, bowing in gratitude. Brother Lu, I shall repay your kindness on a future day. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, and a jade slip at Lu Yun and Appo's waist illuminated with azure light. He patted Xiao Xiu on the shoulder. Our sect has summoned us. We must take our leave. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me at the Qingyang sect. Take care, young friend. With that, several fellow disciples turned and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Xiao Xiu stood still, the map trembling slightly in the mountain wind. He gazed at the forest where the figures had vanished, murmuring softly, the Battlegate. Brother, the Battlegate has been destroyed for so many years. The lifespan of body cultivators is inherently short. We do not even know if the remaining 7 are alive or dead. Why send Xiao to seek them? Lu Yun gazed at the horizon, murmuring, hope in the heart brings forth a sky full of stars. Return to the sect. Chapter 9, Qingyan City as dusk descended. A thin mist began to rise among the trees. Xiao Xiu leaned against an ancient pine, his fingertips gently caressing the jade-like ring. One by one, vibrant green spiritual herbs materialized before him. Their leaves, resembling layered dragon scales, revealed veins that shimmered with golden threads, precisely as recorded in the Shenong Benchao. Nourished by the essence of dragon blood, they could refine the bones of young dragons. Xiao Xiu whispered incantations, his throat constricting. The tender leaves he plucked transformed into a spicy juice between his lips and teeth, searing a trail down his throat. Moments later, a surge of warmth coursed through his abdomen, akin to the tail of a young dragon swishing. So it is. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Xiu consumed the remaining herbs in one gulp. As the pan-dragon bud touched the root of his tongue, a blinding golden light erupted from his 7 orifices. His beast leather attire was instantly soaked with blood, and his spine emitted a sound like a bowstring snapping. Xiao Xiu collapsed to the ground, witnessing his finger bones crack. Golden light surging through the fissures like molten lava. New jade bones sprouted from deep within his marrow, each inch of growth accompanied by excruciating pain. The pine branches crumbled to dust in his grip, and his anguished cries startled the night-roosting crows. He occasionally succumbed to unconsciousness, only to be jolted awake by even more intense agony. In a daze, he glimpsed golden light coursing beneath the skin of his arms, as if a young dragon stirred beneath the surface. When the morning light pierced the forest mist, the barely alive youth lay curled in a pool of blood. His newly formed skeleton glimmered with a glass-like sheen, yet his emaciated body seemed drained of vitality. Trembling, he pushed himself up, his bony fingers digging into the earth, leaving 5 golden streaks on the azure stone. The crackling campfire echoed as he consumed the last of the porcupine meat from the iron pot. Suddenly, his left arm's muscles knotted, and faint golden dragon scales began to emerge. The true dragon body refinement technique, level 2. With arrows on his back and a longbow slung across him, the youth retrieved a map to orient himself and strode purposefully towards the wargate. Boom. A tree as thick as a person and Appos' neck exploded several dozen feet away. Within 50 feet, it was within range. Thus, he practiced archery by day and observed the stars while honing his spiritual techniques at night. Finally, on the 5th day at dusk, he arrived at Qing'an City. Qing'an City, built against the mountains, boasted towering walls marred with claw marks, and 2 damaged bronze statues stood guard at the gate, remnants of battles against beast tides. Xiao Xiao, with his longbow, prepared to enter the city. Newcomer? A limping old soldier barred the entrance with a spear. Entry fee, 3 low-grade spirit stones. He scrutinized Xiao Xiao and Appos' darkwood bow and spoke slowly. Xiao Xiao frowned, reaching for the beast's leather pouch at his waist when a silvery voice chimed in. Hey, old lame, are you trying to swindle even a mortal boy? A girl in a dark green dress leaned against the city wall, chuckling lightly. Just give him 1 stone. The youth nodded in acknowledgement, tossing a spirit stone before making his way into the city. The girl hurried after him. A cultivator? He shook his head. A mortal? He nodded. The girl's interest waned instantly. Unperturbed, he surveyed the bustling streets lined with shops, stalls calling out their wares, talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts in abundance. With all manner of cultivators walking the streets, some wielding swords, others bearing massive axes, their muscles bulging, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Having never encountered such a scene before, the youth instinctively tightened his grip on the longbow, exhaling deeply. Just as he prepared to leave, someone patted his shoulder. He turned to find the dark-clad girl standing behind him, saying, Hey, I see you have a longbow. Are you planning to enter the Beast Mountain? It's dangerous. You know? Last time, a Foundation establishment cultivator was swallowed whole by a Xianlin python, and all they found left were, she exaggeratedly gestured. I know. If you know, why go in? Aren't and Appos, are you afraid of death? Xiao Xiao was at a loss for words. I advise you not to go in. Even cultivators risk their lives there. You, a mere mortal, stand no chance. Thank you. Hey, how can you be so ungrateful? Don't you see they all form teams before entering? She pointed to a gathering of cultivators. The youth hesitated, then stepped towards them. Various recruitment notices plastered the wall. 20 skins of first-tier windwolves, 5 low-grade spirit stones, 8 gallbladders of second-tier Xianlin pythons, 20 low-grade spirit stones. Seeking chi refinement level 8 or above for magic cultivation, rewards negotiable. See? No one would foolishly enter the mountains alone unless they were exceptionally powerful. The girl's silvery voice rang out again. Xiao Xiao pondered. My archery should be sufficient to threaten second-tier beasts. Ha ha ha, boy, you and Appos, are you going to make me laugh to death? You, without any spiritual energy, dare to claim you can threaten second-tier beasts? A burly man with a bushy beard, wielding a large knife, laughed heartily. The crowd erupted in laughter. The girl's face flushed red. What nonsense are you spouting? Second-tier beasts can fight with Foundation establishment cultivators, and their hides are tough. Your mortal arrows can and Appos, harm them. Ha ha ha, stinky kid, forget second-tier beasts. If you shoot me and injure me, I'll acknowledge you have some skill, but if you can and Appos, you'll owe me 10 spirit stones. How about that? The man continued. The youth furrowed his brow, contemplating. To reach the wargate, traversing the Beast Mountain was inevitable. If he didn't showcase his skills, he would likely have to travel alone. How about it, boy? Do you dare? The man urged. Xiao Xiao removed the rough cloth wrapping his darkwood bow and replied, Let us give it a try. Upon hearing the youth's agreement, the surroundings buzzed with excitement. A mere mortal doesn't and Appos, know his limits. Oh, how come that scoundrel Zhao Taizan takes all the good opportunities? 10 spirit stones. Wait. The girl quickly pulled Xiao Xiao back. Don't agree. He is a Foundation establishment level 1 cultivator. You'll definitely lose your spirit stones. Let us try. Xiao Xiao insisted. The girl, exasperated, glanced at him and shouted, Bearded man, if he injures you, you owe him 10 spirit stones too. Otherwise, it's unfair. Fine. The burly man readily agreed. Quickly, boy, I'll stand still for you to shoot me. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, a protective azure light enveloped him. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, knocked 3 arrows, and drew the bowstring. Coordinating his breath, his muscles bulged as he pulled the bow taut. With a series of whooshing sounds, 3 arrows flew in quick succession. The first shattered, the second broke apart, and the third pierced deeply into the man and Apos' left shoulder. Silence fell over the crowd, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The girl's mouth fell agape. After a few breaths, a voice shattered the stillness. "This is impossible," the man roared, disbelief etched on his face. What kind of arrows are these?" "Mortal arrows," Chao Xiu replied flatly. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony. "Heavens, what did I just see? So powerful. Why not ascend to the heavens?" The girl, regaining her senses, dashed to the burly man and extended her hand. "Spirit stones." Reluctantly, he handed over the stones, his expression complex. "Young friend, I'm in need of a companion. Would you consider joining me?" "The spirit stones are negotiable," an old man with gleaming eyes proposed. "Youth, come with me. I'll offer 10, no, 15 spirit stones." Another voice chimed in. The girl swiftly pocketed the spirit stones and pulled Chao Xiu away, disappearing around the corner within moments. How intriguing. From the depths of the crowd, a man in white robe snapped his folding fan shut, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Chao Xiu had vanished. Chapter 10, The Wild Beast Mountain Range by Lao. "What is your opinion?" The young man in white robes lightly waved his folding fan and turned to inquire of the elder in gray beside him. The elder slightly inclined his body, responding, "Young master, this individual possesses extraordinary physical prowess and remarkable archery skills. However, there is not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, indicating he is indeed not a cultivator." "Oh?" The youth raised an eyebrow. How could a mere mortal breach the protective aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator? The boy unleashed 3 arrows in swift succession, each one following the last. Striking precisely to pierce through defenses, the elder narrowed his eyes, adding, "Moreover, his strength is astonishing, comparable to a second-tier demon beast, though he employs mundane iron arrows. Their might should not be underestimated." A flicker of intrigue crossed the young man and Apos' eyes. A mortal possesses such capabilities. It must be the result of some body-tempering secret technique. The elder stroked his beard, remarking, "Yet, such techniques often plateau at the second tier, making further advancement difficult." Upon hearing this, the light in the youth and Apos' eyes gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, a young girl tugged at Chao Xiu, urging him to hasten towards a residence. "I didn't end Apos. Realize you were quite formidable." The girl beamed. "My name is Su Qingli. At the peak of Qi refinement, specializing in talismans." "And you?" Chao Xiu. He felt a bit taken aback. This girl, of similar age, had already reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. "Here, spirit stones for you," she offered, extending the spirit stones she had won from a burly man. As Chao Xiu accepted them and was about to speak, she abruptly grasped his arm. "I am headed into the mountains to hunt for demon beast blood for talismans. Let us go together." Without waiting for a response, she pulled him into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, 2 individuals sat at a stone table. Noticing the closeness between the two, one young man, resembling Su Qingli, furrowed his brow. "Qingli, who is this?" "Brother, this is Chao Xiu," the girl joyfully exclaimed. "Chao Xiu. This is my brother, Su Qichen, and that is Lin Mo." Chao Xiu clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother, Chao Xiu is incredibly talented. He just wounded Zhao Taihan with 3 arrows." She animatedly recounted the earlier events. "Zhao Taihan? That Foundation establishment cultivator?" Lin Mo and Apos' eyes widened. "Indeed. The one with the bushy beard," the girl declared proudly, as though it was her own achievement. Su Qichen regarded Chao Xiu with seriousness. "Is that true?" "It was merely luck," Chao Xiu replied nonchalantly. The two exchanged solemn glances. "Young Master Chao, we have come to hunt demon beast blood for talismans," Su Qichen explained. "I am at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, primarily practicing talisman techniques with some knowledge of swordsmanship. Lin Mo is at the 1st level of Foundation establishment, specializing in spear techniques. The Wild Beast Mountain is exceedingly perilous. Would you be willing to accompany us? As for compensation, we shall provide 20 spirit stones in advance, with another 20 upon completion. Should we encounter danger, you need only to hold the beast at bay." Agreed. Chao Xiu accepted decisively. Su Qichen produced 20 spirit stones and handed them to him, which he accepted without hesitation. "Let us rest tonight and depart tomorrow," he said. "Chao Xiu, why is your hair white? Your archery is impressive. Could you teach me?" "Also," the girl eagerly continued to chatter. At Moonlight Mountain, within the Mou sect, a shadow darted to the entrance of a grand hall and bowed. "Elder Ge, I have been dispatched to investigate the whereabouts of junior brothers Qin Feng and Sun Qing, who were ambushed by Lu Yun of Qingyang sect. I narrowly escaped." The shadow belonged to the Foundation establishment cultivator from earlier. He recounted the events in full. "That boy is indeed peculiar. He possesses remarkable physical strength yet lacks any spiritual energy. I struck him with a wind blade, and he sustained only a minor injury. Useless." A sudden outburst echoed through the silent hall. "How dare a mere mortal kill my Mou sect disciples? You have failed in your task. From this moment forth, you are dismissed from the enforcement team and relegated to an ordinary outer disciple, with your monthly stipend halved." The man in the black robe fell to his knees, trembling. "Elder, please forgive me. Grant me another chance, and I shall bring back that boy and Apos as head." After a moment of silence, the hall spoke again. "You may mobilize 5 blood guards. If you fail, do not return." With that, silence enveloped the hall once more. As you command. The following morning, as dawn pierced through the mist, four individuals exited the city and ventured into the mountains. This range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, rife with demon beasts and abundant in medicinal herbs. Numerous cultivators had ventured forth, some returned wealthy after obtaining rare herbs, while others vanished without a trace. One must not only guard against demon beasts but also the treachery of fellow cultivators. Su Qichen explained to Cao Xiao. Having learned of Cao Shou and Appo's background the previous night, they felt a degree of sympathy and took extra care of him. Brother Cao, to reach the Wargate, we must traverse the Wild Beast Mountain range. Even with a map to evade high-tier demon beasts, it remains perilous unless... Lin Mo hesitated, glancing at Cao Shou and Appo's white hair. Brother Lin, there is no need for concern. I can handle it. Cao Shou gripped his longbow, his gaze resolute. Brother. Su Qingli tugged at her brother and Appo's sleeve. Su Qichen sighed, spreading the map before them. We originally planned to traverse this area and then return. He pointed at the map. Since Brother Cao wishes to reach the Wargate, we shall escort him, but let it be known. If danger arises, we must retreat. Thank you. Cao Xiao bowed deeply. Hey, brother is the best. Su Qingli exclaimed joyfully. Now, let us follow orders and proceed, Su Qichen declared, leading the group forward with purpose. As they delved deeper into the forest, rustling sounds suddenly emerged from within. The group remained vigilant. A shadow leaped from the thicket, lunging towards Cao Xiao at the back of the group. Be careful, Su Qichen shouted. As he spoke, a talisman appeared in his hand, igniting instantaneously. A golden net unfurled, aiming to ensnare the shadow. However, the shadow evaded the net with remarkable speed and continued its assault on Cao Xiao, with power surging within him. Cao Xiao realized it was too late to shoot an arrow. In a moment of urgency, he retracted his right foot, twisting his waist and unleashing a powerful punch with his right arm, muscles coiling with force. Boom! The shadow was sent flying, crashing to the ground and skidding for 3 yards. Slowly, it rose, its eyes glowing ominously as it fixed its gaze upon the group. At that moment, they discerned the shadow was a black panther, over 10 feet long, adorned with 2 golden stripes on its chest. A second-tier cloud-concealing panther. Su Qingli gasped. This beast excels in stealth and possesses extraordinary speed. While it lacks brute strength, it should not be underestimated. She then turned to Cao Xiao with a curious expression. Cao Shou's right foot sank 3 inches into the ground as he gradually withdrew his fist. What formidable strength! Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment. I always said he was impressive. Su Qingli cheered. Suddenly, a silver spear appeared in Lin Mo's hand, its 9-foot length glinting coldly as its tip pierced through the falling leaves, aiming for the panther's throat. Simultaneously, Su Qichen ignited a gravity talisman, enveloping the demon beast in an invisible field. The panther's speed abruptly slowed, and the two worked in perfect harmony, requiring no words to communicate. Ultimately, under the gravity talisman's suppression, the panther was struck through the throat by Lin Mo's spear, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Su Qichen collected the demon beast's corpse, contemplatively remarking, I did not expect Brother Cao to possess such astonishing physical capabilities. To withstand a second-tier demon beast is no small feat. No wonder you seek the Wargate. Cao Shou leveled the depression in the earth. It was not my intention to conceal. Do not worry, the unknown serves as an advantage, Su Qichen interjected, urging them onward. Indeed, advantages should be well guarded. Su Qingli chimed in eagerly. The four continued their hunt for demon beasts, with Su Qichen and Lin Mo frequently coordinating their attacks, while Cao Xiao occasionally intervened. The surrounding area was predominantly inhabited by first and early second-tier demon beasts, posing little threat to them. As night fell, the four gathered around a campfire. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows upon their faces, rendering their expressions a blend of light and darkness. Lin Mo held the silver spear, skewering beast meat over the fire, causing it to sizzle and pop as golden grease dripped onto the flames, igniting sparks and releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the night air. By the firelight, Su Qichen scrutinized the map, his fingers tracing paths as he furrowed his brow in concentration. Su Qingli leaned closer to Cao Xiao. Her red lips slightly parted as she whispered softly, occasionally punctuating her words with a melodious laugh akin to silver bells. Cao Xiao remained silent, absently tending to the campfire while listening intently. In the distance, the haunting howls of wolves echoed, strikingly clear in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile, at the city gates of Qing'an City, 6 shadowy figures stealthily entered. Chapter 11, The Hunting of the Xianlin Python. As the flickering flames of the campfire danced, Cao Xiao unexpectedly inquired, Brother Su, observing your youthful companions possessing such remarkable cultivation, you must be the elite of your sect, correct? A chuckle escaped as he continued. We are not members of any sect, but rather descendants of a lineage renowned for their mastery of talismans. Exceptions are rare among our kin. Cao Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, I happened upon a talisman. Might I request Brother Su to take a look? He then produced an ancient talisman. The moment the talisman came into view, the surrounding spiritual energy became chaotic, causing the flames to flicker violently as if stirred by an unseen wind. Su Qingchen's pupils constricted, and he hastily took the talisman for closer inspection. The girl beside him turned pale, her mouth slightly agape. Brother Cao, this talisman is truly a rarity in my lifetime. Though I cannot fully comprehend its intricacies, it is undoubtedly the work of a formidable nascent soul master. No. Even the treasured nascent soul talismans in our family lack such power. Could it be? His throat tightened, his voice trembling. Is it crafted by a true god? The thunderous might contained within the talisman could likely shatter mountains. Suppressing the burning intensity in his gaze, he reverently returned the talisman. But Chao Xiao unexpectedly passed it to Su Qingli. It is now yours. The three were left speechless, their breaths caught in the crackling of the fire. Su Qingchen abruptly stood, his robes billowing. Chao, brother Chao, are you aware of the value of this item? Such a treasure cannot. His words tumbled out, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Su Qingli, holding the talisman with trembling hands, exclaimed, "This is far too precious for us." No need for concern, Chao Xiao interrupted calmly. I possess no spiritual roots. This item is merely an inanimate object to me. A glimmer of light danced in the girl's eyes, reflecting the flickering flames. With a heavy sigh, Su Qingchen lamented, if this talisman were to become publicly known, it would surely incite a storm of bloodshed throughout eastern Sangzhou. How many cultivators would risk life and limb for it? His gaze upon Chao Xiao was laden with complexity. With a wave of his sleeve, Su Qingchen summoned a radiant array of spiritual stones and rare treasures from his storage space, cascading like a river of stars, shimmering in the morning light. Qingli, Linimo, he called, as the two snapped out of their reverie and hastily began emptying their storage pouches, spilling forth a mountain of treasures, their brilliance illuminating their faces with resplendent hues. Seeing this, Chao Xiao shook his head with a light chuckle. There is no need for such extravagance. Brother Chao, Su Qingchen responded solemnly, clasping his hands. This talisman is of immense worth. If we do not offer you this modest gift, our hearts will remain unsettled. I am but a vessel devoid of spiritual roots. Treasures hold no significance for me. Chao Xiao asserted, his gaze wandering among the heap of valuables until it brightened at the sight of some body-tempering herbs and a peculiar stone suitable for crafting arrows. In his hand appeared a remarkable stone, black yet shimmering like stars, a meteorite recorded in the Celestial Crafting Codex. This invaluable material, when ground into powder and mixed into weapons, significantly enhances their potency. The piece before him was the size of a baby's head, worth a fortune. This. Su Qingchen's expression turned apologetic. Brother Chao, you might as well select more treasures. Such a stone is of great utility to me. I ask that you take back the remaining items, Chao Xiao replied resolutely. At last, the trio began to gather their scattered treasures. Su Qingchen turned to his sister with a serious tone. Qingli, quickly secure the talisman and remember to keep it hidden from others. Understood, the girl responded softly, her gaze towards Chao Xiao growing increasingly tender, as if a myriad of emotions flowed within her. Linimo, do not speak of this to outsiders. Rest assured, brother, Linimo nodded firmly. When he was 12, his parents met with misfortune, and it was Su's father who selflessly rescued him, thereafter considering the Su siblings as his own kin. As dawn broke the next day, the first rays of sunlight caressed the youthful visage of Chao Xiao as he slowly opened his eyes, his bones cracking with each movement. After a brief period of meditation, the group prepared to set out. Su Qingli approached gracefully, presenting a stack of jade talismans. These are cleansing talismans. They require no spiritual energy, just crush them. With a gentle motion, Chao Xiao shattered one between his fingers. Instantly, a cleansing stream of spiritual energy enveloped him, washing away all impurities, leaving him invigorated. The girl cast a sidelong glance, witnessing the young man's revitalized presence, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly cast her gaze downward. Our target today is the Xianlin python of the falling stream gorge, Su Qingchen declared. The group set off, unaware that danger was silently encroaching upon them. By midday, they halted 30 yards from the gorge. Before them, a 1,000-foot waterfall cascaded like a celestial river, crashing into a deep pool and sending droplets soaring like pearls. The water below was an enigmatic azure, unfathomable in depth. Several Xianlin pythons coiled menacingly at the water's edge, their palm-sized scales glimmering coldly as if clad in dark armor. A python with a flat forehead was of the first tier, one with a pronounced ridge was of the second. And those with a singular horn were of the third tier, none of the latter were present here. Their scales were impervious, possessing the strength to cleave mountains. Yet they lacked sentience. Their eyes, mouths, and bellies were their weak points. Su Qingchen explained in detail, this is the nesting ground of the pythons. We must lure them out to slay them. Brother Chao, please use your arrows to draw them. Chao Xiao nodded, drawing his bow as if it were a full moon. The arrow flew through the air, striking one of the solitary pythons squarely in the head, yet it met with a resounding clang as the arrow shattered upon impact. The massive python reared its head, its crimson tongue flickering, blood-red eyes locking onto the group as its form surged forth like a bolt of black lightning. Retreat, Su Qingchen commanded, and the group swiftly fell back. Once the ferocious creature was drawn away from the rest of the pythons, they quickly formed a battle formation. The Xianlin python roared, its massive tail sweeping through the air, shattering rocks in its wake. The python charged, its colossal body crushing the ground, sending stones flying. Su Qingchen's gaze sharpened. Linimo had been poised for action, his silver spear quivering in his grasp. Its tip glinting coldly like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, aiming straight for the python's throat. Clang! The spearhead struck the scales, sparks flying. Yet it failed to penetrate. The python, wounded, lashed out with its tail, sending Linimo reeling back, though he was still caught by the fierce wind. letting out a muffled grunt. This beast's scales are too tough. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Watch me, Su Qingli commanded. Her delicate fingers flicking as a freezing talisman shot forth. The paper ignited in the air, transforming into a wave of frost that enveloped the python's head. The serpent froze momentarily, ice crystals forming on its scales, slowing its movements. Xiao Xiao's gaze turned keen. The bowstring vibrating as a finely crafted iron arrow soared through the air, aimed directly at the python's left eye. Thud. The arrow pierced flesh, blood gushing forth. The python let out a howl of agony, thrashing its head wildly, shattering the ice and becoming even more ferocious. Lin Mo, strike its belly, Su Qingchen urged. Drawing his sword, its light flashing like a rainbow as he aimed for the python's vitals, forcing it to rear back in evasion. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo lunged forward, his spear coiling like a dragon, its tip gathering spiritual energy, transforming into a spiraling force, piercing the armor. With a swift thrust, the spear finally breached the thin scales of the python's abdomen, plunging deep into its flesh. The serpent thrashed violently, its immense tail sweeping through the air as Lin Mo braced himself against the onslaught, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Qingli, Su Qingchen shouted. Su Qingli's fingers moved again, igniting a thunderfire talisman that erupted into a crackling storm of lightning and flame, striking the python's wound. Boom. The thunder and fire exploded, flesh and blood scattering. The Xianlin python let out a wretched scream, struggling a few times before collapsing to the ground. Lin Mo retracted his spear, its tip dripping blood, breathing heavily yet still filled with fighting spirit. This beast is truly tenacious. Xiao Xiao stepped forward, commending. Your spear technique is impressive. Lin Mo grinned, not as skilled as your archery. Su Qingchen collected the corpse and spoke softly, your coordination was commendable. The next one should be easier to defeat. Su Qingli nodded, let us continue. We aim to hunt two today. After a brief moment of regrouping, the group stealthily approached the edge of the pool once more. Chapter 12, Bloodstained Wilderness. The blood mist of Luoc Sijian had yet to dissipate, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of the Xianlin python's blood. Xiao Xiao was meticulously polishing his arrows when, suddenly, every muscle in his body tensed. An icy chill racing up his spine. Someone was watching them. Something's amiss, he whispered, his gaze slicing through the dense forest like a blade. Su Qingchen furrowed his brow, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. What is it? Xiao Xiao did not respond. He slowly rose to his feet, his eyes fixated on a particular spot within the trees. In the next moment, 6 shadows darted forth like phantoms, their black robes billowing. With a silver crescent moon embroidered on their chests, MOU sect. You little beast. The leading figure, a black-robed cultivator, sneered coldly. At last, I've found you. Today, you shall neither live nor die. Su Qingli's face turned pale, and Lin Mo brandished his spear, shouting furiously, Demon scum, you seek death. However, Xiao Xiao abruptly raised his hand to stop them, his voice low and resolute. They seek me. You must leave. Preposterous. Lin Mo's eyes widened in fury. How can we abandon you? 6 Foundation cultivators, and we would only die together. Xiao Xiao's tone turned frigid and unyielding. Go. Su Qingchen gritted his teeth. Reason telling him that Xiao Xiu was right, yet his sense of duty immobilized him. Just as he hesitated, Xiao Xiao suddenly moved. He snatched his longbow and loosed 3 arrows into the ground before the pursuers, not aimed at the MOU sect cultivators. Leave. Xiao Xiao bellowed, his form racing like a leopard into the densewoods. The MOU sect cultivators sneered, trying to escape. After him, the 6 shadows instantly pursued Xiao Xiao, disregarding Su Qingchen and the others entirely. Xiao Xiao. Su Qingli cried out in anguish, about to chase after him, but was firmly restrained by Su Qingchen. Let me go. He will die. Tears streamed down her face. Su Qingchen clenched his jaw, bloodshot eyes filled with urgency. If we pursue, we will only distract him. We cannot endanger the Su family. Lin Mo slammed his fist into a tree, splintering the trunk. Damn it. Damn it. Su Qingli collapsed to the ground, gazing in despair at the direction Xiao Xiao had vanished, her heart feeling as though it had been violently torn asunder. That reticent youth, was he truly going to his death alone? Xiao Xiao sprinted through the forest, the wind howling past him, the intent to kill looming behind him like a tidal wave. He dared not look back, relying solely on instinct to evade the dark projectiles that sought him out. Boom. A bolt of dark lightning grazed his shoulder, instantly charring flesh. Xiao Xiao let out a muffled groan but did not falter. Instead, he abruptly changed direction, plunging into a thicket, deep within the woods. The sound of his breath rang distinctly in the silence. He leaned against an ancient pine, the wound on his right shoulder still oozing blood. In the distance, the sounds of snapping branches grew ever closer. I found you, little mouse. A raspy voice echoed from 10 paces away, causing Xiao Xiao's pupils to constrict. 6 phantoms emerged from the shadows of the trees, the leader bearing a grotesque scar across his face and wearing an iron claw that glimmered ominously. Zhao, why waste words? A gaunt cultivator to the left sneered as he summoned a bone sword, ready to extract souls. Xiao Xiao silently activated the true dragon body refinement technique, releasing a volley of arrows in quick succession. Before the sound of the arrows reached them, he lunged like a leopard towards the fleeing cultivator. The cultivator hastily formed a seal but was seized by Xiao Xiao's grip on his wrist before he could complete it. Crack. The sound of shattering bone accompanied the young man's scream. Xiao Xiao yanked him forward, just in time to shield himself from 3 penetrating nails fired by the scarred man. The cultivator's eyes widened in horror as 3 gaping wounds exploded from his chest. Having escaped once, this time fortune had turned its back on him. Seeking death, the scarred man's iron claw unleashed 5 streaks of darkness as Cao Xiu sidestepped, yet still felt a slice across his left side. Blood had yet to spatter when his right fist crashed into the opponent's elbow joint. The sound of bone misalignment echoed amidst the sparks of collision between his dragon-scaled fist and the iron claw. The gaunt man's bone sword approached silently, and Cao Xiu arched backward to evade a fatal strike to his throat, but the blade left a deep gash in his collarbone. The pain jolted him to clarity. He swept his leg in a backward motion, toppling the assailant. As leaves scattered across the ground, Cao Xiu's elbow strike was intercepted by a sudden third cultivator wielding a copper mirror. Bang! The mirror shattered, and the wielder's palm split open. Just as Cao Xiu prepared to pursue, a sudden, bone-chilling aura enveloped him from behind. He instinctively rolled away, only to find the ground littered with azurite spikes. A 4th female cultivator stood atop the treetops, her fingers swirling with frost. Seizing the opportunity, the scarred man closed in, his iron claw aimed for Cao Xiu's crown. He blocked with his arm, the clash of dragon scales and iron claws producing a shrill screech. Using the force to retreat, he kicked up a broken branch from the ground, and the gaunt cultivator, just regaining his footing, was struck in the throat. The battle shifted rapidly. The copper mirror cultivator suddenly spewed black blood. Cao Xiu's elbow strike had shattered his insides. The female cultivator shrieked in response, unleashing a torrential downpour of ice crystals. Cao Xiu seized the corpse of the copper mirror cultivator as a shield, his flesh instantly riddled with piercing ice. Boom! The scarred man's iron claw surged, launching the corpse along with Cao Xiu. After crashing through 2 small trees, Cao Xiu spat blood but managed to prop himself up. The odds had changed from 6 to 1 to 4 to 1, but the price was steep. 7 wounds marred his body, the deepest in his right leg exposing bone. The gaunt cultivator wiped the blood from his mouth, and his bone sword began to writhe and transform. You forced us to use our life-bound artifacts. You've earned this. The sword abruptly split into dozens of bone whips, coiling like venomous serpents. Cao Xiu grabbed a handful of decaying leaves and flung them into the air, momentarily obscuring the enemy's view to advance. The bone whips grazed past his ear, painting the ground with a spray of blood. He gripped the gaunt cultivator's sword-wielding hand, the sound of dragon scales grinding against white bone sending chills down his spine. Release. The roar echoed as the gaunt cultivator's wrist was forcibly broken. Cao Xiu seized the bone whips and lashed back, but as they reached the cultivator's forehead, they inexplicably softened. This cursed artifact still recognized its master. In the moment of shock, the scarred man's iron claw pierced through Cao Xiu's left abdomen. Cao Xiu coughed up hot blood yet grinned through the pain. He had intentionally allowed the strike to land, just to grasp the opponent's wrist. As the female cultivator's ice spikes approached, he yanked the scarred man before him. You. The scarred man was filled with rage as 3 ice spikes embedded into his back. Seizing the moment, Cao Xiu delivered a brutal headbutt, the sound of fractured nasal bones accompanying the scream. The gaunt cultivator, clutching his severed wrist, lunged at him. But Cao Xiu sidestepped, only to slip on the pool of blood. The female cultivator, seizing her chance, sent an ice spear straight for his heart. At the critical moment, Cao Xiu grabbed the iron claw from the ground to block. Clang! The ice spear shattered, sending Cao Xiu tumbling over a distance of 10 feet. He rolled into the underbrush, hearing the furious curses of the female cultivator. Blood gushed from the penetrating wound in his left abdomen, yet a calmness settled over him. After years of hunting, he understood how an injured beast would retaliate. As the bone whip swept through the underbrush, Cao Xiu sprang forth like a specter from behind a tree, his dragon-scaled right fist crashing towards the gaunt cultivator's temple. The cultivator hastily dodged, but the sound of his shoulder bone collapsing sent shivers down Cao Xiu's spine. The female cultivator raised an ice wall but was met with Cao Xiu, crashing through the shards of ice. She hastily retreated, only to realize she was backed against a steep slope. As they both tumbled down, Cao Xiu gripped her neck tightly. The sound of her cervical vertebrae snapping was unmistakable. From the summit, the scarred man's frenzied roar echoed. Deep within the forest, Cao Xiu's consciousness began to fragment. He staggered forward, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. The penetrating wound in his shoulder, the back injury from the lightning strike, and the corrosive damage to his internal organs. Each step felt as though he were treading upon blades. He could not stop. He gritted his teeth. Yet darkness clouded his vision. To halt now would mean certain death. Ultimately, he could no longer endure, collapsing into a rushing stream. The frigid water enveloped him instantly, sweeping his body into the unknown. Meanwhile, Su Qingli ran frantically through the forest. Cao Xiu, where are you? Her voice had grown hoarse from shouting, and the hem of her skirt was tattered from being torn by thorns, with crimson streaks adorning her fair calves. Su Qichen, with reddened eyes, grasped her arm. Stop searching. This area is far too perilous. I will not leave. Su Qingli screamed, pushing him away in desperation. He was only trying to spare them from harm. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Mo gripped his long spear tightly, oblivious to the pain in his hands. That foolish boy, who would rather face death alone than endanger them. Could he truly never return? Su Qingli trembled as she retrieved the talisman she had failed to deliver, her tears falling upon the paper, blurring it with dampness. I beg you, stay alive. Chapter 13, Sunset Valley Searchdown. We must see the living or the dead. The scarred face of Brother Zhao twisted in rage as his iron claws sank deep into the tree trunk beside him, accompanied by the last two remaining cultivators. He leaped down the steep slope, his black robe billowing in the wind. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the mountain, Su Qichen gripped his sister's slender wrist tightly. His voice laced with unprecedented sternness. In this vast mountain range, searching blindly could lead us to encounter high-ranking ferocious beasts at any moment. To save Xiaoxiu, we must leverage our family's power. Tears blurred Su Qingli's vision, but upon hearing the word save, she suddenly looked up. Crystal droplets cascaded down her pale cheeks, igniting a spark of hope in her eyes. Yes, father must have a way. She turned abruptly, her skirt fluttering like a butterfly in the mountain breeze. We must return to the family now. The figures of the three soon vanished into the vast forest, deep within the wilderness beast mountain range. A towering cliff jutted into the sky like a sword, piercing through the clouds. Beneath the cliff, nestled within a hidden valley, lay several rustic wooden houses. Their eaves hung with dried herbs, swaying gently in the breeze. Inside one of the wooden houses, Xiaoxiu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of rough wooden beams. The hard bed beneath him pressed painfully against his back, yet it confirmed his survival. Struggling to prop himself up, he discovered that the wounds on his body had all scabbed over, covered with a dark brown ointment that emitted a faint bitter aroma. The furnishings within the room were exceedingly simple: a wooden table, a folding screen, and a gigantic bathtub, vaguely visible behind the screen. Creak, Xiaoxiu leaned against the wall, painstakingly making his way to the door. As he pushed open the wooden door, the blinding sunlight compelled him to squint. Before him lay an elegant courtyard, surrounded by stone walls adorned with various herbs drying in the sun. Several neighboring wooden houses were arranged in an artful manner, and beneath an ancient tree in the courtyard stood a stone table and benches. At that moment, the courtyard doors swung open abruptly. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, strode in. His bronze-skinned torso was muscular and glistened like metal in the sunlight. He dragged a fully golden beast behind him, its head crushed in, evidently killed by a single blow. The man looked up, locking eyes with Xiaoxiu at the doorway. Shadows of varying depths danced across his sharply defined face, and his tiger-like eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. Awake? The man's voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the courtyard. Ha ha ha, you're a tough one. Despite such severe injuries, you woke up so quickly. Xiaoxiu swallowed hard, wanting to speak, but his throat was too dry to produce sound. Observing this, the man casually tossed the golden beast into the courtyard corner, kicking up a cloud of dust. Come and sit. His rough voice echoed, his large hand gesturing towards the stone table in the courtyard. Xiaoxiu approached slowly, each step sending sharp pains through his body. May I inquire, esteemed sir? Did you save me? He asked cautiously, his voice still tinged with weakness. Humph. The man exhaled sharply through his nose. You've got a tough life. When I found you, you were barely clinging to life. That cold pond water is bone-chilling. Most people would freeze solid after a moment in it. Yet here you are, he squinted, examining Xiaoxiu, noting the absence of spiritual energy within him. I wonder how you survived. Xiaoxiu immediately rose and performed a deep bow. I am Xiaoxiu, deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. The man waved his hand dismissively, creating a gust of wind with his rough palm. No need for thanks. It's simply that you're not meant to die yet. Leaning closer, his copper bell-like eyes stared directly at Xiaoxiu. Your physique is extraordinary. I once had the fortune of refining my body with the essence of a demon beast's blood, Xiaoxiu replied after a moment's contemplation. The man nodded thoughtfully. Tell me, how did you end up in this state? Xiaoxiu recounted his tale from the slaughter village to the pursuit by 6 cultivators. The man's brow furrowed deeper with each detail. MOU sect, he muttered, clenching his fist tightly with a cold snort. Just a bunch of despicable rats. Do you know them, esteemed sir? Xiaoxiu sensed a hint of familiarity. Instead of answering directly, the man posed a question. Kid, did you come to the wilderness beast mountain in search of that gate? Xiaoxiu nodded. Esteemed sir, this place is Sunset Valley, the deepest part of the wilderness beast mountain range. The man rose, his robust figure casting a large shadow in the setting sun. Those wooden houses are inhabited by a few fellows, though they don't come back often. A sly smile crept across his face. You're in for a treat today. Saying this, he strode towards the corner of the courtyard where the golden beast lay. Only then did Xiaoxiu realize it was a 5th-grade diamond bull. This demon beast possessed immense strength and was impervious to blades and arrows. Even an average golden core cultivator would steer clear of it. Xiaoxiu's pupils constricted, a surge of tumultuous waves crashing within him. To be able to slay such a ferocious beast with bare hands. The cultivation level of this elder before him must far exceed his imagination. The man effortlessly lifted the 1,000-pound bull carcass, raising an eyebrow with pride. How about this? I'll brew you a pot of diamond bull essence soup tonight. You'll be bouncing back to your feet in 3 days. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the courtyard, enveloping the scene in a warm glow. Xiaoxiu looked at the man's back, filled with both shock and confusion. The man set up a large black iron pot, and with a wave of his sleeve, azure flames ignited at the bottom. He clamped the bull's head with one hand, while the other sliced through the hide like a blade. With a sizzling sound, the entire metallic gloss skin was stripped off and tossed towards Xiaoxiu. Next, the man bellowed like a bell. This hide is sturdy enough. I'll make you a heart-protecting armor. Xiao Xiao hurriedly caught it, feeling the weight in his hands. The skin shimmered with faint golden patterns, and he could sense the flow of spiritual energy within. This was indeed the hide of a fifth-grade demon beast. In the outside world, it would be worth a fortune, enough to incite fierce competition among cultivators. Esteemed sir, this. Stop with the pleasantries. The man grunted, already beginning to butcher the bull meat. Such fare is plentiful in the depths of the wilderness beast mountain range. With muscles rippling, he effortlessly snapped the bull bones into pieces, the dull thuds echoing as he cast them into the pot. Xiao Xiao ceased his protest, carefully folding the hide. If this skin were fashioned into armor, even the flying swords of ordinary cultivators would struggle to penetrate it. The azure flames danced at the pot's base, and soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted throughout the courtyard. The broth gradually turned golden, with a shimmering layer of oil floating atop, occasionally releasing specks of spiritual energy that leaped into the air. Gurgle, Xiao Xiao's stomach grumbled in protest. Only then did he realize he had gone a long time without food. The man grinned broadly, exposing his white teeth. Come. He grabbed a thick clay bowl and filled it to the brim with the golden broth, tossing in a large piece of shimmering bull meat. Xiao Xiao accepted the bowl, and as the scalding soup slid down his throat, it transformed into a warm flow that coursed through his limbs. Every muscle felt as if it were infused with new vitality, even alleviating some of the pain from his wounds. This is. Xiao Xiao stared in astonishment at the meat in his bowl, noticing intricate golden patterns woven through the flesh, the essence of the diamond bull. The man also served himself a generous bowl. The blood and flesh of a fifth-grade demon beast were a tremendous supplement for body cultivators. The two sat across from each other, indulging in their meal. Xiao Xiao sweated profusely, feeling the surge of vitality rushing through him with every bite. Seizing a moment of pause, Xiao Xiao asked, "May I know your esteemed name? With your cultivation, why choose to live in such seclusion within these mountains?" The man paused mid-chew, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes. He tilted his head back, gulping down a large mouthful of broth, his throat bobbing vigorously. "My surname is Yuan. My given name is Xiong. As for why I live in seclusion, sigh." He set down the bowl heavily, unwilling to elaborate. Then, abruptly shifting the subject, he asked, "Aren't you heading to the war gate? Once you have healed, I shall take you on a journey." Xiao Xiao's eyes brightened at this, and he hastily set down his bowl and chopsticks, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kindness." Yuan Xiong waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze drifted toward the distant mountains. A hint of a complex emotion that Xiao Xiao could not comprehend flickering across his rugged visage. The dying rays of the sun cast a warm glow upon his bronze skin, accentuating the myriad scars that crisscrossed his body, rendering them strikingly vivid. Chapter 14. The emergence of Yuan Xiong's senior brother Zhao led his two disciples in hot pursuit, following the mottled bloodstains until they encountered a turbulent river. The white waves surged like fury, crashing against the shore with a thunderous roar, the murky waters sweeping along with withered branches and fallen leaves. The jagged rocks along the bank were polished slick by the relentless current, and the intermittent blood traces had long been licked clean by the waves, leaving behind not even a trace of the scent. The swift water carried a chilling air as it crashed through the crevices of the stones, drenching the three with mist. Yet they could find no trace of Xiao Xiao. "Senior brother, the trail ends here," said the tall, slender cultivator, gripping a blood-colored compass, its needle spinning wildly over the river's surface. "If we venture further, we risk encountering high-level beasts. We must." Zhao Kuan's face darkened, his right hand's iron claw sinking deep into the trunk of a nearby pine tree, sap dripping down from its tips. His sinister gaze swept the dense forest in the distance, faintly sensing the ominous presence of a beast. "Retreat." Zhao Kuan managed to squeeze the word through clenched teeth. "Report back to Elder Ge." The three figures swiftly vanished into the thicket, leaving behind 5 deep claw marks on the tree trunk, oozing amber-colored pine resin. Inside the Blood Moon Palace of the MOU sect, the flickering green flame in the bronze lamp cast an eerie glow on Elder Ge's gaunt, pallid face. His bony fingers tapped rhythmically on the iron armrest, producing an unsettling clicking sound. Golden scales on his arms? A terrifying glint suddenly erupted in Elder Ge's murky eyes. A mere mortal without spiritual roots can wield such secret arts? Zhao Kuan, are you certain you did not mistake it? Zhao Kuan knelt, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Disciple witnessed it with his own eyes. That boy suddenly sprouted golden scales on his arms, withstood my Xianin claw without a scratch. Moreover, he hesitated, his archery seemed to embody a certain yang force, breaking Li Shimi's ice-cold technique with a single arrow. Elder Gu abruptly rose, his voluminous black robe billowing without wind, the temperature in the hall plummeting. Interesting. A strange smile crept across his withered lips. Summon the Blood Guard and assemble 12 Foundation Establishment disciples. I wish to personally meet this boy. In Su family's main hall at Hufu City. The midday sun filtered through the intricately carved window frames, casting mottled shadows on the bluestone floor. Su Qingli knelt in the center of the hall, cradling a talisman that shimmered with a faint golden light, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Father." Her voice trembled with tears. "Please say Xiao Xiao." The head of the Su family took the talisman, and as soon as his fingertips brushed against the paper, he was jolted. His pupils constricted, and he quickly waved away the surrounding attendants. Once the hall doors were firmly shut, he lowered his voice. "Lear, where did this talisman come from?" "It was given by Xiao Xiao." Su Qingli recounted the events, and when she spoke of Xiao Xiao diverting the pursuers alone, tears finally streamed down her face. He did this to avoid implicating us, all by himself. The Su family head's expression shifted between shadow and light, his fingers gently caressing the peculiar pattern on the talisman. The golden light on the paper flickered with his touch, as if alive. This is the Tian Gang talisman, he murmured, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This is an ancient talisman technique thought lost to time. He abruptly lifted his gaze. Lear, who else knows of this matter? Only my brother and Lin Mo. Su Qingli's voice shrank instinctively under her father's intense reaction. The Su family head glanced at the two, stating solemnly, this talisman concerns the safety of our clan. It must not be shared with anyone. Understood, they replied in unison. Their expressions grave. Su Xinghe turned and walked toward the inner chamber. Moments later, he emerged clad in a dark, fitted outfit. Relay my orders. Assemble 8 shadow guards. And we shall enter the mountains immediately, he said in a deep voice. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed. As morning light filtered through the wooden window slits, Xiao Shou gradually withdrew his energy, a faint azure glow swirling around him. He was astonished to discover that the previously ghastly wound had scabbed and fallen away, revealing new skin that glistened healthily in the sunlight. Quite the recovery. Yuan Xiong leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his silhouette resembling an iron tower against the light. He tossed over a beast hide armor crafted from cowhide. Put this on. Today, I will take you to the battle gate. Xiao Shou donned the beast hide and flexed his limbs, joints cracking loudly. To his surprise, not only had his injuries healed, but his strength seemed to have increased by 1/10. The vitality contained within the golden bull's meat was comparable to months of arduous training. After a simple breakfast, the two set off. Yuan Xiong led the way, his seemingly casual steps deftly avoiding all obstacles in the forest, with Xiao Shou closely following. Senior Yuan. What exactly is the battle gate? You will know upon arrival, Yuan Xiong replied without turning back. Suddenly he paused, his sharp gaze flicking toward the right thicket. Something is following us. Xiao Shou followed his gaze, observing the swaying shadows of the trees, which appeared tranquil. But in the next moment, over a dozen dark figures surged forth from all directions, led by an elder clad in a black robe, silver crescent moon insignia glinting in the sunlight. Young friend. Please hold. Elder Gu chuckled ominously, his voice grating like sandpaper. I am quite intrigued by your body refinement technique. May I have a look? Yuan Xiong snorted coldly. You have 3 breaths to vanish. Elder Ji's brow furrowed as he regarded Yuan Xiong, uncertain of his strength. Who are you? I am an outer elder of the MOU sect. This matter does not concern you. Please leave. You think you deserve to know my name? It's more fitting for that old fool Goming to inquire, Yuan Xiong mocked. Who are you? How do you know the name of our ancestor? Elder Ji's complexion turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yuan Xiong. Goming was indeed the supreme elder of the MOU sect, who had entered the nascent soul realm a century ago but had secluded himself for decades, no longer meddling in sect affairs. With a cold snort, Yuan Xiong unleashed an overwhelming aura, the ground beneath him cracking with a resounding snap. Spiderweb-like fissures spread outwards for several feet. He slowly raised his right arm, golden light shimmering beneath his bronze skin. 3 breaths have passed. Since you refuse to leave, then prepare to stay. Elder Ji's throat bobbed nervously, his bony fingers gripping his bone staff tightly. Fellow cultivator, please wait. We shall leave at once. Haha. Yuan Xiong's laughter echoed, sending leaves fluttering down. Too late. Seeing that Yuan Xiong had no intention of letting them go, a flicker of malice crossed Elder Ji's eyes. Suddenly, he slammed his staff down. Form the array. 12 Foundation establishment disciples quickly spread out, each taking their positions. The magical artifacts in their hands glowed with blood-red light, intertwining on the ground to form a complex array. Blood-colored chains erupted from the earth, attempting to bind Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong disdainfully curled his lip, unfazed. He turned to Xiao Shou, saying, Kid, watch closely. This is what body refinement looks like. In an instant, his muscles swelled, snapping the chains one by one. Yuan Xiong stepped forward, the ground erupting with a thunderous blast. His fist, powerful and direct, struck the nearest cultivator, who had no time to scream before being obliterated into a mist of blood. Xiao Shou gaped in astonishment. Is this body refinement? No fancy techniques, just pure power crushing everything. Blood Fiend Array. Elder Gu shouted sharply. The remaining cultivators quickly repositioned, 7 blood swords striking towards Yuan Xiong from different angles. The hulking man merely snorted, standing still as the blood swords pierced his bronze skin, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Is that all you've got? Yuan Xiong laughed heartily, suddenly spinning around, his right leg sweeping like a steel whip. 3 cultivators were kicked in half, blood splattering against the surrounding trees. Elder Gu finally panicked, raising his bone staff that glowed with blinding bloodlight. Blood Demon. Before he could finish his incantation, Yuan Xiong flashed before him, delivering a punch to his face. Elder Gu hastily raised his staff to block, but it shattered with a crack, sending him flying backward, crashing through 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. Is this it? Yuan Xiong shook his head in disappointment. The MOU sect was increasingly faltering. The remaining 5 cultivators, terrified beyond measure, turned and fled. Yuan Xiong made no attempt to pursue them, instead approaching the gravely wounded Elder Gu. I shall spare your wretched life, he declared, placing a foot upon Elder Ji's chest. Return and inform Guming that this young man is under my protection. Should you wish for death, come forth. Elder Gu spat out a mouthful of black blood, casting a venomous glare at Xiao Xiu before stumbling away in haste. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Xiu inquired, "Why did you allow them to escape, Senior?" Yuan Xiong shot him a glance, replying, "One must forge their own path. The MOU sect is merely a training ground for you." He paused, fixing Xiao Xiu with a serious gaze. "Remember, true strength is honed in the crucible of life and death. Today, I could eliminate them all for you. But your journey stretches far ahead." The setting sun elongated their shadows as Xiao Xiu absorbed Yuan Xiong's words, suddenly grasping the essence of genuine cultivation. Chapter 15. The ruins of the War Gate. Yuan Xiong accompanied Xiao Xiu as they traversed the rugged terrain of the Beast Mountain range. Despite their remarkable stamina, it took them an entire day and night to reach the ruins of the War Gate, as Yuan Xiong led Xiao Xiu to a desolate ridge. The sight before them left the youth momentarily breathless. Stretching for miles, the remnants of the past lay nestled among the mountains, their broken walls resembling the stark white bones of ancient giants, casting grotesque shadows under the blood-red sunset. In the center stood 7 fractured stone pillars, defiantly reaching towards the heavens, their surfaces marred with scars from blades and swords, silently recounting the tale of a cataclysmic battle. Was this the War Gate? Xiao Xiu instinctively lowered his voice, as if fearing to disturb the slumbering spirits of the fallen. Yuan Xiong remained silent, his bronze visage bathed in a crimson glow from the setting sun, and his usually bright tiger-like eyes now shimmered with a veil of mist. The mountain breeze tousled his hair, scattering it across his forehead. As they stepped into the ruins, Xiao Xiu felt as though his feet were weighted down with lead. Each fragment of stone beneath them bore intricate patterns, remnants of the fierce energies that had washed over them through the years. He bent down to pick up a fragment of a broken token, its dark gray surface long soaked with blood, yet the words War Gate could still be discerned. The sharp strokes exuding an aura of battle intent. A span of 60 years had passed, yet the token still lingered with a faint trace of blood scent. The two advanced slowly. Suddenly, Yuan Xiong halted, pointing towards a section of ruins and speaking in a hushed voice. "That is the body tempering hall. Hundreds of disciples trained their bodies within its confines, and at dawn and dusk, the sounds of their fierce clashes would echo like the roars of tigers and dragons. Over there lies the Hall of War Souls, where the ancestors who perished in battle are honored. In the distance, the pile of rubble was once the library pavilion." Yuan Xiong pointed out each location with intimate familiarity, his hoarse voice tinged with an irrepressible sorrow. Could it be that the ancestors? Xiao Xiu's pupils contracted in realization. "Have you guessed?" Yuan Xiong's rough hand brushed over a rusty bronze waist token. "Years ago, I, along with 4 senior brothers, ventured out with 2 elders for training, only to encounter that great calamity. By the time we returned, the towering figure's voice faltered. Tears as large as beans fell upon the crumbling bricks and shattered tiles, the mountainsides littered with the remnants of his brothers in arms. Xiao Xiu stood in stunned silence as the mountain wind swept through, stirring the dust around his astonished face. This revelation was both unexpected and yet entirely fitting. Yuan Xiong approached the stoutest of the stone pillars, biting his finger to draw blood, and flicked a drop into the central groove of the pillar. The moment the blood seeped into the stone, the entire ruin trembled slightly. Golden patterns began to unfurl across the pillar as if alive, forming intricate inscriptions. In an instant, the world shifted, the surroundings warping like rippling water. When Xiao Xiu blinked again, he found himself no longer amidst the ruins. Majestic halls towered around him, the 7 stone pillars intact and adorned with lifelike dragon carvings. In the square, hundreds of practitioners clad in brown attire were engaged in vigorous training, their movements generating winds that roared like thunder. Was this the War Gate from 60 years ago? Xiao Xiu gazed around in astonishment. Yuan Xiong stood beside him, eyes filled with nostalgia. "The barriers have manifested the images of that time. We are but spectators." Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Xiao Xiu looked up to see 8 streaks of light slicing through the air, crashing down upon the War Gate's entrance like meteors. As the dust settled, 8 figures emerged, each radiating a terrifying aura, with 7 stars embroidered upon their chests. "The 7-star hall has arrived." Yuan Xiong's voice turned icy. In the illusion, the War Gate's practitioners swiftly assembled. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, unmistakably the sect leader of the War Gate. Though aged, his muscles were as solid as iron, each step causing the very air to tremble. "What brings the 7-star hall here from afar?" His voice boomed, echoing through the valley. One of the Golden Core practitioners stepped forth, sneering. "The War Gate has hoarded the 9 transformations golden body technique, a martial art lost to our 7-star hall, and we have come to reclaim it today." "Preposterous," the sect leader thundered. "The 9 transformations golden body technique was created by our founding ancestor. It has no connection to you. Further discussion is futile." The Golden Core practitioner waved his hand. "Attack." In an instant, battle erupted. 8 Golden Core practitioners unleashed their might, their various magical treasures raining down upon the War Gate disciples. Though the War Gate practitioners lacked flashy spells, their physical prowess was formidable, enabling them to momentarily withstand the onslaught. Xiao Xiu watched in awe as a disciple of the War Gate was pierced through the chest by a flying sword but roared defiantly. Seizing the blade and snapping it in half, another elder was engulfed in flames yet still charged forward to embrace a Golden Core practitioner, both meeting their end in a fiery explosion. "This is the combat style of body tempering practitioners," Yuan Xiong intoned solemnly, "relying solely on oneself without external aids." The body is the strongest weapon and the most resilient defense. The battle raged with unrelenting ferocity. Despite the incredible valor of the Wargate disciples, they were ultimately outmatched. Their numbers dwindling rapidly. The square became a gruesome tableau, littered with corpses, blood pooling into streams that flowed into the grooves beneath the stone pillars. Suddenly, the sky split open, and a colossal hand reached down, targeting the sect leader of the Wargate. This is an ancestor of the Seven-Star Hall in the God Transformation stage. Yuan Xiong observed coldly. The sect leader raised his head and howled to the heavens. His body glowing with golden light, swelling to 3 times his size, resembling a golden-armored war god confronting the massive hand. The clash of these two overwhelming forces distorted the very fabric of space. The sect leader burned his essence, forcibly elevating himself to the half-step God Transformation realm. He intends to perish alongside that old monster. Yuan Xiong's voice trembled in disbelief. In the illusion, the battle between the sect leader and the God Transformation practitioner shook the heavens. The 7 stone pillars shattered in the aftermath, the grand hall collapsing in waves. Ultimately, the sect leader self-destructed, severely injuring the God Transformation practitioner, while only 2 of the 8 golden core practitioners from the 7-star hall remained. When the last disciple of the Wargate fell, the entire mountain gate lay in ruins. Blood soaked every inch of the ground, severed limbs scattered everywhere. As the vision gradually faded, Qiao Shuo found himself back in the desolate ruins, drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked. So it was. The 7-star hall had come to seize the Wargate's techniques, he stammered. Yuan Xiong let out a cold laugh. A glint of hatred in his eyes, an innocent man suffers for his treasure. The 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique is a celestial-level body tempering art, unmatched by peers when mastered. The 7-star hall has coveted it for long. Young man, did you seek out the Wargate to acquire this technique? Yuan Xiong turned back, scrutinizing the youth before him with piercing intensity. Qiao Shuo bowed deeply, his back bent like a drawn bow. His voice low yet resolute. I bear a blood feud too deep to fathom, longing to avenge my enemies. Alas, without spiritual roots, I find no path to cultivate. He slowly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I have heard that the Wargate is a towering giant in the realm of body tempering, building unparalleled battle bodies upon flesh and blood, fueled by the spirit of combat. I dare to approach the Wargate, seeking guidance from its predecessors. No matter the trials and tribulations, I shall not waver. He enunciated each word. I implore you to teach me. The mountain peak fell into silence. Only the wind's lament could be heard, as Yuan Xiong gazed at the youth, his expression complex. Do you comprehend? To practice our Wargate's techniques, you must enter our sect and bear the weight of our legacy. The 7-star hall is a premier force in the central continent, filled with powerful individuals. And even a God Transformation expert presides over them. In the battle 60 years ago, of the 562 members of the Wargate, aside from the 7 of us, none who ventured out to train survived. This grudge, this hatred, can only end in death. If you wish to join our Wargate, you must prepare to stand against the entire 7-star hall. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Qiao Shuo. Do you still dare? Upon hearing this, Qiao Shuo suddenly threw his head back and laughed joyously. What is there to fear? Only death awaits. In the depths of the fierce tiger's gaze, an awe-inspiring brilliance suddenly erupted. He laughed heartily, his laughter resonating like thunder, causing fragments of stone from the surrounding ruins to tumble down. Ha! Splendid. What a unique death awaits you. His laughter abruptly ceased as he grasped Qiao Shuo's wrist, exclaiming, Come with me. Yuan Xiong strode purposefully towards the 7 towering stone pillars at the heart of the ruins, halting before the stoutest of the broken columns. He bit his finger, using his blood as ink to inscribe an arcane rune upon the weathered surface of the pillar. Open. With a thunderous shout, the base of the pillar rumbled open, revealing a profound passageway. A chill wind, laced with the scent of ancient blood, rushed forth. Yuan Xiong pulled Qiao Shuo into the passage. The stone steps wound downward, with luminous pearls embedded in the walls casting a gentle glow. After traversing 100 paces, the path opened wide before them. They entered a grand underground hall, the ceiling soaring like an inverted giant bowl. At the center, 555 everlasting lanterns formed a character for war, their flickering flames illuminating the dense array of spirit tablets behind. Above them, a crimson gold spirit tablet gleamed brilliantly, inscribed with the name of the 36th generation master of the Wargate, Zhan Wuji. Suddenly, Yuan Xiong released Qiao Shuo and knelt, his forehead striking the cool stone floor with a heavy thud. Yuan Xiong pays respects to all, his voice choked, echoing throughout the vast hall. Qiao Shuo, present. Kneel. Qiao Shuo dropped to his knees, and the flames of the 500 lanterns surged brightly. Today, let the Wargate's brethren bear witness. Yuan Xiong's voice boomed like thunder. Qiao Shuo, do you wish to inherit my Wargate's legacy? Qiao Shuo pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice hoarse as he declared, I, the junior, am willing. No sooner had the words left his lips than a faint golden light erupted from the spirit tablet on the offering table, enveloping Qiao Shuo in an immediate surge of martial spirit. Chapter 16. The introductory trial. Qiao Shuo was suddenly overwhelmed by an invisible yet formidable force, as if countless icy needles were piercing every inch of his skin. What was even more terrifying was that this battle intent struck directly at his very soul, crashing against it like raging waves against the shore, causing an excruciating headache and distorting the reality before his eyes, turning heaven and earth upside down. This was the manifestation of the will of the fallen heroes. It was both a test and a destiny. The voice of Yuan Xiong seemed to emanate from a distant sky. Qiao Shou clenched his jaw tightly, veins bulging on his forehead like coiling dragons. His entire body creaking under the unbearable weight. His internal organs felt as if they were being kneaded and displaced by an unseen hand. And his spirit was akin to being struck by lightning, on the verge of shattering. In a daze, he saw countless phantoms emerge from the eternal lamp, an elderly man with white hair and a weathered face, a robust middle-aged cultivator with a commanding presence, and a youthful lad with an innocent demeanor, all gazing at him with scrutinizing eyes. Layer upon layer of oppressive pressure descended upon him like Mount Tai, nearly suffocating him. How could a mere mortal possibly comprehend my Sex 9 Transformations golden body technique? A thunderous voice reverberated in his mind. Without any foundation, you cannot bear this battle intent. Foolish child, retreat quickly. Persisting will only lead to your soul's dispersal. The admonitions fell like thunder from the heavens. Qiao Shou remained silent, his body trembling violently. Crimson seeping from his 7 orifices, the sound of drums echoing in his ears, and his spiritual platform descending into chaos, just as his spirit was about to scatter. Images of his brother's hearty laughter, Xiao Wu's fearful gaze, his father's upright silhouette, and the blood oath before the 81 desolate tombs flickered before him like a revolving lantern. How could he be defeated here? How dare he be defeated here? What fear of immortals or demons? It was merely a battle, merely death. Qiao Shou suddenly let out a long howl. In an instant, he stood tall, golden light radiating from his body, his white hair billowing as if caught in a breeze. Golden scales appeared on his arms, and as he struck out with a punch, a dragon's roar harmonized with it. The force of his punch shattered the air, and the overwhelming battle intent instantly dissipated, transforming into a nourishing rain that invigorated his limbs and bones. This was the might of a dragon. This child bore a trace of true dragon blood. The phantoms exchanged glances, then turned their gaze toward Qiao Shou, their eyes filled with astonishment, relief, and admiration. Ultimately, the myriad phantoms gradually transformed into starlight. Suddenly, Qiao Shou heard a battle cry that pierced the clouds and shattered stones, resonating as if it had traveled through the ages. It sounded like thunder. Young one, heed this. I, a disciple of the war sect, would rather shatter my body to uphold heaven and earth than kneel and bow for a paltry existence. Let the immortals descend, let the demons arise. Let the heavens tilt to the northwest, or the fires of catastrophe scorch the skies. We shall shatter it with a single punch. The echoes lingered in the stone chamber, causing Qiao Shou's blood to surge violently. The dragon scales on his arms resonated with the battle cry, transforming into the sounds of clanging metal and thundering steeds. Qiao Shou straightened his attire, bowed deeply before the spiritual tablets. Junior disciple Qiao Shou expresses gratitude to the esteemed predecessors of the war sect. Yuan Xiong stepped forward to support him, a rare smile appearing on his bronze face. It is time for a change in address. Since you have passed the trial, from now on, you shall call me. His words suddenly faltered, and he bashfully raked his tousled hair. Ahem. You should call me senior brother. Qiao Shou looked up in astonishment, only to see this formidable man with slightly flushed ears. What are you staring at? Yuan Xiong glared, but couldn't he help but chuckle. 60 years ago, I was merely an inner disciple as well. According to the rules of the war sect, you should naturally refer to me as senior brother. Senior brother. Qiao Shou's voice was somewhat awkward, but Yuan Xiong suddenly burst into hearty laughter, shaking the dust from the ceiling. Good, good, good. After repeating the word thrice, as his laughter subsided, glistening tears appeared in his fierce eyes. 100 years have passed. The legacy of the war sect endures. He suddenly clasped Qiao Shou's shoulders. Let us return to Sunset Valley. You have several senior brothers and sisters who should also be back. As the two stepped out of the underground palace, deep within the Wild Beast Mountain range, Su Xinghe stood in a pool of blood, clad in dark garments, lightly touching the severed bodies of the disciples from the MOU sect. They were not injured by weapons but had been killed with the force of a mountain. He stroked his beard in contemplation. That lad should still be alive. Otherwise, the MOU sect would not have continuously sent pursuers. Su Qingli, upon hearing this, finally relaxed her tightly clenched hand. Father. Qiao Shou once mentioned his desire to go to the war sect ruins. Su Xinghe gazed at the mist-covered mountains in the distance. Very well, let us investigate. However, his expression suddenly grew grave. Though the war sect has perished, its battle spirit lingers. Those who are not its disciples will suffer backlash upon approaching the ruins. We can only explore the periphery at most. The mountain winds rose suddenly, swirling up the fallen leaves. Su Xinghe led the group swiftly into the forest. At the Moonlight Mountain, within the MOU sect, Elder Gu knelt in a dim hall, his forehead pressed to the ground. Sect Master, Yuan Xiong's strength is unfathomable, at least capable of battling at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Moreover, he appears to be a body cultivator, and he boldly declared, to have the ancestor meet him. And that boy named Qiao Shou possesses extraordinary abilities. With golden scales emerging from his arms, the shadowy figure seated at the head of the hall remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. I will report this matter to the ancestor. You may leave now. Do not act recklessly. The ancestor is in a crucial period. Once he emerges, we shall settle this together. Understood. Elder Gu dared not say more and hurriedly withdrew. In Sunset Valley, Yuan Xiong led Qiao Shou back to the courtyard built of blue stones. He turned and pressed down on Xiao Xiu's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Little junior brother. Now that you have entered the war sect, your matters are also my concerns. I am well aware of the MOU sect's affairs, he paused. A glimmer of sharpness flashing in his tiger-like eyes, but ultimately, it is you who must conclude the matter of vengeance with your own hands. Until your wings are fully formed, I shall shield you from the storm. Xiao Xiu's heart warmed. And he was about to bow in gratitude when Yuan Xiong caught him. As a disciple of the war sect, we do not indulge in such formalities. Yuan Xiong frowned slightly. However, you lack a spiritual root. It seems you may not be able to cultivate the 9 transformations golden body technique. Xiao Xiu's expression dimmed. Yuan Xiong suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Do not worry. I see the golden scales on your arms. You must have other opportunities. Xiao Xiu activated the true dragon body refinement technique, his arms covered in golden scales, glowing splendidly in the sunset. He then demonstrated the sun-shooting technique with his ebony longbow, recounting his fortuitous encounters in the misty Dragonspine Mountain. This rugged man clapped his hands in admiration. Little junior brother, you are indeed fortunate. These 2 techniques are likely not inferior to the 9 transformations golden body technique, especially the sun-shooting technique. As dusk deepened, Yuan Xiong lit a bronze ancient lamp, the flame illuminating his resolute features, though your master has pointed the way. Cultivation ultimately relies on your own exploration. Speaking, he retrieved a jar of strong liquor, breaking its clay seal. Tonight, let me share with you the ways of the cultivation world. As the aroma of the wine wafted through the air, Yuan Xiong's voice gradually deepened. The path of cultivation is truly one of defying the heavens to alter fate. From chi refining to tribulation crossing, there are 9 major realms. The flickering light cast their shadows upon the stone wall, shimmering brilliantly. First realm, chi refinement realm absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the Dantian, condensing it into a vortex, allowing passage through the 12 meridians. At this stage, one can ride the wind, lift a 1,000-pound cauldron, and extend their lifespan by 2 cycles of 50 years. The cultivator has begun to glimpse the path, no longer an ordinary being. Second realm, foundation establishment realm lotus blossoms in the sea of chi, spiritual energy transforms into liquid jade, shedding the mortal shell to forge a foundation for the way. One can fly short distances and enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. This marks the boundary between immortals and mortals, known as foundation establishment. The beginning of the great path. Third realm, golden core realm jade liquid condenses into a golden pill. The purple palace reveals the dragon and tiger. The physical body becomes impervious, like crystal, as the life-bound magical treasure begins to take form. After 1,000 years, one realizes that consuming a single golden core signifies that one's fate is no longer dictated by heaven. Fourth realm, nascent soul realm. The golden core breaks free from its cocoon to become a holy infant, roaming the void with ease. The physical body can be molded, and the spirit is immortal, allowing one to gaze upon the mortal realm through 2,500 years of seasons. At this stage, the cultivator can be considered a terrestrial immortal. Fifth realm, transformation of spirit realm. The nascent soul evolves into the primordial spirit, delving into the mysteries of creation and the yin-yang. One can open up blessed lands and cultivate the yin spirit for night travel and the yang spirit for day travel, ultimately achieving harmony between yin and yang. It takes 6,000 years and 9 thunder tribulations to reveal one's true form. Sixth realm, refining the void realm. The primordial spirit merges with the void, mastering the manipulation of the universe. This realm is divided into 3 minor realms, observing the void, dwelling in the void, and returning to the void. Every millennium, one must traverse the trials of the void, yet even after 10,000 years, one may still behold the vastness of the changing world. Yuan Xiong continued, the realms ahead are too distant for you and me to fathom. Let us not speak of them. In the pursuit of immortality, the cultivators of the law seek the mysteries of heaven and earth, while we, the body cultivators, inquire solely within ourselves. We forge our flesh and blood into a furnace, our bones into divine weaponry, shattering myriad laws with a single punch, commanding the universe with sheer strength. Now, let us discuss the realms of body cultivation. First realm, body refinement. The skin is tempered like bronze, bones as firm as iron, with strength reaching several thousand pounds. One can withstand the blades of mortals, with wounds healing tenfold faster than an ordinary person. Second realm, rock solid. Muscles solidify like black iron, blood flows like rivers, and one can tear apart low-tier magical artifacts with bare hands. Third realm, dragon and elephant. Vital energy transforms into the ethereal forms of dragons and elephants. The force of a punch can shatter mountains and split the earth, extending lifespan to 500 years, with the body remaining incorruptible. Fourth realm, nirvana. After enduring the body-burning tribulation, flesh, blood, and bones are restructured 9 times, awakening the bloodline's divine abilities, akin to a severed limb reborn. Lifespan can reach 1,200 years. Fifth realm, indestructible. A single drop of blood can regenerate the body, withstanding the rifts of space, shattering the void to traverse the starry realms, effortlessly suppressing magical treasures of the same tier, extending lifespan to 3,000 years. Sixth realm, breaking the void. The power of a punch can shatter laws, the body can fracture the protective formations of mountains, and with a mere breath, one can summon the tides of heaven and earth, with lifespan extending to 5,000 years. Yuan Xiong raised the wine jar and took a hearty gulp, exuding an aura of boundless ambition. Spirit cultivators may bask in the radiance of the sun and moon, enjoying a lifespan of millennia, yet we, the body cultivators, seize life from the heavens. The body refinement realm endures the sharpest blades. In the rock-solid realm, one crushes souls with tremendous weight. During the dragon and elephant tribulation, every inch of flesh and blood shatters and is reborn. This journey has claimed 9 out of 10 practitioners. However, Yuan Xiong clenched his fist, causing the air to crackle. When meeting opponents of the same tier, regardless of your myriad magical treasures and profound techniques, I shall shatter them with a single punch. The path of body cultivation is inherently one of invincibility. If the heavenly laws strip away my lifespan, then grant me invincibility among my peers. If my path to eternal life is severed, then bestow upon me unparalleled combat prowess of this era. This is the essence of the grand path. Do spirit cultivators mock my short lifespan? They may live for 1,000 years, yet they may not surpass me in a mere century. Chapter 17. Guidance from Yuan Xing. Chao Shou listened with fervor, his eyes fixed on the wine jar in his senior brother's hand, smacking his lips in anticipation. Yuan Xiong, noticing his excitement, let out a hearty laugh. Ha. Does the young one wish to savor the taste of wine? With that, he passed the jar to Chao Shou. Come, take a sip. Chao Shou accepted the jar and took a small gulp, immediately feeling a sharp sting as the liquid slid down his throat, causing his delicate face to flush a deep crimson. Ha, the youth is unaware of the pleasures of wine. Drink heartily. As cultivators of the body, we need not fast. Indulging in wine and meat is the true joy of life. Chao Shou held his breath and took a hearty swig. Cough. The young man choked. And under the flickering candlelight, his cheeks grew even redder. This wine was brewed from the essence of demonic beasts mixed with various medicinal herbs, enhancing one's physical prowess and cultivation. From now on, drink a bit every day. Yuan Xiong gently patted the boy's back, his tone softening. While avenging blood feuds is indeed crucial, do not let hatred blind your eyes. There are countless wonders in this world waiting for you to explore. The candle flickered and crackled, casting a warm glow on the youth's dazed eyes. At 14, this was his first encounter with alcohol, and he felt himself becoming pleasantly tipsy. Chao Shou sensed the world spinning around him, the candlelight morphing into a hazy aura, while Yuan Xiong's deep voice began to fade into the distance. He struggled to keep his eyes open, but his eyelids felt leaden, and before he knew it, he had slumped onto the cushion. Yuan Xiong looked at the curled-up boy with a hint of tenderness in his fierce eyes. He gently lifted Chao Shou, his movements surprisingly delicate for such a robust figure. Sleep well, little junior brother, Yuan Xiong whispered, placing him on the fur-covered bed. At 14, Yuan Xiong's rough fingers brushed against the boy's snowy hair. It was an age that should be spent under the care of parents. Gradually, Chao Shou's breathing grew steady. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on his face. Yuan Xiong took out a calming incense pill, igniting it, and sat cross-legged beside the bed like a guardian deity. The night wind caressed the valley, bringing with it the sound of rustling pines. Inside, the fragrant smoke from the incense enveloped the space, transforming it into the most serene of havens. The next day, the sun climbed high in the sky. Intense sunlight pierced through the window, pricking Chao Shou's face like golden needles. He furrowed his brow, his eyelids heavy as lead, with the lingering burn of last night's liquor still in his throat. Ugh. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurry at first but gradually coming into focus. The room was empty, save for a bowl of steaming meat soup on the table, accompanied by a note inscribed with powerful, decisive strokes: awaken, drink, and practice. Chao Shou propped himself up, his head still somewhat foggy, yet his internal energy felt unusually vibrant, as if a warm current flowed through his veins. He lifted the bowl, the rich aroma of the soup sliding down his throat and instantly dispelling the last remnants of intoxication. He pushed the door open, the blinding sunlight pouring in, forcing him to squint. In the distance, Yuan Xiong stood bare-chested, delivering powerful punches to a towering black rock. With each strike, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface, only to slowly mend under some unseen force. Noticing the commotion, Yuan Xiong turned and grinned. Awake? Your tolerance for alcohol is too poor. From now on, drink a bowl every day before practicing. Chao Shou rubbed his temples, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Senior brother, that wine is too strong. Strong? Yuan Xiong laughed heartily. This is nothing. Once you get used to it, it'll be as easy as drinking water. With that, he strode over, slapping a large hand on Chao Xiu's shoulder. Come. Today, I shall guide you in your cultivation. Chao Xiu felt a surge of energy at the words and quickly followed his senior brother outside to an open area. Yuan Xing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Junior brother, unleash your most powerful punch. Chao Xiu inhaled deeply, activating the true dragon body refinement technique within him. Golden light enveloped his arms, revealing shimmering dragon scales. The newly condensed fighting spirit in his dantian erupted forth, causing his eyes to shine with intensity, and his white hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. He twisted his waist like a dragon, unleashing a punch that tore through the air with the sound of thunder. Yet, Yuan Xing did not evade. Nor did he activate his protective aura, choosing instead to meet the strike with his bare body. Boom. The sound of flesh colliding echoed, sending leaves swirling around them. Yuan Xing stood firm, while Chao Xiu was pushed back, leaving a trail of 5 or 6 zhang-long footprints before he steadied himself. Yuan Xiong raised an eyebrow, noticing the boy's downcast expression. He softened his tone. That punch had some fire to it. If it had struck an unsuspecting foundation establishment stage cultivator, it could have taken their life. His expression shifted. However, you are just beginning this journey. Achieving this level is already commendable. Even those with extraordinary talent take years of hard work to reach the late foundation establishment stage. Senior brother, what level am I at now? Xiao Xiu asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yu Wenxing pondered for a long moment before shaking his head. Our paths of cultivation are different. In terms of physical strength, you are roughly at the level of the rock-solid stage. But if you were to face me in combat, he paused, I could kill you with one hand. You currently resemble a cultivator who has forcibly broken through by consuming precious materials, with a shaky foundation and scattered energy. If you were to fight a mid-foundation establishment cultivator from a major sect, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Yu Wenxing stood tall, his gaze piercing as he regarded Xiao Xiu. Though I do not understand your true dragon body refinement technique, the paths of body refinement ultimately converge. While a good technique may elevate your starting point, true breakthroughs require relentless forging. He paused, his tone turning serious. Your greatest flaw lies in your unstable foundation and lack of combat skills. You possess strength but do not know how to wield it effectively. You have fighting spirit, yet lack the understanding to integrate it. Starting tomorrow, you will venture outside the valley for training. There, demonic beasts roam freely, and spirit herbs abound. You must hone your skills through life and death battles. Remember, unless you find yourself on the brink of death, I will not intervene. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Only through blood and battle can true strength be forged. Xiao Xiu nodded earnestly and suddenly produced a glowing ancient tome from his storage ring, extending it toward Yu Wenxiong. Senior brother, this is the divine refinement strategy left by our master. I wonder if it could be of assistance to you. The moment Yu Wenxiong took the tome, his pupils constricted with astonishment. The surface shimmered with profound runes, as if resonating with spiritual energy. His fingertips trembled, his voice tinged with excitement. This is a complete divine refinement legacy. Yu Wenxiong took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tumult. Such techniques, even in the entire continent, would be exceedingly rare. The few existing copies were treasured by reclusive old masters. Do you understand, junior brother? Just this one technique is enough to make those hidden old monsters fight over it. Are you truly willing to let me comprehend it? Yu Wenxiong's expression turned grave, his fingers gently caressing the tome's ancient cover, a blend of fervor and hesitance in his gaze. Xiao Xiu smiled nonchalantly. Senior brother treats me like family. Such a technique is nothing worth mentioning. The path of cultivation is long. It is better to walk together than alone. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenxiong laughed heartily, patting Xiao Xiu's shoulder. Excellent. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Once I grasp its mysteries and compensate for my shortcomings, our chances against the 7-star hall will be greatly enhanced. He carefully tucked the divine refinement strategy into his robe, then seemed to recall something, pondering. However, this matter must not be disclosed. The divine refinement techniques are highly sensitive. If certain old monsters become aware, it could spell disaster. Xiao Xiu nodded earnestly. Senior brother, rest assured, I understand the gravity of this matter. Yu Wenxing nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning distant as he looked towards the horizon. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, the silhouettes of the two brothers stretched long, as if heralding the challenging yet opportunity-filled path of strength that lay ahead. Chapter 18. The harsh cultivation on the desolate mountain on the second day. As dawn's soft light began to break and the morning mist lingered, Xiao Xiu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, concluding a night of meditative practice. He retrieved his ebony longbow, his fingers gently tracing the intricate patterns along the bow's surface, before securely fastening the quiver on his back. It is time to depart, he murmured to himself. Just as he was about to push the door open, he noticed that Yuan Xiong had already arrived, standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the entrance. Senior brother, Xiao Xiu said, slightly taken aback, and quickly paid his respects. Yuan Xiong's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over the longbow at Xiao Xiu's back, his brows furrowing slightly. Put that away. Today is not for hunting mountain chickens or wild rabbits. What purpose does it serve to bring it? He paused, then continued. Today, I shall guide you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Starting tomorrow, you will act independently. Xiao Xiu promptly stored the longbow back into his storage ring and hastily consumed the meat porridge prepared by Yuan Xiong. The two set off, treading on the morning dew. As they passed through the barrier at the mouth of the setting sun valley, Yuan Xiong explained while walking, powerful demon beasts possess fixed territories, their clans distinct, and their intelligence often surpasses that of ordinary humans. Your current focus should be on solidifying your foundation. You must proceed step by step and avoid the pitfalls of greed and haste. He gestured towards the distant mist-shrouded mountains. Today, the target is a third-tier demon beast known as the Cracked Mountain Violent Bear, a ferocious creature of the earth element, comparable in strength to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Upon reaching their destination, the two stood beneath an ancient pine tree. 100 paces away, a colossal beast lay resting beneath the rocky cliff. The demon beast resembled a mountain, its shoulders more than 10 feet wide, its body entirely covered in dark brown bristles that gleamed like cold iron under the sunlight. Beneath its skin, sinewy muscles writhed, rising and falling with each breath, as if countless serpents slithered beneath its surface. Yuan Xiong suddenly retracted his imposing aura, suppressing his cultivation level to match that of Xiao Xiu. He produced a green jade slip from his palm and tossed it casually to Xiao Xiu. This is the essence of the Stacking Waves fist, created by our sect's founder, who comprehended the principles of heaven and earth while observing the tides of the Eastern Sea. Xiao caught the jade slip, applying a slight pressure with his fingertip. The slip shattered with a sound, transforming into specks of azure light that entered his mind. In an instant, a vast wave of fist intent surged into his consciousness. The fist momentum is like the tide, ceaseless and relentless. Layer upon layer, it advances without end. The waves rise with a ripple, 3 parts revealed, 7 parts concealed, like the tide's initial surge, concealing hidden dangers. Stacking waves create a force, drawing upon the previous momentum. Each strike giving rise to the next, the following wave propels the preceding one, exponentially increasing in might. The furious sea's tumult reaches its zenith, every punch containing immense power. The wind of the fists can cleave mountains. In the boundless void of the abyss, as one's cultivation deepens, the fist's power grows ever stronger, upon reaching the ultimate realm. A punch can shatter the heavens. Xiao's spirit trembled violently, feeling as though he witnessed the transformation of mountains and seas firsthand. This fist technique aligned with the cyclical principles of the heavens, revealing extraordinary profundity. If this technique were fueled by battle intent, its power could increase by 30%. Yuan Xiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. However, remember, if the momentum of the fist falters, you must start anew. Now, observe closely. Before his words faded, Yuan Xiang's figure was already in motion. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself like an arrow released from a bow towards the small mountain-like cracked mountain violent bear. Sensing the threat, the beast stood upright and let out a thunderous roar. Waves rise with a ripple. Yuan Xiang's right fist extended languidly, appearing feeble and insipid, yet upon striking the bear's abdomen, it erupted with a thunderous sound. The bear recoiled in pain, its enormous body swaying slightly. Stacking waves create a force. Without allowing the bear a moment to react, Yuan Xiang's left fist followed swiftly. This punch carried 3 parts more weight than the last, and as the fist wind surged, the bear's thick fur rolled back like waves. In a fit of rage, the bear swung its massive paw, accompanied by a fierce gust. Yuan Xiang deftly evaded, the bear's claws carving deep furrows into the ground. Hidden current surge. He spun, delivering a rising diagonal strike to the bear's armpit. This punch, executed at a precise angle, penetrated deeply, eliciting a painful howl from the bear. Its eyes turned crimson, and a yellowish glow enveloped its body as the ground trembled violently. Is it attempting to unleash the resonance of the earth's veins? Too late. Yuan Xiang scoffed, accelerating his punches. Surging waves, fury of the tides, raging whirlpools. Each punch came faster and heavier than the last. Yuan Xiang's form blurred into multiple afterimages around the bear, the fierce winds causing ancient trees to shed their leaves. The bear clumsily turned, yet it could never grasp Yuan Xiang's ropes. By the time the 9th punch landed, the yellowish glow surrounding the bear had dimmed considerably. It stood in fury, its massive paws crashing down like a mountain. Come on. Stacking waves 1,000-fold. Yuan Xiang did not dodge. Instead, he unleashed a spiraling right punch from his waist. At the moment of impact, the bear's colossal body staggered backward. Boundless void. Yuan Xiang suddenly leaped into the air, his battle intent surging. His fist glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sun, carrying the full force of the previous 11 punches, crashing down upon the bear's skull like a falling star. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as the bear's mountain-like form collapsed to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Yuan Xiang gracefully retreated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The mountain wind rustled his robes as he gazed at the still twitching bear, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Did you witness that clearly? Turning to find Xiao still standing in stunned silence, Yuan Xiang chuckled lightly. This method is invincible in close combat. Those cultivators, as long as you can close the distance, can be dispatched as easily as this bear. If this creature had been wise, it would have attempted to disrupt my momentum by the 8th punch. Alas, demon beasts are ultimately just that. They possess brute strength but lack adaptability. Xiao stared at the bear's mountain-like corpse, suddenly realizing something. Senior brother is implying cultivators will be even more challenging to deal with? Yuan Xiang glanced at him. Cultivators possess magical artifacts for protection, can utilize escape techniques, and even. Suddenly, he formed his fingers into a sword shape, unleashing a sword chi that shattered a boulder 10 yards away, capable of ending your life from a distance. So remember, the Stacking Waves fist requires not only power, but also the opportunity to close in. Xiao clenched his fists, a fire igniting in his eyes. Yuan Xiang nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Now, it is your turn to seek out a violent bear and test your mettle. Xiao tightened his fists, feeling the surging battle intent within him, his gaze resolutely scanning the dense forest ahead. Soon, he spotted his target beneath a rocky overhang, another cracked mountain violent bear. Its head lowered as it gnawed at something, its heavy breathing echoing clearly in the stillness of the woods. Remember, the momentum of the fists must be continuous. Yuan Xiang's voice resonated from behind. Xiao took a deep breath, mimicking Yuan Xiang's stance as he charged forward. Waves rise with a ripple. His fist landed heavily on the bear's hind leg. Roar. The bear, feeling the pain, turned. And Xiao then realized this one was even larger than the one Yuan Xiang had faced. In a panic, he unleashed a second punch, but due to his anxiety, it lacked sufficient force, striking the bear as if it were hitting an iron plate. The bear's massive paw swept towards him, and Xiao Xiu barely managed to sidestep, only to be knocked off balance by the ensuing gust. Gritting his teeth, he continued to throw punches, but his third punch was entirely misaligned, failing to capitalize on the momentum of the first two, causing him to lose his balance. Fool, pay attention to your rhythm. Yuan Xiong's reprimanding voice echoed. The bear seized the opportunity, standing upright, and Xiao Xiu watched in terror as the shadow that eclipsed the sun descended upon him. In a panic, he rolled to evade. But the bear's claws left 3 bloody gashes across his back, the searing pain making his vision blur. Xiao Xiu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise and continue attacking. Yet, his momentum was completely disrupted, and he had to start over. The bear took advantage of this opening, delivering a heavy head with the Xiao Xiu's chest. Xiao Xiu was sent flying, crashing through several small trees before coming to a stop. He felt as though his ribs were shattered, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. The bear relentlessly charged at him, and as Xiao Xiu struggled to stand, his movements were sluggish due to his injuries. The bear's enormous paw came crashing down, directly slamming him into the muddy ground. Xiao Xiu's consciousness began to fade, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Yuan Xiong kicked aside the violent beast and lifted the barely conscious Xiao Xiu. Are you a fool? Remember, the essence of combat lies in the momentum. You must grasp the essence of the fist. Xiao Xiu attempted to protest, but only coughed up more blood. His vision gradually faded, and the last thing he heard was Yuan Xiong's icy snort. Rest for a moment. We shall continue shortly. Remember this pain. It is the price of failure. Xiao Xiu charged at the beast time and again, having lost count of how many times he had been sent flying. He was only aware that from the initial 2 punches he could throw, he had now progressed to 5. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Xiu was once again struck down by the beast's colossal paw, his body crashing through several ancient pines before finally coming to a halt. He lay helplessly amidst the withered branches and fallen leaves, every inch of his skin seeping blood. His left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the jagged bones piercing through flesh, exposed in the twilight. The concave area of his chest held a fractured rib that punctured a lung, each labored breath accompanied by blood-tinged foam. The once handsome visage had been utterly transformed, his right eye swollen shut, the bridge of his nose shattered, and the corner of his mouth torn back to the ear, revealing bloodstained molars. Not a single patch of unblemished skin remained. Countless claw marks had sunk deep, some wounds even exposing the faint pulsing of internal organs. When Yuan Xiong picked him up, Xiao Xiu's body hung limply like a boneless serpent. The grinding of broken bones produced a sound that could make one's teeth ache. Dark red blood mixed with fragments of internal organs oozing from his 7 orifices, trailing behind him a gruesome streak of crimson. The moment he was cast into a murky green medicinal liquid, the viscous fluid immediately erupted into a scarlet spray. As his shattered form floated, occasionally a wound would surface, revealing the frenzied writhing of granulation tissue under the influence of the medicine. A sound emerged from his throat, unrecognizable as human, while his fingers instinctively clawed at the walls of the barrel, leaving trails of blood on the hard ironwood. In the twilight, Yuan Xiong's silhouette gradually faded. Only the grotesque figure within the medicinal vat remained, caught in a cycle of excruciating pain and healing, sometimes convulsing, at other times twitching. Occasionally, bubbles would rise from beneath the surface, bursting on the water's surface with a fine mist of blood, as if even breathing had become the most brutal of tortures. Chapter 19. The harsh cultivation on the desolate mountain. 2. Xiao Xiu soaked in the wooden barrel throughout the night until dawn. The medicinal liquid within had transformed from a deep green to a murky dark red, with coagulated blood and shredded flesh floating atop the surface. As Xiao Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer sparkled within his pupils. He lowered his gaze to behold his body, unscathed as ever. The gruesome wounds from the previous night had left no trace, not even a scar. He propped himself up and stepped out of the medicinal tub, his bones cracking like popping beans. Every inch of his muscles harbored a strength more formidable than the day before. In the courtyard, Yuan Xiong was polishing a long knife. Upon noticing Xiao Xiu's approach, he lifted his head and remarked, "You've recovered well." His tone was calm, yet it could not mask the hint of astonishment in his eyes. The agonizing moans from the previous night still echoed in his ears, a typical cultivator, even with the aid of spiritual medicine, would require 2 to 3 days of recuperation after such grievous injuries. Yet this youth had regained his vigor overnight. "Thank you, senior brother, for the medicinal bath," Xiao Xiu said, cupping his fist in salute, his voice steady as if the dying man of yesterday were not himself. Yuan Xiong waved his hand dismissively. "Continue today. If you can only deliver 5 or 6 punches again, I shall break a few more of your bones." He pointed to a large celadone bowl on the stone table, filled with steaming meat soup. "Eat well. It is prepared for you." Xiao Xiu picked up the bowl and noticed several green herbs floating in the rich white broth, the aroma wafting enticingly. The meat was tender and flavorful, melting in his mouth, and a warm sensation spread from his stomach to his limbs. "I went hunting in the mountains last night and caught some game," Yuan Xiong remarked. Arms crossed, his tone neutral but concern evident in his eyes. He gestured to the translucent meat in the bowl. "This is the heart-protecting meat of a third-tier beast. The green-striped deer, combined with 3-leaf dew grass and a century-old poria. Since you lack a spirit root and cannot absorb the natural energies of the world, you must rely on these nourishing items to meet your cultivation needs." Xiao Xiu held the porcelain bowl, observing the amber broth topped with green herb leaves. The rich fragrance mingled with a hint of forest freshness. Without hesitation, he began to devour the contents. Once he had finished, all remnants of fatigue vanished. And he prepared for the day's battle. Deep within the dense forest, beneath a familiar rock face, the ferocious beast was consuming its prey. Sensing Xiaoshuo's presence, it rose in anger. This human had been nearly defeated yesterday, yet dared to provoke it again today. With a surge of energy, Xiaoshuo moved like lightning. His punches faster than the day before. The beast, caught off guard, staggered back from his first blow. With a fluid motion, he followed with his left fist, striking the beast's old wound with precision. The beast roared in pain, swiping its massive paw, but Xiaoshuo deftly evaded. The third punch. The fourth. Xiaoshuo grew increasingly emboldened, his punches flowing like water. However, as he delivered his sixth punch, the beast suddenly unleashed a resonance with the earth, causing the ground to tremble and disrupting his rhythm. Boom. The beast's colossal paw, laden with immense force, slammed Xiaoshuo into the rock face. Amidst the explosion of debris, his body left a dent in the hard stone. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained unfazed, casually spitting out the blood froth. Instead of retaliating immediately, Xiaoshuo steadied himself in the brief pause, his burning fighting spirit gradually transforming into a contemplative glow. Kneeling, his blood-soaked hair fell over his forehead, the metallic scent of blood filling his lungs. Another 6 punches, he murmured softly, pressing his knuckles against the cracked surface of the rock, recalling his senior brother's teachings on comprehending the essence of his strikes. The essence of a punch should not merely be a technique. What is the essence of a punch? He recalled every detail from Yuan Xiong's demonstrations. Those images slipping through his fingers like grains of sand, elusive yet tantalizing. The beast's roar jolted him from his reverie. This time, however, Xiaoshuo did not rush to strike. He slightly bent his knees, allowing his arms to hang naturally. As the beast's claws sliced through the air towards him, he shifted fluidly, evading the lethal strike at the last moment. The youth shook his head, casting aside all distractions. He resumed his stance, immersing himself in another round of relentless training. Time and again, he was flung back, only to charge forth at the mighty beast, seemingly tireless. The setting sun painted the forest in crimson hues. Xiaoshuo staggered up from a pile of rubble, bloodied and battered. His left arm hung limply, the joint piercing through skin, a deep claw mark on his right leg exposed bone, leaving dark red footprints in the mud with each step. His tattered clothes were saturated with blood, clinging to his torn flesh. His face bore multiple cuts, with one eye swollen to a mere slit yet still shining with indomitable spirit. Yet, at this moment, the bloody corner of his mouth curled into a smile. 8 punches. He had finally executed the complete 8-wave sequence. Although he was ultimately sent flying by the beast's final blow, he was no longer just a broken vessel to be carried away. Xiaoshuo dragged his battered body step by step towards the valley of the setting sun. The sound of fractured ribs grinding was almost unbearable, but he remained oblivious. When his fingers finally brushed against the edge of the medicinal tub, he collapsed into it like a marionette with severed strings. The dark green liquid was instantly stained crimson, the herbal fragments floating atop, sizzling against his open wounds. Yet, Xiaoshuo merely leaned back against the tub, gazing at the last glimmers of sunset, his bloodied eyelashes slowly closing. Thus, day after day, the youth battled the beast, rising to face it at dawn and returning at dusk. Each time the sun dipped below the horizon, he would drag his injured body into the medicinal tub, allowing the dark green liquid to seep into every wound, honing his sinews amidst the piercing pain. The rare medicinal dishes prepared by Yuan Xiong nourished his internal organs, each mouthful transforming into a surge of vitality, coursing relentlessly through his meridians. As days turned into nights, his punching technique grew increasingly fierce. His combat awareness and the might of his waves ascended layer upon layer. His skin bore the marks of fresh and old injuries. Yet under the refining power of the medicinal baths, it glimmered like jade, his bones becoming ever more resilient, his muscles as solid as forged iron. Each fall signified a stronger resurgence. Meanwhile, as Xiaoshuo immersed himself in frenzied cultivation on the mountain path outside the war gate, Su Qinghe and his companions had been waiting in the desolate autumn wind for several dozen days. Liar. Su Qinghe gazed at his increasingly emaciated daughter, sighing deeply as withered leaves crumbled to powder in his grasp. Father understands your thoughts, but the pressing matters within the clan cannot be delayed. Moreover, the trial battlefield in East Songzhou is soon to open, a rare opportunity occurring once every 100 years. The 3 major sects and various families are sharpening their blades. If you wish to secure a place amidst them, now is the time to focus on your cultivation. Su Qingli's delicate fingers clenched her sleeve tightly, her autumn-like eyes reflecting the empty mountain path. After a long pause, she finally spoke softly. Father is right. Her voice was as light as a sigh. And as she turned, her skirt fluttered, stirring a few fallen maple leaves. The figures of the departing group gradually faded into the evening mist, leaving only the mountain wind to mournfully sweep past the stone steps where they once stood. Qingyang sect. The bronze-cast palace towered majestically, radiating an ancient and profound luster under the morning sun. The sect leader, Cheng Pejun, sat upon the iron throne, exuding a steely presence as solid as a mountain. The trial battlefield is about to commence. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. His voice thundered, resonating through the hall. All disciples under the age of 30 immediately set aside mundane affairs and prepare for battle. Before he could finish, a white-clad youth stepped forward, The sword at his waist sang a clear note, reflecting a fierce sword intent. A golden glimmer flickered between his brows, reminiscent of the rising sun. He was the legendary bearer of the breaking illusion golden eyes. Disciple is present. Fong Feiyu cupped his fist in respect, his voice clear as a sword-s song. I shall not disappoint the sect leader's expectations and will surely lead my fellow disciples to victory. Shanqing Palace. 9 towering stone pillars pierced the clouds, their surfaces adorned with a myriad of ancient runes that glimmered with a ghostly light, as if whispering timeless secrets. The Palace Master, by Yili, stood suspended above the altar, his snow-white hair cascading like a waterfall, moving without wind. The battlefield was summoned once more. His voice echoed ethereally, as if descending from the heavens. 360 disciples of my sect ventured forth, yet fewer than half would return. As my gaze swept across the assembly of disciples below, I continued, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, yet the opportunities are beyond reckoning. The sect does not impose its will, your choices are your own. The disciples below regarded me with unwavering resolve, none dared to retreat. In the foremost row, a maiden clad in purple slightly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with the brilliance of stars, her flowing garments exuding an air of extraordinary grace. In the depths of the darkened hall of the MOU sect, flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the walls, permeating the air with a chilling atmosphere. Atop the dais, a vague figure lurked in the obscurity, with only 2 crimson eyes glimmering in the gloom, reminiscent of a lurking beast. The command was issued, his voice rasped and cold, akin to the sound of metal scraping against metal, sending shivers down one's spine. In this trial of the battlefield, I shall ensure that the disciples of Qingyang's sect and Shanqing Palace face annihilation. As his words fell, the temperature in the hall plummeted, as if even the candle flames had been frozen in time. From the shadows, a deep and respectful voice responded, yes, sect leader. Also, summon Yi Yin to see me. Chapter 20. The rising waves, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal paw, infused with furious winds, sent Cao Xiu hurtling 8 zhang away. His body crashed into the rocky wall like a kite severed from its string, debris scattering and dust erupting. The giant beast, with its scarlet eyes, fixated on the figure that had been flung back, yet refrained from pursuing. Despite being battered and bruised over these many days, this human seemed to rise again and again, as if oblivious to the meaning of pain. The mountain breeze swept across the battlefield, stirring up tiny fragments of stone. Kneeling on one knee, Cao Xiu, panting heavily, suddenly noticed the trajectory of the dislodged rubble dancing in the wind. Though seemingly chaotic, it resonated with an underlying rhythm, reminiscent of the waves caressing the shore, where each grain of sand must abide by the cadence of the tides. He slowly closed his eyes, and for a moment, the world appeared to freeze. The wind stilled. The clouds congealed, leaving only the blood-stained white hair of the youth and his tattered robes fluttering in the void. Thus, it dawned upon him. Cao Xiu opened his eyes, a newfound clarity washing over him. Straightening his back, his arms became enveloped in dragon scales, the pale golden patterns moving as if alive. No longer in haste to strike, he gradually assumed a boxing stance, standing resolute like a rock, allowing the mountain winds to pass by, his fists resonating with the very essence of nature. The waves surged, a gentle ripple. A punch was delivered lightly, no longer relying on brute force. Akin to a soft breeze brushing against willows, or the tide tenderly touching the coast, with its power permeating through layers, unobstructed. This punch appeared gentle, yet a grave light flickered in the eyes of the giant beast, for it sensed that this punch was not born of muscle strength, but rather from a greater force flowing through the realm, an unstoppable tide. One punch, like a clear mountain spring, nourished without sound. 2 punches, like a rushing stream, concealed sharpness within. 10 punches, akin to a tempestuous sea, an unstoppable force. Cao Xiu abruptly retracted his strength, not from exhaustion, but because the next punch would surely claim victory. He gazed at the giant beast, a companion of his training for dozens of days, and saw the ferocity in its eyes transform into fear, its massive frame trembling slightly. Thank you. The corner of the youth's bloodied lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to depart under the setting sun. Behind him, the giant beast lay prostrate on the ground, a whimper escaping its throat, as if honoring the birth of a true warrior. The dying sun, like blood, elongated his silhouette, casting it far and wide. In the shadows, Yuan Xiong revealed a smile, nodding with satisfaction. As Cao Xiu stepped out from the medicinal barrel, moonlight bathed the courtyard. The liquid within the barrel still retained warmth, its previous murkiness now gone. In just 1 hour, his wounds had healed completely. Brat, come out once you're ready. Yuan Xiong's rugged voice pierced through the moonlight. Cao Xiu adjusted his clothing and pushed open the door, finding his senior brother seated alone at a stone table, a sealed jar of wine beside him. He called out softly, "Senior brother," his voice no longer betraying the innocence of youth. Yuan Xiong broke the mud seal, sliding the jar of wine before him. You've grasped the basics of the rising wave's fist, but true cultivation has only just begun. Beasts are ultimately dull-witted. Yet every practitioner possesses unique methods. Each life and death struggle henceforth will be a chance for you to comprehend the true essence of your fist. Chao Xiao cradled the jar of wine in his hands, tilting it back for a sip. The strong liquor seared his throat, igniting a blaze within. In half a year, the once-in-a-century trial battlefield would soon commence. The thunder calamity pool within could temper the foundation and refine the body. His gaze sharpened as he looked at Chao Xiao. I want you to solidify your foundation there, stronger than divine weapons. Yuan Xiong drained the jar of spirits, his eyes shimmering with fervor. At that time, the elite disciples and scions of all sects will gather, and blood will flow like rain. However, this is the perfect place to hone your combat prowess. Had you not grasped a third of the true meaning of the Rising Wave's fist, I would never have permitted you to take this risk. Chao Xiao frowned slightly. Senior brother, what is this trial place? This is a small world opened by ancient powers through transcendent means. It contains restrictions. Only those under the age of 30 may enter. Within, the spiritual energy swirls like mist, with spiritual herbs thriving everywhere, and ancient legacies hidden. The most precious is the innate foundation liquid, which can mend a practitioner's foundational flaws and aid in establishing a perfect Tao foundation. Only 10 portions appear in the world each time, drawing countless elites to vie for them at the cost of their lives. He patted Chao Xiao's shoulder. Though you need not the foundation liquid, the Nine Heavens Thunder Calamity Pool is the opportunity you must seize. It is a sacred ground for body refinement, with its thunderous power comparable to heavenly tribulations, greatly beneficial to you. Under the moonlight, Yuan Xiong's eyes sparkled like lightning. Remember, a towering building begins with a mound of earth. Since you have chosen the path of body cultivation, the Thunder Calamity will serve as an exceptional opportunity to solidify your foundation. Chao Xiao's fingers gradually curled, the joints producing crisp cracks, his eyes igniting with fervent combat spirit. Yuan Xiong, with a flourish of his sleeve, produced a set of bindings forged from mysterious iron. The bindings glimmered with a cold blue hue under the moonlight. Intricate runes etched upon their surface. Your fist technique has been established, and your strength is acceptable, but your speed is as slow as a tortoise crawling through sand. From this day forth, were these during training, even while eating and sleeping, the bindings thudded to the ground, cracking the earth beneath like a spider's web. Chao Xiao bent down to retrieve them, his veins bulging as he lifted the weight. Those sect disciples excel at aerial swordplay. If you cannot close the distance, your formidable punches will be in vain. Yuan Xiong suddenly wore a knowing smile. Starting tomorrow, you will don this 3,000 gene binding to meet new opponents. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, a weathered ancient tome soared from his robe, hovering in the air, exuding an aura of antiquity. This was obtained during my early travels, Yuan Xiong reminisced. It is not a divine technique, but rather a pure body technique created by martial artists of the mortal realm. Though it lacks rank, it offers a unique approach. Most importantly, it requires no spiritual energy, allowing one to briefly soar through sheer physical force. Chao Xiao accepted the ancient tome. Noticing the cover adorned with the archaic characters Step to the Heavens, opening the first page, a line of robust, powerful script caught his eye. Break with strength. Use the body as a vessel and defy the heavens. As he continued to peruse, he discovered that the contents did not describe ordinary lightness techniques, but rather a unique method that harnessed an explosive surge of muscle power, generating terrifying recoil at the moment of contact between the foot and the ground. Each page was adorned with vivid illustrations of human meridians, meticulously detailing the sequence and rhythm of muscle exertion. Chao Xiao grew increasingly astonished. The creator of this technique is truly a prodigy. Under the moonlight, he diligently studied the manual. He realized that this seemingly simple body technique concealed an exquisite application of physical strength. Every leap required precise control over the entire body's muscle explosion sequence. A slight error could lead to self-injury. Yuan Xiong turned to exit the courtyard, leaving behind a parting remark. Contemplate well tonight, and do not make your demise too disgraceful tomorrow. Yet, Chao Xiao clearly noticed the barely concealed smile at the corner of his senior brother's mouth as he turned away. On the second day, as Chao Xiao fastened the 3,000 gene bindings, his knee crashed into the ground. He attempted to lift his leg, realizing that the once easily shattering strength of his leg muscles now rendered even walking a formidable challenge. The step to the heavens does not tread upon the sky, but upon your own limits. Yuan Xiong waved his sleeve, and the skies echoed with a piercing cry that could shatter gold and split stone. I have starved this beast for half a month. Now it desires to taste everything. Yuan Xiong chuckled with glee. A massive iron-feathered hawk descended, its wingspan stretching 30 zhang, each feather glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. This was a fourth-tier beast, the iron feather hawk, capable of conjuring tempests with a flap of its wings and possessing claws sharp enough to rend steel. With the bindings on, if you could touch even a feather. Yuan Xiong's words trailed off as the iron feather hawk swooped down like a bolt of black lightning. Chao Xiao gritted his teeth and lowered his center of gravity, channeling all his strength into his feet per the technique's principle. Boom. The hawk's talons grazed his back, showering him in a rain of blood. Chao Xiao staggered, attempting to change direction, yet the bindings hampered his movements. The iron feather hawk soared back, its iron wings slicing through the air. Crack! Chao Xiu's blocking arm shattered, his entire being driven 3 feet deep into the earth. As the sun grew fiercer, the sandy ground bore witness to dozens of bloodstains. Chao Xiu's right leg was grievously torn by the talons of a hawk, the wound deep enough to reveal bone, with iron rings of restraint digging painfully into his swollen flesh. Yet, he steadfastly gazed at the heavens, and at the 7th dive of the Xiantai eagle, he suddenly surged forth. With a leap that shattered the earth beneath him, he defied gravity, elevating himself a full yard despite the 3,000 pounds of binding weight. With a swift motion, his fingertips grazed the edge of the eagle's wing, but the restraints thwarted any further advance. The Xiantai eagle let out a furious screech and lashed its tail back, leaving Chao Xiu with no leverage in midair, and he was struck by the iron feathers, spiraling downwards. When the dust settled, he was seen embedded in the rock wall, his body sprawled in a star shape. The Xiantai eagle circled above, triumphantly casting a shadow of humiliation upon him. Continuing the relentless assault, Yuan Xiong flicked his sword lightly, unleashing a fierce gust that dislodged Chao Xiu from the rock. The youth remained silent, spitting out a shattered molar that traced a tragic arc in the setting sun before charging once more at the Xiantai eagle. Time and again, he leaped, only to be struck down by the eagle's iron wings. His arms had long since twisted grotesquely, and his right knee exposed white bone. Yet he stubbornly repeated his actions. In his final attempt, Chao Xiu's feet sank deeply into the ground, his entire body tensed like a drawn bowstring. Just as he was about to leap, his pupils dilated, and he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. Blood-tinged froth seeped from his parched lips. Yet his fingers maintained a grasping posture. As twilight enveloped the scene, Yuan Xiong lifted the battered body, now barely clinging to life. White hair matted against the stark wounds. The iron rings of restraint dug deep into the swollen flesh, as blood mixed with fragments of internal organs oozed forth with each faint breath. At the moment the medicinal barrel was submerged in water, the piercing cry of the Xiantai eagle echoed from the distant mountains. That sound pierced through the dusk, entwined with the hawk's inherent arrogance and mockery, reverberating hauntingly through the blood-soaked valley. Suddenly, the liquid in the wooden barrel churned violently. The unconscious youth remained oblivious to the golden light that emerged from his heart, coiling around his fragmented body like a serpentine dragon. Chapter 21 Reunion among peers atop the mountain. A veil of mist enveloped the peak, where Chao Xiu stood silently at the cliff's edge, the dark iron bindings glimmering with a cold sheen under the morning light. The ancient runes etched upon the surface of the bindings flickered in sync with his deep, rhythmic breaths, as if suppressing a slumbering beast of ferocity. After 10 days of arduous training, the blue stones beneath his feet bore 2 deep imprints, while the surrounding rocky surface was marred with a web of cracks. If you cannot capture that wretched creature today, then you shall spend the night here. Yuan Xiong's voice drifted from behind, his fingers idly toying with a bronze beast ring. Chao Xiu closed his eyes in concentration, feeling the surge of blood and energy within him, the golden dragon patterns faintly visible upon his skin. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air. The dark iron eagle soared high above, its iron wings slicing through the morning mist, casting a chilling shadow below. This cunning predator had circled for 10 days, fully aware of the young man's tactics, always maintaining a deadly distance. With a slight smile, Chao Xiu retrieved a blood-red flame fruit from his bosom, a fruit of irresistible allure for flying beasts. As he gently squeezed it, the crystalline juice dripped down his wrist, and its rich fragrance wafted through the air. The eagle's flight path suddenly became erratic. Now, with a powerful thrust from his legs, Chao Xiu felt the energy surge within him. His eyes blazed with golden light, muscles taut like coiled springs. He ascended. With a thunderous roar, the mountains trembled, and the air exploded with force. Chao Xiu shot upward like an arrow released from a bow, the bindings groaning under the strain. In this leap, he reached an astonishing height of 5 zhang. The dark iron eagle halted its descent abruptly, its wings stirring up fierce gusts. Chao Xiu twisted midair, his body undulating like a dragon's tail. With a grasping motion, his fingers deftly clutched a feather from the eagle's tail. The eagle screeched in fury, its wings thrashing in a tempest. Chao Xiu's arms bulged with veins, the bindings digging painfully into his flesh, leaving gruesome marks. Come down. With a surge from his core, blood and energy erupted forth. Man and beast plummeted like a falling star, and as they struck the cliff face, Chao Xiu's feet found purchase against the rock, using the force to rebound. With a resounding thud, dust clouds erupted as the dark iron eagle was forcefully pinned to the ground. Chao Xiu knelt, pressing the eagle's neck down, exhaling a long breath of exertion. Still acceptable, Yuan Xiong approached leisurely, the bronze beast ring drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Only on the day you walk as if on solid ground will you truly step into our domain. Chao Xiu gasped for breath, securing the beast ring around the eagle's neck, an overwhelming sensation of connection washing over him. The dark iron eagle, though reluctant, eventually bowed its head in submission. One must not be overly ambitious. The next step is to master the wave-pushing fist and the sky-treading technique, with an additional 500 pounds to the bindings. On the day you break free, he paused, it will be time to soar the skies. Seeing Chao Xiao nod solemnly, Yuan Xiong continued, from tomorrow, practice at your discretion. Outside the restricted zones, you may choose your opponents freely. In the Beast Mountain, some creatures excel in stealth, others are as swift as lightning, and some wield elemental powers. To enhance your skills comprehensively, you must endure various battles. He paused, then added, you are permitted to use a bow and arrow. Chao Xiao's eyes lit up. It had been ages since he had handled a bow. With a light spring, he leaped onto the broad back of the dark iron eagle. As his thoughts stirred, the proud beast emitted a clear, resonant cry, its wings unfurling to summon fierce winds. The mountain winds rushed past him as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His white hair and tattered robes danced wildly in the gusts, while beneath him, the sea of clouds churned, the distant mountains appearing like delicate brushstrokes against the vast expanse of sky. He intended to maintain his composure. But when the dark iron eagle dove through the clouds, a radiant glow enveloped him. Unable to contain the tempest within, he threw his head back and howled. The resonant cry echoed through the heavens, startling the birds below and sending the beasts fleeing into the underbrush. In that sound lay the frustrations of his arduous training, the exhilaration of conquering a fearsome beast, and an unquenchable yearning for the pinnacle of martial arts. The sound reverberated through the mountains, capturing the attention of passing cultivators, who paused to observe. What a lad! Yuan Xiong chuckled from a distance, recalling his own youthful exuberance when he first acquired a spirit beast. The dark iron eagle, seemingly inspired by its master's fervor, spread its wings wide and shot skyward. As Chao Xiao's howl subsided, his eyes gleamed with even greater intensity, the blood of the true dragon resonating with the heavens. The figures of man and eagle gradually faded into the fiery sunset. As dusk deepened, upon returning to Sunset Valley on the back of the dark iron eagle, Chao Xiao found the courtyard ablaze with lights. 3 unfamiliar figures stood beside Yuan Xiong, their eyes scrutinizing him intensely. Come over and greet your 3 senior brothers and sisters, Yuan Xiong said with a rare smile, his voice booming. Chao Xiao dismounted swiftly, stepping forward as the night breeze tousled his blood-stained white hair and tattered robes, still carrying the scent of his struggle with the dark iron eagle. Yuan Xiong gestured for introductions. This is Ling Zhua, your elder brother. The man standing foremost appeared to be around 40, towering at 9 feet, with a robust build. Though his hair bore traces of gray, it only added to his composed demeanor. His arms crossed, his bronze skin was crisscrossed with scars, the most prominent being a claw mark stretching from his left brow to his chin, glistening menacingly in the firelight. Zhang Peng, your second elder brother. The man beside him cupped his fists in greeting. He stood only 7 feet tall, yet emanated a weighty presence akin to a mountain. His arms were muscular, with calloused knuckles, and the pair of dark iron tiger claws hanging at his waist glimmered with a chilling blue hue under the moonlight. Yuan Xiong began to elaborate, but the only woman stepped forward. She appeared to be in her 30s, her sun-kissed skin radiating health, her form lithe and agile like a leopard. Junior brother, I am Cheng Ru, your elder sister. Her smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, yet held the sharpness of a drawn sword. If anyone bullies you, just tell your sister. As she spoke, the 9-section whip at her waist quivered slightly, producing a delicate sound of metal clashing. Disciple Chao Xiao of the War Gate, I greet my 3 senior brothers and sisters. Chao Xiao clasped his fists and bowed, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the 3. Ling Zhua exuded a stable aura akin to a mountain, his breath resonating like thunder. Zhang Peng was as restrained as a razor, exuding an air of danger, while Cheng Ru resembled a flickering flame, bright, yet concealing a sharp edge. Ling Zhua stood with his hands behind his back, regarding Chao Xiao with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. Stepping forward, the moonlight illuminated his weathered face. Junior brother, Yuan Xiong has spoken highly of you. To enter our war gate with a mortal body, you are the first since the founding of our sect. As the night wind rose, brushing against his gray hair, he gently caressed the claw mark on his left cheek and continued, though our war gate may be diminished, with only us remaining, we are not to be trifled with. Cheng Ru chuckled lightly, her 9-section whip dancing like a serpent. Regarding the matters with the MOU sect, the 3rd brother speaks true. A glint of frost appeared in her eyes. Revenge must be savored. Zhang Peng silently clenched his fists, the dark iron gauntlets shimmering under the moonlight. Should any old fool dare to bully the weak, they must first consult these iron fists. His voice was low and thunderous. Ling Zhua's broad palm rested firmly on Chao Xiao's shoulder, the warmth emanating from it dispelling the night chill. Focus on your training. The path of body cultivation is built step by step. As for other matters, your senior brothers and sisters will handle them. Chao Xiao felt a warmth surge from his chest to his limbs as his throat tightened. In his reddened eyes, it seemed as if stars were twinkling. Chao Xiao. Thanks to all my senior brothers and sisters. Haha. Yuan Xiong laughed heartily, breaking open a clay seal, and a rich aroma of liquor filled the courtyard. After such a long separation, with new faces joining us, how can we not celebrate with wine? He snapped his fingers, and 5 jars of aged spirits landed steadily on the stone table. Cheng-Ru lightly brushed her fingers across the 9-section whip, which coiled around her waist like a living creature. Third brother is quite generous, even bringing out those he has treasured for years. She opened a jar, the amber liquid glimmering enticingly in the moonlight. Zhang Peng revealed his calloused hands and declared, "Tonight, no one is allowed to use spiritual power to transform the wine." Ling Zhuo shook his head with a smile, yet was the first to raise his cup and drink deeply. The liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothing with deep, dark marks. Chao Xiao held the wine jar, observing the 4 senior brothers and sisters indulging in their revelry. "Cheers!" Yuan Xiong suddenly lifted the jar and shouted, "Cheers!" The others echoed in unison. Amidst the crisp sound of clinking jars, the shadows in Chao Xiao's heart dissipated remarkably. In that moment, he truly felt that he was no longer alone. Chapter 22. The hunt begins. Chao Xiao observed his 3 senior brothers. Their faces flushed as they engaged in a drinking contest. He turned his gaze towards Cheng-Ru, who was smiling softly while resting her chin on her hand, and quietly inquired, "Sister, since my initiation, I have yet to see you all. Are you not in Dongsangzhou?" Suddenly, a fine crack appeared in the wine cup held delicately between Cheng-Ru's fingers. The smile that graced her lips gradually faded, and a chilling frost glimmered in her eyes. "You must be aware of the massacre that befell our family 60 years ago." Her voice was as soft as a falling leaf, yet it plunged the entire courtyard into an abrupt silence. "The 7 Stars Hall annihilated my sect, slaughtering my kin. At that time, the 5 of us were out in the world under the tutelage of our 2 masters, and thus narrowly escaped. Upon our return to the mountain gate, we were met with the sight of our fellow disciples' corpses strewn across the ground. Moonlight illuminated her trembling eyelashes, casting a shadow upon her. In these 60 years, we have traversed the central plains, hunted down the disciples of the 7 Stars Hall, and slain their outer sect elders. 5 years ago, we set a trap to ambush a peak nascent soul, only to find it was a trap laid for us." Ling Zhuo suddenly crushed the wine jar in his hand, amber liquid dripping through his fingers. Cheng-Ru's voice grew increasingly frigid. They deployed several nascent soul practitioners and stationed a transformation god cultivator. "Our 2 masters self-detonated their nascent souls to pave the way for us, but your 5th senior brother." Cheng-Ru's nails dug deep into her palm, blood seeping between her fingers. She suddenly reached out to ruffle Chao Xiao's white hair, her blood-stained fingertips leaving dark red streaks amidst his locks. "Your 3rd senior brother was injured in that battle and had to retreat to Dongsangzhou to recuperate." Her tone softened now. "Only the 5 of us remain in the Wargate lineage. Little junior brother, are you afraid?" Chao Xiao's fists had unknowingly turned white, his nails embedded deep in his palms. He slowly shook his head, dark flames igniting in his eyes. "Not afraid." "Enough of such grim talk with the little junior brother." Ling Zhuo interjected. "Your current priority is to focus on your cultivation. These blood debts shall be borne by us, your seniors. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters today. Let us simply drink." Yuan Xiong, noticing the somber atmosphere, spoke up, whether it was to drown their sorrows or find joy amidst hardship. The cups clinked together and gradually emptied. Ling Zhuo was the first to lay his head down on the table, still clutching a half-destroyed wine cup. Cheng-Ru leaned against the stone railing, her hazy, inebriated gaze reflecting the waning moon, a bittersweet smile lingering on her lips. At that moment, the 2nd senior brother lay sprawled on the bluestone slab, allowing the night dew to dampen his garments. Chao Xiao gazed at his intoxicated seniors sprawled haphazardly around, with only remnants of wine shimmering under the moonlight in the courtyard. The night breeze brushed past, carrying a chill, yet it did not disperse the gloom that lingered in the air among them. He sighed softly and retrieved several outer robes to drape over them. Chao Xiao looked up at the vast expanse of stars, the mental techniques of the spirit refining methods surging through his mind like a tide. He yearned to grow stronger, to do something for them. The young man gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His consciousness extended outward like a wave. 10 zhang, 20 zhang. The wine stains remaining on the bluestone, the fluttering night moths in the grass, and the spider silk hanging from the eaves, all became vividly apparent in his mind's eye. 30 zhang, 50 zhang, 100 zhang, 150 zhang. The trajectory of dew dripping from the courtyard wall and the tender buds sprouting from ancient tree branches all reflected in his consciousness. Until he reached 180 zhang, he wished to extend further. Chao Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly retracting his consciousness. Was 180 zhang already his limit? He wiped away the bloodstains and closed his eyes once more. The night dew gradually soaked his robe. Yet the young man's consciousness once again began to extend outward. On the following day, as the first light of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, Chao Xiao awakened from his meditative state. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with a restrained brilliance, having made slight progress in his cultivation overnight. The courtyard had long since seen the departure of his drunken seniors, with only a few empty wine jars quietly resting beside the stone steps. Xiao Xiu tightened the quiver strapped to his back, his hand brushing over the ebony longbow that spanned across his back, his fingertips tracing the star map etched into the bow's body. A clear eagle cry echoed overhead as the Xiantai eagle soared through the morning mist, its iron-gray wings slicing through the hazy dawn. As he stepped deeper into the forest, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the layers of foliage. The Xiantai eagle suddenly dove, its keen gaze locking onto a specific thicket. The young man nocked an arrow and drew the bow, the motion fluid as water. And at the moment the bowstring trembled, an arrow shot forth, accompanied by a sharp whistle, disappearing into the morning mist. A distant, pained roar of a beast echoed, startling the birds in the forest, and a cold, stern smile curled upon Xiao Xiu's lips. The hunt had begun. Xiao Xiu proceeded cautiously, the dry leaves beneath his feet crackling softly. The Xiantai eagle circled above, its sharp gaze piercing through the mist, guiding him toward his prey. Suddenly, the thicket on his left violently shook, and a pitch-black cloud-hidden leopard leaped out. This was a third-tier beast, incredibly swift, its form flickering like a specter, its claws aimed directly at Xiao Xiu's throat. Xiao Xiu exerted force beneath his feet, his form darting sideways like lightning. Despite the constraints of the 3,500 gene harness, his movements were still a fraction too slow, and the leopard's claws grazed his shoulder, drawing a trail of blood. Yet, rather than panic, he felt exhilarated. This was the perfect opportunity to hone his agility. The shadowy leopard landed and immediately turned, pouncing again. Xiao Xiu remained unfazed, nocking an arrow with his right hand, the bowstring drawn taut. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air but was narrowly evaded by the shadowy leopard at the last moment. A glimmer of mockery flashed in the beast's eyes. However, in the next instant, Xiao Xiu's fist was already upon it. His first punch struck the leopard's abdomen, causing it to howl in pain. Before it could react, the second and third punches followed in rapid succession. The force of his punches surged like waves, and by the sixth punch, the shadowy leopard had been driven back several zhang, blood spilling from its mouth and nose. Roar! Enraged, the shadowy leopard's form suddenly blurred, splitting into three afterimages. Xiao Xiu's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he drew his bow and fired in quick succession. 3 arrows struck the afterimages with precision, yet all missed. The real beast had circled behind him. The sharp claws tore through the air with a piercing shriek, dangerously close to his ear. Xiao Xiu suddenly bent down, simultaneously pushing off the ground, soaring to the skies. Boom! He leaped into the air with the aid of the harness, the shadowy leopard's attack narrowly skimming past his shoes. In midair, Xiao Xiu twisted his waist and unleashed his fourth arrow. Uft! The arrow pierced the shadowy leopard's left eye, the tail feathers trembling violently from the immense force. The beast let out a wretched wail, and in its death throes, its claws raked across Xiao Xiu's calf, tearing a deep wound that exposed bone. Xiao Xiu stumbled to the ground, yet bore a satisfied smile. Its speed was commendable, but its accuracy was lacking. He wiped the blood from his face, gazing deeper into the forest, ready for the next challenge. By midday, Xiao Xiu had hunted 5 beasts. Each battle saw him purposefully employing different techniques, utilizing the sky-treading technique to chase down wind spirits wolves, engaging iron-shelled mountain pigs with the wave-stacking fist, and practicing archery on flying beasts. As the sun began to set, he found himself entangled in a fierce struggle with a 4th-tier fire-earth lizard. This beast could spew flames, forcing Xiao Xiu to constantly shift his position. The harness grew unbearably hot under the intense heat, sizzling against his flesh. Yet the fire of battle blazed ever brighter in his eyes. Wave stacking. Seizing the moment the fire-earth lizard exhaled flames, Xiao Xiu closed in, delivering a rapid series of 8 punches to the lizard's jaw. As he delivered the final punch, he sprang backward, drawing his bow mid-air. Whoosh! The fire arrow pierced through the gaping maw of the fire-earth lizard, emerging from the back of its head. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, the sparks igniting the surrounding dry grass. Xiao Xiu sat on a rock, breathing heavily, inspecting the new wounds on his body, burns on his left arm, 3 claw marks on his right shoulder, and his skin beneath the harness was mottled with bruises. The iron eagle swooped down, feasting on the carcass of the fire-earth lizard, a glint of satisfaction in its eyes. Tomorrow, he tore off a strip of his clothing to bandage his wounds, golden light swirling in his gaze, contemplating the challenge of taking down 2 beasts simultaneously. The young man, his figure stained with blood, trudged towards the setting sun valley. Behind him, in the depths of the forest, pairs of crimson beast eyes quietly retreated into the darkness, as if fearing this human who grew bolder with each battle. Chapter 23. Unburdened in battle. As the sun rises and sets, time flows like an arrow. Each day for Xiao Xiu unfolds in a relentless rhythm of blood and sweat. He rises at dawn, stepping into the dew, and returns at dusk, cloaked in blood. The mountains and forests beyond the Sunset Valley have become his finest training ground. In the early morning, while the mist still lingers, he stands at the cliff's edge. Encumbered by 3,500 pounds of dark iron shackles, he is no longer hindered in his movements. with the technique of treading the heavens in motion. He moves like lightning, leaping and bounding among the jagged rocks, each step leaving deep fissures in the cliff face. The dark iron eagle circles above, its keen gaze alerting him to any lurking danger. At noon, the blazing sun scorches the earth. Chao Xiao, bare-chested, engages in a fierce struggle with a crimson flame tiger. His ripple fist has developed a fluidity that grows increasingly ferocious with each strike. The tiger's fiery claws leave scorched marks on his skin, yet they cannot deter the relentless onslaught that surges forth like a tide. With a resounding crash, the 13th punch shatters the tiger's skull, its boiling blood splattering across his muscular frame. In the afternoon, he begins to practice archery. The ebony longbow in his hands seems to come alive, the sharp whistle of arrows slicing through the air, startling the birds from the trees. The dark iron eagle occasionally swoops down to distract him, compelling him to maintain precision amidst his rapid movements. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, until the 10th arrow pierces a falling leaf 100 paces away. He finally sheathes his longbow with satisfaction. Dusk often brings the greatest peril. Weary from exertion and with vigilance waning, hungry beasts begin to stir. On this day, Chao Xiao unwittingly finds himself surrounded by a pack of windshadow wolves. 5 third-tier beasts coordinate their attacks, claws and wind blades striking from all directions. In the midst of the bloodshed, a gash opens on his right leg, exposing bone, yet his resolve only strengthens. The treading the heavens technique allows him to weave through the wolves like a shadow, each blow from his ripple fist claiming the life of a wolf. When the last wolf king falls, the setting sun casts a long shadow of his blood-soaked figure, standing defiant. At night, upon returning to Sunset Valley, he immerses himself in a medicinal bath, channeling the refining spirit technique. His consciousness sharpens like a blade, enduring excruciating pain in relentless refinement. 180 feet. 200 feet. His spiritual sea expands until blood seeps from his 7 orifices, at last halting. 5 months have passed, and the shackles have increased to 4,000 pounds. Chao Xiao's transformation is evident to the naked eye. He has grown slightly taller, his body beneath the shackles more robust, muscles chiseled like stone. His gaze is as sharp as an eagle's, and his once gentle visage now carries a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. He resembles a weapon drawn from its sheath. That night, as he emerges from the medicinal bath, Yuan Xiong rarely displays a satisfied smile. Tomorrow, you shall remove the shackles. Chao Xiao is momentarily taken aback, then his eyes ignite with astonishing brilliance. He knows that the true test is about to commence. In the distance, the dark iron eagle emits a piercing cry, as if anticipating its master's transformation. As the morning light pierces through the clouds, Yuan Xiong introduces Chao Xiao to his opponent for the day. A first-tier beast is comparable to Qi training, a second-tier to foundation establishment. The blade halts heavily at the 3rd ravine, and this 5th-tier earth-shattering demon ape is on par with early golden core stage. Chao Xiao's expression turns grave, the muscles beneath the shackles tightening slightly. For 3 months, he has battled 3rd and 4th-tier beasts daily, yet he has never dared challenge a 5th-tier being. Afraid? Then continue wearing these 4,000 pounds of chains for 3 more years, Yuan Xiong declares. The clang of metal resonates crisply as Chao Xiao suddenly presses down on the lock. His fingers, pale from prolonged confinement, tremble slightly. Yet he resolutely twists open the first mechanism. With a series of clicks, the shackles begin to fall away. With each piece he removes, a wave of energy radiates from his body. When the final shin guard crashes to the ground, the entire valley falls into an eerie silence. Boom. He takes a mere step forward, and the rocks beneath him explode. 3 months of weighted training have accustomed his body to extraordinary burdens. Now unshackled, every inch of muscle feels like a beast unleashed. Now that is more like it. Go forth. That beast awaits you 30 miles away at the cliff, Yuan Xiong urges. The dark iron eagle swoops down from the sky, and the young man leaps aboard. Upon reaching the battlefield, his 4 senior brothers and sisters have already gathered at a distant cliff to observe. Cheng Ru's 9-section whip hangs from the branches of an ancient pine, swaying gently in the wind. Zhang Peng's repeatedly clenched tiger claws emit a metallic scraping sound. Ling Zhuo's bronze blade is wedged in a crevice, its red tassel dancing in the breeze. Is the junior disciple truly going to? Ling Zhuo begins, only to be interrupted by Cheng Ru. In the center of the battlefield, Chao Xiao adjusts to his newly liberated physique. He leaps lightly. What once required all his strength in the treading the heavens technique now propels him effortlessly to a height of 10 feet. His white hair arcs through the morning light, sparkling silver as he lands, barely stirring the dust. Roar! A mountain-sized giant ape bursts forth, smashing ancient trees with its powerful fists, producing a drum-like sound. Yellowish demonic energy permeates the air, causing nearby stones to levitate. Chao Xiao stands firm, arms slightly outstretched. Dragon scales rise from beneath his skin, golden light intertwined with crimson veins, his fighting spirit ablaze and palpable. The demon ape roars in fury, its massive paw crashing down, shattering the earth. Yet Chao Xiao is no longer in place. Boom! The first punch strikes the ape's knee, and before the sound dissipates, the second punch follows. 3 punches for punches. 12 successive punches crash like a tidal wave, each blow landing with bone-crunching force, the air crackling with energy. The demon ape howls in pain, staggering as malice flares in its eyes. Suddenly, it rises to its full height, fists crashing down like falling stars, shaking the ground within 100 feet, the earth heaving. Chao Xiao moves like lightning, employing the treading the heavens technique to dodge, while his fists rain down with increasing ferocity, like a torrential downpour. The 14th punch, the 15th punch, the 18th punch. His right fist, covered in dragon scales, erupts with blinding golden light, crashing into the demon ape's forehead. The sound of shattering bone echoes, the giant ape bellows, its demon core bursting forth in a surge of crimson flames. Chao Xiao, Cheng Ru cries out, the 9-section whip darting forward like a silver serpent, only to be intercepted by Yuan Xiong's outstretched arm. In that fleeting moment between life and death, golden flames ignite in Chao Xiao's eyes, dragon sinews entwining around his longbow, 2 suns manifesting behind him. Essence as foundation, energy as source, spirit as blade. Unity of the 3. The sun shooting technique. Dual suns burning mountains. The arrow is unleashed, a golden rainbow piercing the sun. Thud. The arrow penetrates the demon ape's brow, and a scarlet fireball erupts in midair, shockwaves obliterating the forest. Chao Xiao is sent hurtling backward, his body shattering, blood mist enveloping him. Crash. He crashes heavily to the ground, using his longbow for support, trembling as he rises. Yet a defiant smile curls his bloodied lips as he gives a thumbs up towards the cliff. Then, he collapses, gazing upward. You reckless boy? Cheng Ru's voice trembles as she leaps forward. Yuan Xiong laughs maniacally. Good. What a magnificent display of unshackling and defeating a golden core. When Cheng Ru lifts Chao Xiao, she discovers that the boy's bones are shattered, his skin seeping blood as though he were a porcelain doll broken into pieces. His breath is faint, nearly imperceptible, yet the stubborn curve of his lips hints at a lingering spark of life. You madman. Cheng Ru's voice catches, her trembling fingers brushing away the blood mingled with dust on his face. She hastily produces a pill to stabilize his heart. Yuan Xiong strides forward, his rugged face now serious. Quick, return to the valley. The mournful cry of the dark iron eagle pierces the blood-red twilight as the boy's broken body floats in the medicinal bath. Each breath carries blood, the true dragon bloodline slowly mending his shattered form. This victory is devoid of celebration, only the thick, unyielding stench of blood in the mountain breeze. A grim testament to the brutality and sanguinary nature of the path of body cultivation. Chapter 24. The initial whispers of the celestial abyss. 3 days later, the medicinal liquid in the wooden tub finally regained its tranquility. Chao Xiao slowly rose, his form gradually becoming discernible amidst the rising steam. Water droplets cascaded down his body, his newly formed skin glistening with a jade-like sheen, while faint golden patterns subtly emerged. His physique was now more elongated and upright than before. Every muscular contour chiseled, as if sculpted by a master, concealing immense strength within. Most astonishing was the transformation of his visage. The youthful features that once graced his face now bore sharp angles, akin to a sword unsheathed. Beneath his arched brows, his eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance, occasionally reflecting the fleeting shadow of a golden dragon. His waist-length white hair danced in the absence of wind, cascading behind him like a waterfall. As he stepped barefoot onto the ground, a web of fine cracks rippled across the bluestone tiles. The moment he pushed open the door, for senior disciples turned in unison. Morning light adorned the youth with a golden halo, and a shared look of astonishment flickered in their eyes. What a striking young man. Cheng Ru's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. With such an appearance, he would surely captivate half of the immortal realm's maidens. Lingzhe was stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in satisfaction. With the upcoming trial battlefield, given our junior brother's current cultivation, he is more than capable of safeguarding himself, and perhaps even contending for fortune. However, the path of cultivation requires a balance of rigor and relaxation. The second senior brother interjected gently, his fingers lightly caressing the teacup, suggesting a brief respite from martial endeavors over the next few days. Yuan Xiong laughed heartily, slinging an arm around Chao Xiao's shoulder. Come, I shall take you to appreciate the vast landscapes and the myriad forms of the mortal realm. Remember, cultivation begins with the heart. The youth's ears turned slightly red as he respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. I am deeply grateful for the care of my senior brothers and sisters. He paused momentarily before softly inquiring, might my senior brothers and sisters know of any skilled artifact smiths? I have come across some materials and wish to forge a few arrows. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiong pondered, a contemplative glint in his eyes. Indeed, there is a stubborn old coot. His mastery in artifact forging is unparalleled, but his temper is foul, and his prices are exorbitant. Chao Xiao's gaze brightened, and he unconsciously stepped forward. Could you introduce me, senior brother? Ha! Let us go. Yuan Xiong's laughter echoed as he pulled Chao Xiao's sleeve, hastily leading him out. Ling Zhuo watched the retreating figures, shaking his head with a smile. This third junior brother. Cheng Ru leaned against the corridor pillar, her fingers twirling a strand of hair, her eyes sparkling as she observed the departing duo. The two spent half a day traversing to a city forged of black iron. The city of fiery heaven. Within its walls, the darkened iron fortifications glimmered in the morning light. The brothers navigated through streets imbued with the scent of sulfur, flanked by forges belching flames. At the city's center, a towering crimson spire pierced the heavens, its summit spewing azure flames that twisted the clouds into a whirlpool. This is the stronghold of the Mo family, the city of fiery heaven, Yuan Xiong indicated towards the towering structure. They stepped into the tower. Inside, a wave of heat rolled forth, and at the heart of the azure flames floated a gnarled, old man. A crimson fire crystal was embedded in his left eye, and his right arm, adorned with intricate runes, flickered with each breath. As the two entered, the old man suddenly bellowed, "Get out!" His voice reverberated, shaking the surrounding anvils. Yuan Xiong crossed his arms, sneering, "Old Mo, have your eyes been scorched blind by the earth fire?" The one-eyed elder squinted slightly, a glimmer of light flashing through the red crystal. "So it's you, brat. After disappearing for years, what brings you here? No more nonsense." Yuan Xiong pushed Chao Xiu forward. "Have my junior brother craft a few suitable arrows." Master Mo scoffed, his bony fingers tapping the anvil. "You know the rules. I won't forge anything unless it's worthwhile." "Junior brother," Yuan Xiong called gently. Chao Xiu remained silent. At that moment, as the star meteorite revealed itself, all the flames within the tower suddenly froze. The celestial stone, shimmering with starlight, hovered gently in his palm. From the heavens, the star core, the old man's single eye widened, the red crystal bursting forth with a sanguine glow. He darted towards Chao Xiu, his arms runes pulsing, ready to seize the meteorite. Yuan Xiong's hand, like a vice, intercepted the old man's claw, who just said, "Silence." Master Mo shrugged off the restraint, his gaze fixed intently on the meteorite. "Do you know what kind of divine object this is? Can it be forged?" Chao Xiu's voice remained calm. "9 arrows. I require only 9. The old man suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter. "There is no material I cannot forge." He kicked aside the earth firewall cover, the boiling azure flames shooting up as if summoned from the earth's core. "With the heavens flames as my hammer." As he turned, his voluminous robes swirled in a fiery whirlwind. "Come back in 9 days. The surplus materials are mine." Yuan Xiong glanced at Chao Xiu, who nodded. And then he grinned broadly. "It's a deal." As they exited the tower, the forges throughout the city of fiery heaven erupted in simultaneous roars. Master Mo's raspy laughter mingling with the sounds of hammers striking metal, echoing from the azure flame that ascended from the tower top. After departing from the city of fiery heaven, Yuan Xiong and Chao Xiu soared through the clouds. Beneath them, the landscape unfolded like a painted scroll, with mists swirling around the two brothers. "Junior brother, do you know the realm we tread upon?" Yuan Xiong gestured grandly, and clouds coalesced into a vast map. "This world is known as the Celestial Abyss, divided into 5 states and 4 seas. We currently reside in the Eastern Song State, a mere corner of this vast expanse." His long finger gently traced the eastern section of the map, where serpentine mountains coiled like a dragon. The 3 major sects of Eastern Song each possessed their strengths. The Qingyang sect is renowned for its sword cultivators. With their sect's ultimate technique, the Qingming sword art, said to be capable of cleaving mountains and valleys, overshadowing the sun and moon. The Shangqing Palace boasts profound Taoist principles. With the Taishu Daozong, a legacy spanning millennia, containing the very truths of heaven and earth. It is said that those who achieve mastery can shift stars and alter the balance of yin and yang. As for the Mou sect, he hesitated, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Though deemed a heretical path by the righteous, their blood-sacrificial arts are enigmatic and perilous. A moment's carelessness could ensnare one in their schemes. The cloud map shifted continuously as he spoke. To the west, a scene of raging flames emerged, the Western Yin state, where volcanoes abound, and artifact-smithing families and fire cultivators dwell. The Mo family you just encountered is but a branch of that lineage. To the south, sprawling emerald waters appeared, the southerly state, dotted with islands where sea cultivators and the Pill Cauldron sect co-govern. It is rumored that ancient Dragon Palace relics lie hidden beneath the waves. To the north, an icy expanse materialized, the northern Ming state, perpetually blanketed in snow, where barbaric cultivators and beast tamers clash amidst glaciers, each practitioner fiercely unyielding. Finally, the central region glimmered with golden light, the central state, the crown of the 5 states. Governed by the Da'in immortal dynasty, the sword energy of the 9 heavens, sword pavilion soars into the skies, while the divinations of the Tianji family determine fortunes and calamities. Additionally, forces like the 7-star hall lurk in the shadows. The 12 divine generals beneath the immortal emperor are formidable cultivators, yet even those sects and families with legacies spanning millennia command a measure of respect from the dynasty. This Eastern Song state is merely your first step. Yuan Xiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the fierce wind. The MOU sect? Merely a frog at the bottom of a well in Eastern song. Beyond the 9 heavens, true dragons soar, beneath the 9 hells. Ancient clans still exist. He suddenly turned, his gaze reflecting endless mountains and rivers. Do you know that in the celestial city of the central state, those signs of sects and families are often cleansed and refined by powerful cultivators at birth? At the Qianglin banquet of the Dain immortal dynasty, any gifted guest could shift mountains and fill seas. Junior brother, the realm you perceive is but a speck of dust in the eyes of others. Chao Xiu's white hair danced wildly in the tempest, his gaze fixed upon the endless starry sky, peeking through the rifts in the clouds. His fist, hidden within his sleeve, gradually clenched, his eyes mirroring the vast galaxy above. Suddenly, a bitter smile formed on his lips. Indeed, the road ahead is long. However, the youth's tone shifted, growing resolutely firm. The path may be arduous, yet perseverance will lead us to our destination. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yuan Xiong heartily patted the young man's shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Then let us toast to my junior brother, that one day, his name shall resonate throughout the myriad realms of the celestial abyss. Chapter 25. Gathering at the eastern sea as twilight descended, the valley of the setting sun lay enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the crackling of a campfire that illuminated 5 figures seated around it. Yuan Xiong raised his wine bowl, tilting his head back to take a sip, and spoke solemnly. Tomorrow, after retrieving the arrows, we shall set forth directly to the eastern sea. The battlefield for the trial will commence there. We will escort you to the location but will remain hidden. Cheng Ru lightly tapped her wine cup, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Junior brother, the spies of the 7 Stars Hall are pervasive across the 5 states. If we show ourselves openly, it would only lead to your premature exposure. Until you are sufficiently powerful, you must remain in the shadows. Indeed, Ling Zhua thumped the stone table, causing the wine jars to resonate. What you must do now is to cultivate in silence. Chao Xiu nodded silently, his white hair fluttering in the night breeze. I shall heed the words of my senior brothers and sisters. Cheng Ru suddenly leaned forward, gently lifting Chao Xiu's chin with her finger, compelling him to meet her gaze. Junior brother, though you are still young and inexperienced, there are certain truths we must impart to you in advance. Her voice was as cold as frost. In the realm of cultivation, there is no true distinction between good and evil. The so-called righteous sects and demonic cultivators are merely 2 sides of the same coin. When faced with substantial interests, anyone may discard their fade. A fellow cultivator who greets you with a smile one moment may, in the next, pierce your heart for a precious herb. Ling Zhua set down his wine bowl. We do not worry about your cultivation, but your temperament is still that of a youth. He fixed his gaze on Chao Xiu, emphasizing each word. Remember, once you enter, cast aside all compassion and trust no one. Absolutely no one, Cheng Ru reiterated. The night wind surged, causing the campfire to flicker wildly, elongating and distorting the shadows of those present into monstrous shapes. Slowly, Chao Xiu lifted his head. Rest assured, senior brothers and sisters, I will not trust anyone besides you. His voice was soft, yet it startled the 4 individuals present. Yuan Xiong suddenly burst into laughter, clapping a heavy hand on Chao Xiu's shoulder. Good. Rest well and gather your strength. We set off tomorrow. The next day, dark clouds churned ominously above the city of burning sky, enveloping the black iron fortress in an intense heat akin to a celestial fire. When Chao Xiu and Yuan Xiong once again ascended the Mo family's high tower, they found it devoid of any flickering azure flames, save for a solitary black iron platform suspended in midair, upon which 9 ebony arrows were arrayed in formation, faintly shimmering with starlight. Master Mo's one eye, once vibrant with a crimson crystal, now appeared dull and lifeless, while the mysterious runes on his right arm lay silent. His voice rasped like sandpaper. The arrows have been forged, yet their spirits remain unawakened. To attune them to your essence, you must nourish them daily with your blood. The more blood you offer, the sharper they shall become. Chao Xiu focused intently, observing the 9 arrows, each measuring approximately 3 feet and adorned with intricate starry patterns, as if they contained the entirety of the Milky Way within. The arrowheads flickered with a chilling light, akin to fallen stars from the heavens, and merely gazing upon them brought a sting to his eyes and a tremor to his soul. He formed his fingers into a blade, and blood manifested in his palm. As crimson droplets fell onto the arrows, they resonated in unison, trailing 9 brilliant tails of starlight as they flew into the quiver on the young man's back. Yuan Xiong's pupils constricted in astonishment. What a magnificent quiver of divine arrows! Since they are made from fallen stars, let us name them shattered stars. Chao Xiu gently caressed the quiver, feeling a subtle vibration akin to the resonance of stars. Departing Burning Sky City, Yuan Xiong led Chao Xiu directly toward the eastern sea. As they neared the coastline, Yuan Xiong suddenly halted, gently brushing his rough hand through the youth's snow-white hair. Junior brother, I shall stop here. The road ahead is perilous. Remember to strategize before acting. And do not forget my warnings from yesterday. Chao Xiong nodded earnestly. I shall engrave your teachings in my heart. Go forth, Yuan Xiong replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowing. I shall await your triumphant return. With a clear whistle, Chao Xiong summoned the black iron eagle. Leaping onto its back, he turned and clasped his fists in salute, then transformed into a dark dot against the vast sky, racing toward the boundless eastern sea. At the eastern sea's shore, the waves surged violently, the white foam rolling like snow, unleashing bursts of mist. An ancient stone platform, measuring 100 feet on each side, stood resolutely amidst the tumultuous waters. 3 major sects occupied 3 corners of the platform, exuding a grand aura, each radiating a distinct presence. Meanwhile, scattered families could only occupy the fringes, observing from a distance, too timid to draw near. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the Qingyang sect and the Shangqing Palace were subtly converging, as if united by an unspoken understanding, while the Moi sect remained isolated, maintaining a noticeable distance from the other two. Curiously, a large area of the platform lay vacant, untouched by any presence, creating a strange emptiness. The disciples of the Qingyang sect, clad in white robes, emanated purity and solemnity. An elderly figure stood at the forefront, commanding an imposing presence, flanked by 200 to 300 disciples. Among them, a young man was encircled, his waist adorned with a long sword that shimmered with colors. His features were proud, with a glimmer of gold between his brows, radiant and striking. He was Fang Feiyu, the foremost disciple of the younger generation of the Qingyang sect, standing like a drawn sword, brimming with sharpness, evoking cautious respect. The disciples of the Shangqing Palace donned purple and gold robes, embroidered with cloud patterns and star maps. A middle-aged cultivator hovered in the air, his demeanor ethereal, resembling a celestial being. Below, the disciples were arranged with precision, numbering 200 to 300. Leading them was a barefoot woman, a dot of vermilion on her forehead, radiant as a blossoming red plum against her snow-white skin. In her hands, she held an ancient scroll, its pages fluttering autonomously, revealing fleeting starry images. This woman was Yi Xuanji, the foremost disciple of the Shangqing Palace, radiating an otherworldly aura that instilled reverence. In the coldest corner, a group of figures clad in black robes stood motionless, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment. The leader's form was shrouded in mist, ghostly and elusive, with only a pair of crimson eyes gleaming ominously, exuding a chilling presence. The Moi sect, though fewer in number, had about 100 members, each exuding a solid aura, with the weakest being at the 5th level of foundational cultivation and several at the pinnacle. A young man with a sinister countenance stood alone at the forefront, the gravel within a 3-inch radius around him corroding spontaneously, instilling fear even among his fellow disciples. He was the Moi sect's holy son, Yi Yin. Elder Shun of the Qingyang sect stroked his beard with a smile, yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Xuanji, revealing a hint of astonishment. Friend Zhong, the current generation of the Shangqing Palace is indeed favored by fortune, managing to find a naturally gifted girl of Dao body. How enviable. The middle-aged man from the Shangqing Palace, surnamed Zheng, laughed heartily, though his eyes subtly scanned the golden glimmer between Fang Feiyu's brows. Why must Elder Shun be so modest? This disciple of the Qingyang sect, possessing the breaking illusion golden eyes, is likely a rare talent in swordsmanship, indeed. For this trial, shall our 2 sects advance and retreat together? That is certainly the case. Elder Shun appeared satisfied, clearly valuing Fang Feiyu, yet soon shook his head with a sigh, casting his gaze toward the vacant area. What a pity the war gate has perished. Otherwise, this trial would surely have allowed us to suppress the Moi sect further. The middle-aged man surnamed Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, with the war gate gone, the Moi sect has lost a significant rival. It is said that their holy son is the strongest in a millennium, with unpredictable methods. I fear. Humph. Elder Shin snorted coldly, his sleeves stirring without wind, hinting at the flow of sword intent. With our 2 sects deploying our finest, what fear do we have of a mere demonic holy son? Hearing this, Zhang's gaze returned to Su Xuanji, noting her calm demeanor, with the ancient scroll in her hand subtly shimmering with starry light. Feeling somewhat reassured, he nodded. Indeed, yet it is prudent to exercise caution. Just as the two conversed, a piercing eagle cry resonated through the sky. Chapter 26 Reunion with Old Friends it was. Elder Shin's pupils constricted, his palms instinctively clenched. A piercing eagle cry tore through the sky, the sound waves causing the sea surface to erupt in towering waves. The crowd looked up in shock to see the clouds split apart by a pair of iron wings. A giant black iron eagle with a wingspan exceeding 50 feet swooping down. The eagle's feathers shimmered with a metallic luster, each edge sharp as a blade. Its eyes a fiery gold. This is the black iron sky-splitting eagle. How could this be? How could such a ferocious beast be tamed by a human? The giant eagle circled downwards, the whirlwind it created shattering the coastal rocks. Several disciples of the Qingyang sect were even blown back, struggling to steady themselves with their spiritual energy. Once the winds calmed, they could finally see a white-haired youth in black attire standing proudly on the eagle's back. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his white hair billowing wildly in the fierce wind. His countenance was striking, reminiscent of an otherworldly being, yet exuding an unsettling coldness. Most astonishingly, he emitted no trace of spiritual energy, yet remained as steady as a mountain on the back of the ferocious beast. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Who is he? How could he command a Tier 4 demon beast? Never seen before. No spiritual energy fluctuations. Could he be a mere mortal? Absurd. How dare a mortal come here? What a charade, a waste without any spiritual energy. Within the Qingyang sect's ranks, a young man suddenly let out a cold laugh. His sword at his waist hummed ominously, clearly indicating his peak foundation establishment realm. Hey, you on the bird. This tide-soaring platform is no place for a waste like you. The youth did not even raise his eyelids, merely caressing the eagle's feathers gently. Enraged, the young man drew his sword and pointed it at Cao Xiao. This young master is speaking to you. Are you deaf? A cold light flickered along the sword's edge, clearly indicating murderous intent. Li Shixiang, why waste your energy on this insect? A nearby disciple flattered, suggesting that the junior should teach him a lesson. With that, he leapt forward, his sword transforming into a streak of light aimed at Cao Xiao's throat. Just as the sword was 3 feet from Cao Xiao, the black eagle suddenly turned its head, its golden eyes ablaze with ferocity. Get lost. Cao Xiao finally spoke, his voice soft yet resonating like thunder. Bang! The disciple was struck as if by lightning, a burst of blood erupting from his chest, sending him crashing back into the Qingyang sect's camp. Stirring up a cloud of dust, silence enveloped the scene. Fang Feiyu's pupils dilated. He felt no trace of spiritual energy. From the direction of the Shangqing Palace, Su Xuanji's ancient book suddenly flipped pages on its own, a flicker of astonishment crossing her beautiful eyes. This person. The holy son of the Mou sect licked his lips, the bone chain in his sleeve clicking ominously. Interesting. Cao Xiao remained indifferent, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He gently patted the black eagle, which understood and landed at the edge of the tide-soaring platform. You. The white-robed youth's face turned ashen, about to erupt, but was restrained by an elder beside him. Enough. Elder Shen fixed his gaze on Cao Xiao, speaking in a deep voice. The trial grounds are about to open. Do not create unnecessary trouble. Cao Xiao paid no heed, simply gazing quietly at the sea. Cao Xiao. Cao Xiao. A melodious voice pierced through the noisy crowd. Cao Xiao turned to see Su Qingli, on tiptoe, excitedly waving at him. The girl was dressed in a striking goose-yellow dress, standing out in the crowd. Beside her stood several others, including Su Qingchen and Lin Mo, along with a distinguished middle-aged man whose gaze scanned the bustling crowd, assessing Cao Xiao. Su Qingli tugged at her brother's sleeve, attempting to push through the throng, but the surging crowd obstructed her path. She could only bounce and wave, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ciao, brother. A familiar call reached Cao Xiao's ears. Turning, he saw 4 people emerging from the Qingyang sect's ranks, Lu Yun, Xiao Feng, and 2 others. Lu Yun's face lit up with joy. Ciao, brother. Is it really you? I almost didn't recognize you. Cao Xiao nodded slightly in greeting. Greetings, brothers. Lu Yun laughed heartily. It hasn't been long since we last met, yet your transformation is astounding. He looked Cao Xiao up and down. The youth before him radiated vigor and confidence, commanding a Tier 4 demon beast, effortlessly repelling Foundation establishment cultivators, so different from the disheveled boy they had first encountered. I owe it all to your guidance back then, which led to this fortunate opportunity. Cao Xiao spoke with sincerity. Ciao, brother. What on earth happened after we parted? You seem terrifyingly strong now. Xiao Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. This is a long story, not something that can be recounted in a few words. Cao Xiao shook his head. Lu Yun lowered his voice suddenly. Ciao, brother. Don't take what happened earlier to heart. It's natural for sect disciples to be arrogant. Your entrance was truly, he said, revealing an apologetic smile. Cao Xiao shook his head, indicating he was unconcerned. Lu Yun sighed, quickly slipping a jade slip into Cao Xiao's hand. This is a communication talisman. The trial grounds are perilous. If you encounter danger, feel free to contact me. Junior Lu, are you not coming back? A stern reprimand echoed from afar. Lu Yun, helpless, clasped his fists in farewell. Take care. Cao Xiao watched the departing figures of the 4, slowly pocketing the jade slip. He would repay kindness, and for enmity. He glanced at the young man, observing him frowning and reprimanding someone. Cao Xiao. A girl's clear voice rang out. The Su family finally approached, with Su Qingli eagerly tugging at the middle-aged man's sleeve. Father, this is Cao Xiao, the one I told you about. Cao Xiao, this is my father. Su Qingli introduced. Senior Su, Cao Xiao greeted respectfully. Su Qing's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Cao Xiao. Indeed, remarkable presence. No wonder Qingli. Father. Su Qingli suddenly tugged at her father's sleeve, her ears flushed crimson. Ha! Su Qinghe affectionately glanced at his daughter, then lowered his voice. Thank you, young friend, for your gift. It holds great significance for my Su family. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. my Su family will certainly lend our full support. With that, he produced a gilded token and handed it over. Chao Xiao accepted the token with gratitude. At this moment, Su Qingxin stepped forward. Chao brother, what truly happened last time? We searched for you in the mountains for a long time. Later, Qingli sought help from father. And we waited for you outside the battle gate for half a month. Upon hearing of Su Qingli's actions, the youth's gaze softened a fraction. Chao Xiao briefly recounted his experiences since their parting, omitting details regarding the battle gate. The others listened, realization dawning upon them, and Su Qingli's eyes reddened. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by her father. All right, it is getting late. The trial grounds are about to open, and we should return. Su Qingli had to suppress her words, looking reluctantly at Chao Xiao as she produced a stack of talismans. This is a communication talisman. You. Remember to find me once you enter. Her voice trailed off, becoming nearly inaudible. Take care, Chao brother. Su Qingxin and Lin Mo also clasped their fists in farewell. Chao Xiao returned the gesture, watching them depart. Remember to find me. Su Qingli glanced back repeatedly at the youth. He smiled and nodded. Just as the farewells unfolded, Chao Xiao suddenly felt a gaze filled with malice. Turning his head, he saw the scar-faced man from the Mou sect whispering to a sinister-looking figure. The pale-faced man regarded Chao Xiao with a playful glint in his eyes. The Mou sect, is it? Chao Xiao averted his gaze and clenched his fist. Then let us collect some interest first. Look, someone shouted loudly in alarm. Chapter 27. The trial grounds open. A profound resonance echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, a sound akin to an ancient bell tolling. The waves surged forth as if materialized, cleaving the tumultuous sea, revealing the 1,000-foot seabed and forging a straight passageway. In the distance, the sea surface began to churn violently, as a magnificent bronze ancient gate slowly ascended, its rusted surface exuding an aura of primordial chaos. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy gates, akin to mountains, gradually parted, their corroded hinges emitting a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. From the crack, a dense spiritual energy seeped forth, promising significant advancement in cultivation with but a single breath. The trial had commenced. As the gathered cultivators held their breath in anticipation, a gray shadow suddenly darted forth. It was a child, merely a few years old, his aura surging. I have devoted 50 years to mastering the art of youth. Today. Buzz. The grotesque visage on the door's ring abruptly opened its eyes, piercing red orbs radiating a sinister glow. The child froze, and before the astonished crowd, his plump skin withered at an observable rate, swiftly transforming into a skeletal figure clad in human skin. The sea breeze swept by, scattering the dry bones like grains of sand. Age exceeds. The ghastly visage bared its fangs, uttering ancient syllables accompanied by a metallic rasp, death. As the final word echoed, the runes adorning the bronze gate flared to life, casting a blood-red hue across the sky. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Many cultivators turned pale, instinctively retreating several steps. The faces of several scions from noble families drained of color, their concealed hands trembling uncontrollably, as they evidently shared the same apprehension. A middle-aged cultivator, adorned in luxurious attire, began to sweat profusely, discreetly returning a beauty-enhancing pill to his storage bag. Another female cultivator, in a flurry, removed the jade pendant concealing her true age, her fingers quivering. That was close, someone whispered, the tremor in their voice revealing the relief of survival. The sea breeze carried a faint scent of blood across the tidal ascension platform, and everyone acutely felt that before this ancient portal, any cunning stratagem would be in vain. After a brief silence, as the first cultivator's silhouette vanished into the depths of the ancient gate, the entire tidal ascension platform erupted into chaos like a boiling cauldron. Charge. Opportunities lay before them. The young disciples from various sects unleashed their abilities, creating a spectacular scene. The sword cultivators of the Qingyang sect simultaneously formed seals, their swords unsheathing with a resonant clang, transforming into streaks of azure light, akin to shooting stars piercing the sky, carrying their wielders into the void. The disciples of the Shangqing Palace formed hand seals, clouds blossoming beneath their feet, their garments fluttering as if they were celestial beings descending to earth. The members of the Moyue sect appeared most enigmatic, shrouded in swirling black mist, resembling phantoms in the darkness, rushing towards the ancient gate. Amidst this clamor and tumult, only Chao Xiao advanced at a measured pace, standing out in stark contrast. He gently caressed the feathers of the Xiantai eagle, which affectionately nudged his shoulder before soaring into the sky, quickly becoming a distant black, as if merging with the firmament. The sea breeze caressed, lifting the youth's snow-white hair as he stepped upon the exposed seabed, steadily moving forward. The bronze ancient gate loomed ever closer, mist spilling from its cracks as if alive, seemingly probing his intentions. In the multitude of rushing figures, this solitary youth stood out like a beacon in the darkness. Solitary yet resolute. I'll settle the score with you inside. A young disciple from the Qingyang sect bellowed, his tone rife with disdain. What a foolhardy endeavor. A mere mortal dares to join us. Yet amidst these disparaging remarks, Su Qingli's voice emerged, gentle and filled with concern. Chao Xiao, be careful. Wrapped in a gentle breeze, she floated towards the ancient gate, her gaze steadfastly fixed on him, brimming with worry. Chao Xiao inclined his head slightly, signaling his understanding. He paused briefly, gazing up at the grotesque visage carved above the door. The blood-red eyes seemed to sense him, slowly turning to meet his gaze. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced the boy's lips, a display of fearlessness. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, and the mist instantly enveloped his slender figure, leaving behind a fading footprint. As Chao Xiao crossed the threshold of the bronze ancient gate, the entire world appeared to warp abruptly. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, as if an unseen hand was stirring his very insides. After 3 breaths, this disorienting sensation vanished, and he staggered forward, finally feeling solid ground beneath his feet. This is... He slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by an ancient forest, lush and verdant, towering trees reaching dozens of feet skyward, their sturdy trunks entwined with mist infused with spiritual energy. Sunlight filtered through the layered canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was fragrant with the scent of vegetation, occasionally punctuated by melodious birdsong. Chao Xiao knelt on one knee, his fingertips brushing the earth. Various spiritual herbs thrived in the moist soil. Although many were relatively young, the sheer diversity was astonishing. Purple spirit ginseng, jade essence grass, and soulflower. These rare herbs, seldom seen in the outside world, grew here as abundantly as weeds. Wait. A sudden alertness gripped him as the warnings of his seniors echoed in his mind. The trial grounds may appear serene, yet they are fraught with peril. The youth's right hand quietly rested upon his quiver. The density of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world, logically suggesting the presence of high-tier beasts. However, as his seniors had warned, ancient restrictions existed here, suppressing the beasts to below 5th tier. Yet, the true combat prowess of these creatures, having absorbed pure spiritual energy over the years. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops. Chao Xiao's white hair stirred as if moved by an unseen force. He suddenly looked up, and through the gaps in the treetops, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on him. As Chao Xiao sensed that piercing gaze, a fiery golden-maned beast pounced silently from the treetop. In the moment its massive claws struck the ground, the stones within a 10-foot radius levitated, trembling violently in the air. 5th tier. Chao Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. His seniors had clearly stated that 5th-tier beasts were exceedingly rare. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of rushing air. Hundreds of stones infused with spiritual energy rained down like a tempest. With a swift motion, the youth propelled himself backward, his previous position consumed entirely by the torrent of stones. Amidst the cacophony of colliding rocks, a cloud of dust surged upward like mist. Meanwhile, the silhouette of the fiery golden-maned beast transformed into a streak of light, its speed beyond the naked eye's perception. Chao Xiao's eyes blazed with golden light, a surge of anger coursing through him. His arms instantly became enveloped in dragon scales, poised to unleash a wave of power. Yet, he witnessed the fiery golden-maned beast suddenly come to a halt, its 6-toed claws digging deep grooves into the earth. The ferocity in its crimson gaze giving way to fear, its golden mane standing on end as if electrified. Strangely, this 5th-tier beast now lay prostrate on the ground like a house cat, its spiritual light flickering, emitting a low whimper from its throat. It trembled, burying its head into its forepaws, its tail curled tightly. Chao Xiao froze, a hint of confusion crossing his brow. He closed his eyes momentarily, falling into deep contemplation, a flicker of realization passing through his mind, hinting at a potential understanding. Remaining in his current stance, he lightly tapped the ground, retreating at an exceedingly slow pace. His sharp gaze remained locked onto the beast, observing it remain utterly still, his taut nerves gradually relaxing as he exhaled a breath of stale air. Upon reaching a safe distance, Chao Xiao leaned against a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace, retrieving a weathered map from his robe. This was a cartographic representation bestowed upon him by his senior, Yuan Xiong, before his departure, detailing the layout of the trial grounds, a map forged through the blood and lives of generations of disciples from the war gate. Chao Xiao's slender fingers glided slowly across the map, ultimately pausing at the mark indicating the Thunder Calamity Pool. The scarlet lightning patterns shimmered with a dark crimson luster under the sunlight, yet they plunged him into a new quandary. Where exactly was he at this moment? His gaze swept across the entire map, and only the terrain of the spirit herb forest resonated with the scene before him. Towering ancient trees held aloft a canopy resembling jade, while dappled light and shadow adorned the landscape with a variety of spirit plants. The youth crouched down, his fingertips parting a clump of azure grass, revealing remnants of the last harvest at the roots. Once every 100 years, Chao Xiao sighed softly, his palm brushing over the newly sprouted medicinal seedlings. These tender shoots, barely a century old, indeed seemed as insignificant as a chicken rib to cultivators. Suddenly, He recalled the teasing words of his senior sister Cheng-Ru before his departure. Little junior brother, don't expect to pick up scraps. The predecessors have nearly scraped the ground clean. After meticulously searching among the remaining patches of herbs for a while, he ultimately succeeded in gathering only a few stalks of blood-stanching grass and tranquility flowers. He stowed them away in his jade ring. A far cry from the envisioned bounty of celestial treasures. Alas, Chao Xiao straightened his robes and prepared to head to the Thunder Calamity Pool. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly heard the sound of a dry branch snapping in the forest. Crack! The sharp noise was particularly jarring in the tranquility of the woods. The youth paused momentarily, his fingers discreetly gripping the quiver. 30 paces away, several spirit herbs swayed unnaturally as if disturbed by invisible footsteps. 3 figures gradually emerged from the shadows of the trees, the foremost clad in the black robe of the MOU sect. A string of human bone talismans hanging from his waist. To the left, a disciple of the Qingyang sect carried a long sword, his sleeves stained with fresh blood. To the right, a female cultivator from the Shangqing Palace held a jade tome, her eyes gleaming with an unusual ferocity. Most bizarrely, all 3 bore the same crimson threads coiling around their necks, glinting with an eerie radiance under the sun. Chapter 28. The trial battlefield. The cloaked practitioner of the MOU sect, his black robe billowing without wind, revealed a pair of sinister, bloodshot eyes. He scrutinized Chao Xiao, and upon sensing the absence of spiritual energy emanating from him, let out a raspy, mocking laugh. Heh! With such a mere toy forged from mundane iron. Are you here to hunt mountain chickens and wild rabbits? His words dripped with derision. Chao Xiao remained silent, merely observing the 3 individuals. The disciples from the Qingyang and Shangqing sects had vacant expressions, their necks ensnared by crimson threads that subtly pulsed with their breaths. Clearly puppets under someone's control. Only the MOU practitioner's eyes still glimmered with a venomous light. In the next breath, a dark wooden longbow was firmly gripped in his hand. A streak of dark light leapt from the quiver, the bowstring taut as a full moon, the tension like thunder. Whoosh! Before the sound of the shattering star arrow could resonate, its brilliance had already reached the face of the black-robed man. His pupils constricted, and with the frantic surge of spiritual energy from his 8th-layer foundation, he hastily conjured multiple spiritual shields before him. Crack! The shields shattered like glass, layer upon layer exploding. As the arrow pierced through the final barrier, disbelief etched itself onto the twisted face of the black-robed practitioner. Thud! The arrow penetrated his skull, causing his head to explode like a ripe watermelon. Before the blood mist could dissipate, the headless corpse remained in a seal posture for a moment before crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the crimson threads around the necks of the other 2 snapped one by one. They collapsed to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, devoid of sound. Chao Xiao lowered his bow, the shattered star arrow returning to the quiver on its own. He cast a cold glance over the 3 lifeless bodies, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Sensing something amiss, suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. He stepped forward and lifted the black-robed man's cloak, then searched the other 2 bodies, aside from their weapons. They bore not even the simplest of storage bags. Strange. The youth fell into contemplation. Deep within the trial battlefield, in a bamboo grove shrouded in crimson mist, a fan suddenly snapped shut as a young man stood still. A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at profound amusement. Interesting, losing one so quickly. He lightly clapped his hands with the fan, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. With a flourish, the fan opened, revealing a blurred image that depicted Chao Xiao inspecting the corpses. The young man gazed intently for a moment before suddenly chuckling. So it's you. Truly fascinating. He flicked his wrist, and the image shattered into specks of crimson light. The fan snapped shut again, and the young man sauntered forward. As the flora on either side seemed to retreat, the distant roars of beasts grew closer, yet he paid no heed, as if strolling leisurely in his own garden. Meanwhile, Chao Xiao withdrew his thoughts and traversed through the dense forest. The sound of his boots crunching over dry twigs echoed sharply in the stillness. Along the way, he encountered signs of fierce battles, ancient trees severed by sword energy, charred remnants of spells, and fresh bloodstains. Occasionally, he spotted a few mangled corpses, some of practitioners, others of demonic beasts. A trio of practitioners approached from the opposite direction. Upon seeing the solitary Chao Xiao, some hesitated. However, when they sensed the absence of spiritual energy from the youth, they immediately turned their faces away in disdain. What bad luck. Thought he was a helper. How did a mortal get in here? Don't meddle, just leave. The mocking words drifted on the wind, but Chao Xiao did not falter in his stride. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, where the sky was eerily dark, marking the direction of the Thunder Tribulation Pool. Suddenly, Chao Xiao's expression hardened, and he swiftly sidestepped 3 paces. Boom! A bolt of thunder fire struck where he had just stood, creating a charred pit in the ground. 5 practitioners emerged from the thicket. The leader sneering, "Quick reaction, hand over your storage bag, and we'll spare your life." Chao Xiao silently removed his longbow, his white hair fluttering gently in the rising wind. As the remnants of the thunder fire lingered, Chao Xiao had already knocked an arrow. There were no words wasted, no probing. The instant the bowstring twanged, the shattered star arrow transformed into a streak of black lightning, aimed directly at the throat of the lead practitioner. Thud. The practitioner had no time to react as the arrow pierced his throat. The dull thud of flesh being pierced resonated, and before the sound faded, Chao Xiao's figure had already ghosted to the second individual. His right arm shimmered with dragon scales, and a punch sliced through the air. Crack. The sound of a neck breaking was sharp and piercing. Before the body even fell, the third practitioner's artifact glimmered to life. But Chao Xiao's quiver had already opened on its own. Whoosh. The second arrow pierced through the center of the forehead, erupting in a spray of blood mist. The remaining two finally reacted, their faces turning pale as they retreated in horror. One of them hastily formed a hand seal, but as the earth wall began to rise, the arrow was already upon them. Boom. The earth wall exploded, and the arrow's force remained unabated, piercing through their chest. The last one turned to flee. But upon taking his third step, he froze. Looking down, he saw a bloodied arrowhead protruding from his heart. How is this possible? He collapsed to the ground as Chao Xiao had already turned away, bow in hand. 5 corpses lay scattered in the forest. The entire encounter lasting no more than 3 breaths. The quiver trembled slightly, and 3 shattered star arrows flew back. The youth stepped through the pools of blood, his white hair untouched by a single speck of dirt. In the distance, the 3 practitioners who had earlier attempted to invite Chao Xiao to join them stood frozen, their faces drained of color. The leader, clad in blue robes, swallowed hard, his knuckles whitening from gripping the sword hilt too tightly. His lips quivered, seemingly wanting to say something, yet only meaningless sounds escaped his mouth. The white-haired youth they had mocked moments ago now appeared as a harbinger of death in their eyes. Master, brother. The young practitioner on the left trembled, warm liquid trickling down his pants, pooling at his feet. His pupils dilated in terror, fixated on the arrows that were slowly returning, having just whizzed past them to pierce the fleeing practitioner. The oldest female practitioner was the first to regain her composure. Instinctively, she pulled her 2 companions back, pressing their backs against the rough bark of an ancient tree. Cold sweat trickled down her exquisite face, smudging her carefully applied makeup. The earlier jibe about bad luck now echoed in her mind, a bitter mockery. Her voice was hoarse, unrecognizable, as she recalled their earlier bravado. The blue-robed practitioner suddenly covered her mouth. The 3 held their breaths, watching as Chao Xiao's white hair flashed through the trees. Only when his figure completely vanished did they exhale in relief, collapsing to the ground. The young practitioner finally broke down in tears, snot and tears staining his face. The female practitioner gave a disdainful glance before slowly wiping the urine-soaked pant leg of her companion, her heart still trembling. After several hours of rapid travel, Chao Xiao finally reached the outskirts of the Thunder Tribulation Pool. The ancient trees grew sparse, and the air began to fill with a faint scent of sulfur, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of practitioners, some disciples walking in groups, who looked down on him disdainfully upon seeing him. Solitary wandering cultivators who cautiously withdrew after sizing him up, and bands of marauders whose eyes glimmered with greed. Stop. Hand over what you've got. A scar-faced brute, flanked by 4 companions, blocked his path, wielding a massive axe glinting ominously. Chao Xiao did not even pause his stride. With a twang of the bowstring, the arrow's brilliance flashed. By the time he passed, only 5 corpses with bloodied foreheads remained in his wake. As he approached the Thunder Tribulation Pool, such ambushes grew increasingly frequent. Yet, whether faced with peak foundation sword cultivators or well-coordinated triads, they all ultimately became lifeless bodies strewn across the forest floor. The youth remained silent, the blood on the shattered star arrows in his quiver growing ever darker. As he crossed the final ridge, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. Above the Thunder Calamity Pool, dense black clouds surged like spilled ink, devouring the light of day. From within the clouds, blinding silver serpents occasionally darted forth, tearing open rifts in the low-hanging sky, only to be swiftly consumed by darkness once more. Below, the pool spanned approximately 100 zhang, its inky waters suddenly boiling with the impact of thunder, sending waves several zhang high crashing forth. The splashes of water, suspended in midair, were ionized by the residual thunderous energy, transforming into wisps of pale violet mist that swirled and coiled. The water was no ordinary liquid, but rather a refining essence infused with the power of heaven and earth's thunder spirits. Immersing oneself within it allowed cultivators to harness the might of thunder to temper their physical forms and mend hidden injuries. At the edge of the pool, the lightning was relatively sparse, but as he ventured deeper, the thunder became increasingly violent. The water churned as if boiling, while silver-white electric serpents danced across the surface, inflicting harm upon contact. In the central region, the thunder no longer fell sporadically. Instead, it wove an intricate net, continuously bombarding the water's surface. Here, the water lost its black hue, revealing a profound azure, akin to liquid thunder, harboring the purest essence of thunder spirits. The air was thick with a potent scent of ozone, and each breath carried a slight tingling sensation. Chao Xiao's white hair fluttered gently under the influence of static electricity as he stood by the pool, gazing into the roiling realm of thunder. Suddenly, his flesh began to move unnaturally, as if countless living beings surged beneath his skin, each muscle twisting with an insatiable yearning. Chapter 29. The Trial Battlefield 2. At this moment, only a few body cultivators lingered by the Thunder Tribulation Pool, all of whom were devoted practitioners of physical cultivation. They gazed skyward, witnessing thick purple lightning dancing like a silver dragon, descending with the power to annihilate the world, causing expressions of fear to spread across their faces. Xiao Xiao paid no heed to those around him. Flickers of thunderlight shimmered in his eyes, and electric currents coursed through him. He slowly shed his outer robe, revealing a physique as solid as iron, with skin glimmering faintly in the dim celestial light, where golden patterns could be faintly discerned. Just as he was about to enter the pool, a kindly-faced cultivator in a blue robe suddenly spoke. "Fellow Taoist, please wait. Before entering the pool, one must first shield oneself with spiritual power, or else." His words were cut short by a jeering cultivator clad in purple and gold robes. What nonsense is this from a country bumpkin? Look at him. He likely hasn't even mastered the basic cultivation techniques. A muscular man with bulging muscles crossed his arms and scoffed. Which ignorant fool has wandered into the wrong place? The Thunder Tribulation Pool is not a playground for children. Another chimed in, eliciting a chorus of mocking laughter from the crowd. Xiao Xiao offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to the blue-robed cultivator, but remained indifferent to the taunting remarks behind him. Ignoring the scornful or pitying gazes of those around him, he leaped into the thunder pool. Splash! In an instant, the entire Thunder Tribulation Pool erupted. Dozens of purple bolts descended from the heavens like silver dragons, engulfing Xiao Xiao in an instant. The blinding lightning forced the onlookers to shield their eyes with their sleeves, while the deafening roar of thunder filled their ears. It's over. It's over. There will be nothing left of him. What a foolish fool. He won't even have time to scream. However, when the lightning subsided, all mockery fell silent. The young man in the pool stood proudly, surrounded by entwining lightning serpents, yet unharmed. Radiant blue light surged from the depths of the pool, coursing over his body like a living entity, continuously repairing the meridians impacted by the lightning. Could it be a pure body cultivator? Someone gasped in astonishment. What does it mean to be a pure body cultivator? In the depths of the pool, Xiao Xiao closed his eyes in concentration, deeply savoring the sensation of being tempered by thunder. Having been forged by dragon blood, consumed heavenly spiritual herbs like the panlong sprout, and immersed in spiritual medicine daily in the Sunset Valley, the external lightning merely tickled him. Raising his gaze towards the rolling storm at the center of the pool, the young man's eyes narrowed, and he continued to step forward. 1 zhang, 5 zhang, 20 zhang. As he delved deeper, the power of the lightning intensified, and fine fissures began to appear on his skin. It was still insufficient. Xiao Xiao gritted his teeth and stepped forward another 10 zhang. At this moment, he found himself 30 zhang deep, where the lightning was as dense as rain, with bolts as thick as a bowl weaving a net around him. Dozens of thunders struck simultaneously, causing his body to shudder violently. His skin instantly charred and cracked, tendons ruptured, and bones emitted pain cries under the overwhelming pressure. The spiritual liquid in the pool transformed into countless azure threads, visibly repairing his injuries at a rapid pace. In mere moments, the charred skin flaked away, revealing new flesh that gleamed like jade, and the broken tendons and bones radiated an even stronger vitality than before. A faint smile played at the corners of Xiao Xiao's mouth as he finally sat cross-legged in this spot, where the raging thunder was precisely the ideal place for his body refinement. Meanwhile, the spectators on the shore had already been blinded by the ferocity of the thunder, left only with an overwhelming white light. Occasionally, a lightning serpent would dart out, exploding on the surface of the pool in dazzling sparks. But it was impossible to catch a glimpse of what lay within, as Xiao Xiao tempered his body in the Thunder Tribulation Pool across the trial grounds. The contemporary prodigies exhibited their prowess, utilizing the mysteries of this place to refine themselves. In the Sword Tomb, the disciples of Qingyang sect encircled the periphery like stars around the moon, while Fang Feiyu sat alone at the heart of the 10,000 sword tomb. His flying sword, Qing Ming, hovered 3 inches above his head, buzzing incessantly. At the Dao Inquiry platform, the disciples of the Upper Clear Palace were scattered around like lotus blossoms, with Yuxuanji seated at the center on the Stone of Enlightenment, her hands grasping the Taishu Dao Inquiry which fluttered without wind. 9 immortal ascension pillars in front of her ignited one after another, casting the ethereal shadows of 9 ancient powerhouses as they expounded their teachings. She occasionally furrowed her brows in contemplation, then smiled gently, surrounded by the ever-shifting starry runes that pulsed with her breath. In the Blood Fiend Abyss, the disciples of the Mou sect ravenously absorbed the blood fiend aura of this place. Yi Yin stood before the ancient blood monument, his blood serpent tattoo resonating with the inscriptions. His right eye had transformed entirely into a bronze hue, while his left remained a profound darkness. Blood threads wove and reformed around him, slowly taking the shape of a menacing blood-red armor. In the alchemy chamber, a young man in white pondered over a game of alchemical chess, the board before him shifting unpredictably. With each piece he placed, an ancient alchemy furnace exhaled spiritual flames. At this moment, 6 games had been broken, with 6 ancient alchemical shadows orbiting him, releasing a captivating fragrance. As the 7th game began, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, yet he remained fixated on the profound truths of alchemy swirling upon the board. In the Heavenly Talismans Pavilion, in the southeastern corner of the trial grounds, A jade-green pavilion floated amidst the clouds, with 9 bronze bells at its eaves ringing without wind. Su Qingli ascended the steps, her delicate fingers brushing over the luminous talisman patterns on the walls. These patterns were not carved, but naturally manifested from the Tao of heaven and earth, each stroke resonating with the cosmic cycle. In this realm of trials, myriad paths lead to enlightenment. The profoundness of fate and the subtleties of understanding are as varied as the stars in the sky. Here, opportunities are scattered like constellations. Yet the gains of cultivators rely solely on their own fortitude. Some discern the arrival of autumn from a single leaf, while others sit atop mountains of treasure yet remain oblivious. Some achieve sudden enlightenment in an instant, while others toil for a century without grasping the key. The Tao is profoundly simple, yet all paths lead to the same destination. Each individual is touching the true essence of the heavenly Tao in their unique manner, and the extent of their gains is contingent upon their depth of insight. Just as inscribed on a stone tablet, opportunities are everywhere, profound methods lie within the heart. Only by perceiving the true nature can one understand the workings of creation. Chao Xiao sat cross-legged in the thunder tribulation pool, arcs of electricity dancing around him. Yet the admonition of his senior brother echoed in his mind. The path of cultivation is to go against the heavens. As this trial ground opened, countless cultivators were racing against time to refine themselves, all for the fleeting opportunity to ascend to the heavens, the heavenly ladder. The trial ground opens for a full year each time, and in the preceding 11 months, this realm appeared tranquil. Cultivators either secluded themselves in serene valleys to contemplate the Tao or roamed secret realms in search of opportunities, each seeking the most suitable place for cultivation within the expansive trial grounds. Yet, this tranquility was merely a facade before the impending storm. As the final month approached, the world would suddenly change. Blood and fire would replace the previous peace, for the most brutal ultimate trial. The heavenly ladder was about to commence. Hence, this trial ground was deemed a battlefield of trials. When the time comes, all cultivators will converge upon the heavenly ladder mountain, like rivers returning to the sea, drawn inexorably toward the central ascent. That towering divine peak pierces the heavens, with 9,999 rungs of the heavenly ladder spiraling like silver dragons, leading to the hall of heavenly ladders. With each step upon the ladder, one must endure the baptism of heavenly pressure and remain ever vigilant against threats from all directions. Even more cruelly, this path to the heavens is singular, and the rare foundational liquid is limited to 10 portions. Only those who ascend beyond 5,000 rungs possess the qualification to compete for it. The 5,000 jade steps stretch across the clouds, after which each subsequent step becomes a chasm that only those with great determination and fortune may cross. As for the hall of heavenly ladders, no one has ever set foot within for tens of thousands of years, rumored to contain opportunities capable of defying fate and altering destinies. Yet, thousands of cultivators have entered the trial ground, all prodigies of formidable strength. In this final month, the jade steps of Heavenly Ladder Mountain will undoubtedly be stained with blood and lined with corpses. The foundational liquid to me is as ephemeral as clouds. Altering my fate is not my desire. Chao Xiao's gaze sharpened, and as lightning flickered at his fingertips, it was only this Mou sect. Suddenly, the pool of water began to boil, and countless serpentine bolts of lightning surged forth, weaving into a net in the air. A glint of ferocity flashed in Chao Xiao's eyes. This tiny mountain would be their final resting place. Chapter 30. Life and Death on the Edge. Thunder rumbled. Bolts of purple lightning descended like frenzied dragons, tearing through the boy's flesh. Before blood could seep out, it was evaporated into crimson mist by the raging thunder. His bones and sinews shattered inch by inch amidst the lightning's glow, as if he were on the verge of being utterly torn apart. Yet, at such moments, the eerie blue waters of the pool suddenly boiled. Countless life-infused essences, akin to living beings, surged into the wounds, fervently mending the boy's broken body. The newly formed flesh glimmered with a faint golden hue, more resilient than before. Chao Xiao gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He silently endured the excruciating pain that would drive ordinary cultivators to madness. However, he could distinctly sense that with each cycle of destruction and rebirth, the impurities within him were being refined away by the thunder, and the strength of his bones and sinews surpassed that of the past. Gradually, he learned to maintain clarity amidst the agony. When the 7th wave of the thunder tribulation arrived, the boy straightened his back, allowing the lightning to pierce through his crown. The true dragon body refinement technique surged wildly, guiding the furious power of the thunder into his limbs and bones. Bring it on. His hoarse roar was drowned out by the thunderclaps. In that moment, Chao Xiao resembled a sword being tempered through countless strikes, each blow sharpening his edge further. Reflected in the pool's waters, his eyes shone brighter than the lightning, mirroring the relentless flashes and rumbles of the heavens above. Time flew. 8 months passed quietly amidst the lightning. Chao Xiao stood 50 zhang deep in the thunder tribulation pool, where the thunder had grown as thick as barrels, and the purple lightning twisted like dragons, each strike causing the pool's waters to churn violently. The boy gazed up at the interwoven web of lightning in the sky. Electric brilliance dancing in his pupils, reflecting his grave countenance. If I delve deeper, I fear. He looked down at the flickering golden patterns on his skin, his right fist unconsciously clenching. Although the essence in the pool could heal his injuries, a single fatal strike from the thunder would render all healing useless. What should I do? Whispers were drowned in the roaring thunder. Ultimately, a flicker of resolve crossed the boy's eyes. His right arm suddenly became covered in golden scales, slowly reaching towards a descending bolt of lightning. Crackle boom. The instant of contact. The golden scales on his entire arm instantly rolled back and shattered, blinding sparks racing through his meridians, striking his internal organs. Chao Xiao convulsed violently, his white hair standing on end, blood gushing from his orifices. His heart-wrenching scream was swallowed by the thunder. The lightning raged within him like a wild beast, severing sinews and shattering bones. The essence from the pool surged forth desperately to mend him, but it could not keep pace with the destruction. In less than 3 breaths, the boy would surely explode into a gory demise. Am I to perish? Feeling the life force within him rapidly collapsing, the boy managed a bitter smile. So be it. Death may be a relief. Living is quite exhausting. The only regret is that I have yet to avenge the MOU sect. Forgive me, Father, Brother Sean, and Little Wu. Only in the next life shall I take vengeance for you. The boy slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Sigh. A voice suddenly echoed in Chao Xiao's mind. The boy's heart jolted. That voice. Master. In the ethereal realm, that familiar voice carried a hint of helplessness and sternness. Kid, are you truly ready to die? As a disciple of Li Guang, how can you be so cowardly? Just watch closely. Before the words concluded, a vast surge of power suddenly flooded into Chao Xiao's limbs. The once ferocious lightning transformed, as if tamed, instantly becoming docile and converging towards his dantian. Within the dantian, previously empty, the thunder began to coalesce into a sphere, suspended within, surrounded by swirling purple lightning, like a star nurturing both destruction and vitality. Even more astonishing was that the golden patterns throughout his body, as if summoned by a command, surged towards the dantian, intertwining into a net, encasing the thunder sphere, ultimately forming a radiant golden dragon pattern barrier on its inner wall. This is. Chao Xiao's eyes widened, the lightning within his golden pupils surging. He gazed inward at the suspended thunder pill in his dantian, his heart overwhelmed with awe. Master, what is happening? How are you? The boy's voice echoed in his consciousness, filled with the excitement of surviving calamity, yet slightly incoherent due to his chaotic thoughts. After a moment of silence, the ancient voice resounded once more, laced with a hint of carefree laughter. Heh, foolish child. I have long fallen into oblivion. Now, I exist merely as a wisp of remnant soul, surviving within this jade ring. Pausing, the tone turned slightly teasing. According to your present understanding, I would now be considered the spirit of this ring. Previously, I had to expend too much of my soul's energy to help you comprehend the true essence of the arrow path. And hence, I fell into a deep slumber. Only upon sensing your impending demise did I gather my fading essence to awaken. Upon hearing this, the light in Chao Xiao's eyes dimmed suddenly. The joy of surviving was shattered by the harsh reality, replaced by a heavy bitterness. Master, his voice was hoarse. Yet he persisted in asking, is there still a way to separate you from this state? Is there any possibility of reviving you? Within the realm of consciousness, Li Guang's remnant soul chuckled lightly, a mix of comfort and nostalgia in his tone. Heh, silly boy. I have perished for countless millennia. My soul is irreparably fragmented. If one day you become strong enough to reach heights I never could, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. Chao Xiao's pupils constricted, the dim light in his eyes rekindling into a fierce flame. Good. He uttered a single word, yet it bore the weight of mountains. Within the jade ring, Li Guang's remnant soul chuckled softly, his tone laced with a hint of satisfaction. Kid, not bad. You have cultivated the second layer of the true dragon body refinement technique to a decent level, and your foundation remains solid. The tone paused, and he suddenly recalled Chao Xiao's reckless endeavor to confront the thunder tribulation in his quest for strength, a realization dawning upon him. He sighed. You young man are far too bold. The thunder in this tribulation pool contains a trace of the world's primordial power, not to mention you. Even a golden core cultivator would face destruction upon recklessly engaging with it. Li Guang sighed, with a touch of regret in his voice. My sudden slumber last time left you to navigate your cultivation alone. It was indeed a challenging journey. Upon hearing this, Chao Xiao felt warmth in his heart, but was quickly reminded of a long-standing doubt, prompting him to ask, Master, about the true dragon body refinement technique. I initially advanced to the second layer thanks to the coiling dragon sprout you left in the ring, yet despite my arduous efforts, I have been unable to progress further. Why is this? Li Guang paused for a moment, as if recalling, before slowly speaking. This technique is not of human origin. It hails from the ancient Dragon Slayer clan, a lineage born to oppose dragons. From birth, clan members tempered their bodies with dragon blood and wielded dragon bones as weapons. The true dragon body refinement technique is their supreme secret art, forged by slaying dragons and refining their essence. As he spoke, Li Guang's voice bore a hint of helplessness. Unfortunately, I am but a remnant soul now, and you are too weak. Without the means to seek dragon blood, it is naturally challenging to break through. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shuo glanced down at his arm. Beneath his skin, faint golden dragon scale patterns flickered. Master, regarding the golden patterns within me, the golden patterns you bear are manifestations of dragon bloodline. The blood pool you once immersed yourself in was, in truth, the essence blood of a true dragon. As it tempered your physique, the essence of dragon blood seamlessly integrated into your limbs and bones. The weak voice echoed in his consciousness, tinged with nostalgia. However, the human physique ultimately struggles to bear the dragon bloodline, resulting in backlash. For some time, the dragon blood within you has remained dormant. It only fully awakened upon sensing the host's imminent demise. Before he could finish, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from within Qiao Shuo. The shattered golden scales began to mend themselves, each piece shimmering with ancient, enigmatic dragon patterns. Master, since dragon blood is elusive, how shall I advance in the art of true dragon body refinement? Just now, when your life hung by a thread, the dormant dragon blood within you instinctively responded, awakening to protect its master. Your voice, akin to clear springs striking stone, conveyed that it shall grow stronger with your cultivation. However, pausing slightly, as if weighing your words, the nature of the dragon is unruly, and with each increment of strength, the backlash becomes more pronounced. You must harness its power to temper your body while simultaneously restraining it, lest it overshadow your will. This principle is akin to taming a tiger. Qiao Shuo gazed at the flickering dragon patterns upon his arm, the golden scales gently expanding and contracting with his breath, requiring nourishment of flesh and blood while preventing any potential retaliation. Excellent. You must use your own vital essence as a catalyst to thoroughly refine it. Yet, this path has been unheard of since ancient times. The outcome of merging dragon blood with human lineage remains uncertain. As your voice trailed off, it culminated in a soft sigh. Amidst the lightning, Qiao Shuo's fingers curled, the newly formed dragon scales resonating with a sound akin to gold and stone, with no precedent. I am willing to be the first in the world. Chapter 31. The transformation of the Thunder Tribulation Pool. Qiao Shuo sat cross-legged in the depths of the Thunder Pool, 50 zhang deep, with his eyes closed in introspection. Within his dantian, a sphere of thunder quietly floated, its surface shimmering with delicate purple lightning. Whenever the lightning flickered, the golden dragon patterns on the inner wall of his dantian would pulse and sink, akin to breathing. Master, what is this sphere of thunder within me? You possess no innate spiritual roots and cannot cultivate spiritual energy. Your dantian is as desolate as a wasteland. Thus, I took a different path. I used the heavenly thunder as a guide, planting a seed of thunder within your dantian, and bound it with the power of the dragon lineage to suppress it. The two forces nourish and counterbalance each other, creating a self-sustaining cycle. However, this thunder seed is still immature and must continuously consume heavenly thunder to grow stronger. In this thunder seed, there lies a thread of the essence of thunder. If you can refine it into the seed, it will forge an unparalleled foundation for your path. Li Guang's voice was filled with astonishment. From today onward, continue to temper your body with the thunder tribulation, nurturing the thunder seed with 70% of the energy while returning 30% to yourself. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shuo suddenly opened his eyes just as a purple bolt of lightning, as thick as a water tank, crashed down. With arms outstretched, he allowed the lightning to course through his entire being. The ferocious power of the thunder, upon contact with the youth's body, exploded. The thunder seed spun wildly, its surface swelling with purple lightning, as if a bottomless pit voraciously devouring the thunderous force. Qiao Shuo swiftly sealed his dantian, reserving only 30% of the thunder energy to refine his physique. However, even this fraction was still immensely violent. His meridians shattered, bones cracked under the overwhelming strain, and his internal organs suffered severe trauma. The youth let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating torment. Fortunately, the spiritual liquid of the thunder pool continually repaired his body. Though 30% of the thunder was not lethal, it still inflicted extreme agony. Yet each cycle of destruction and rebirth fortified his flesh further. His muscles twisted like steel wires, his explosive power multiplied. His meridians expanded several times, becoming as resilient as dragon tendons. After shattering and reconstituting, his bones revealed faint dragon patterns, glistening like jade. Within his dantian, the thunder seed had expanded, its surface of purple lightning dancing like dragons and serpents, complementing the dragon patterns. Li Guang's voice resonated in his consciousness. Excellent. At this rate, within 10 days, the thunder seed will stabilize. Qiao Shuo exhaled a breath of turbid air, the lightning swirling in his golden eyes. Not fast enough. Time is running short. From that day forth, the youth hesitated no longer, actively inviting heavenly thunder into his body every day. At 60 zhong, the thunder roared like an enraged dragon. Tearing his flesh, yet under the nurturing of the spiritual liquid, he quickly healed. At 70 zhong, the lightning was as thick as a water tank, shattering his bones. Yet they reformed, appearing even more translucent with the emergence of dragon patterns. At 80 zhong, the power of the thunder rivaled that of a nascent soul tribulation, but could no longer harm him in the slightest. At that moment, he seemed to merge with the thunder, generating arcs of lightning with every movement. Now, standing at 90 zhong deep, the lightning before him was no longer mere flashes but resembled a living entity. The purple thunder, as thick as a mountain, coiled like a great dragon. Each undulation sent the waters of the pool into a frenzy, shaking heaven and earth. For ordinary cultivators, reaching this point would mean utter destruction. Even a mere glance would shatter their souls. Yet, Xiao Xiao calmly took a step forward. Boom! The dragon-like thunder struck down, yet upon reaching his body, it dissipated like a gentle breeze. After 11 months of tempering by the thunder, his physique had undergone a metamorphosis. The blood flowing through his meridians had turned from bright red to dark silver. The surface of his bones was intricately etched with dense thunder patterns, each line seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe. The thunder sphere in his dantian had transformed into a purple-gold pill, drawing in thunder from 100 zhong radius with each breath. At this moment, rather than enduring the thunder, he had become one with it. Even the experienced Li Guang could not explain this transformation. The youth walked steadily toward the deepest part of the thunder pool, traversing the 90 zhong thunderstorm zone. Before him lay a 10 zhong square of clear water, its surface as smooth as a mirror, undisturbed by waves. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, there was not a hint of thunder falling here. Only the pure essence of thunder spirit wafting like mist. At the center, a 3-foot-long silver dragon floated in midair. It was composed entirely of liquid thunder. With distinct scales and claws, its whiskers fanned out. Each flick of its tail sent out tiny sparks, tracing brilliant arcs in the void. The little dragon seemed to sense a presence nearby and suddenly halted. Its eyes, formed purely from electric light, gazing intently at Xiao Xiao. There was no hostility, no pressure. Yet the thunder seed within Xiao Xiao trembled violently, the golden dragon patterns uncontrollably radiating from his body. Master, why is this essence of thunder in the form of a dragon? Xiao Xiao's pupils constricted, his palm instinctively pressing against his dantian, attempting to suppress the agitation. After a few moments of silence within the jade ring, Li Guang finally replied, his voice trembling. The essence of thunder has taken form. This is the primordial thunder that has birthed consciousness. In ancient times, the true dragon clan acted on behalf of the heavens, wielding the authority of thunder. This essence, influenced by the laws of heaven and earth, naturally manifests in the shape of a dragon. After a pause, Li Guang suddenly chuckled lightly. His tone tinged with a hint of envy. You lucky rascal, you've struck it rich. If it were simply a mindless essence of thunder, capturing it would be perilous. A matter of life and death. I had planned to risk another slumber to assist you in capturing it, but since it has gained sentience. Before he could finish, the silver dragon tilted its head curiously and swam toward Xiao Xiao. As it approached, the air before Xiao Xiao suddenly twisted. The thunder seed within him emerging of its own accord, hovering before him and emitting a melodious hum. Simultaneously, the bloodline of the dragon within him surged. And a golden dragon silhouette burst forth, scales and claws unfurling as it flew toward the silver dragon. The two seemed to rejoice as if old friends reunited. The silver and golden dragons chasing each other, spiraling and dancing in the void, ultimately merging into two streams of light, one golden and one silver. Vanishing into Xiao Xiao's dantian. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Xiao felt as though his dantian had been cleaved by heavenly thunder. The original thunder seed shattered, replaced by the golden and silver dragons swirling within, evolving into a representation of the Tai Chi diagram. What? Xiao Xiao stood in place, bewildered. In the jade ring, Li Guang remained silent for a long time before finally uttering, truly a monster. At the moment the silver dragon entered Xiao Xiao's dantian, the thunder pool fell silent. The roiling thunderclouds dissipated in an instant, the rampant purple lightning extinguished without a sound. And even the thunder spirit energy leaping in the water returned to tranquility. The entire thunder tribulation pool transformed in the blink of an eye into an ordinary body of water. The outer disciples, who were tempering their bodies, opened their eyes simultaneously. Their faces filled with confusion. What happened? Where's the thunder tribulation? My tempering was at a critical juncture. Could it be that the trial ground is closing? Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the center of the thunder pool. Look, there is someone. All eyes turned to Xiao Xiao, who stood at the center. His white hair like snow, remnants of lightning patterns still lingering around him. After a brief silence, whispers erupted from the crowd. He must have taken the treasure of the thunder pool. Stop him. Don't let the opportunity slip away. How could a mere useless being with no spiritual roots claim such fortune? More than a dozen cultivators had already summoned their artifacts, their eyes gleaming with greed. However, several others began to quietly withdraw, their expressions complex, filled with both reverence and envy. This was the very group that had witnessed Xiao Xiao step into the depths of the thunder pool months ago. Fools. A cultivator in a blue robe scoffed softly, a bunch of idiots. They don't even consider what it means to survive in the central area. Let them go to their deaths. Another pulled his companion back urgently. We should leave. Chao Xiao watched the encroaching cultivators with a cold gaze, remaining silent. The first to charge forward was a burly man, grinning menacingly as he assumed a fighting stance. Kid, surrender the treasure. Chao Xiao clenched his right fist, golden scales shimmering on his skin. With no elaborate techniques, he simply stepped forward. Boom. The surface of the water erupted in towering waves, and his figure instantly appeared before the man. His fist, crackling with lightning, pierced through the hastily erected spiritual shield, crashing into the man's chest with unrelenting force. Crack. The sound of shattering ribs had yet to resonate when the violent surge of lightning erupted. The man's body disintegrated in midair, turning into a mist of blood. Each droplet evaporated by the scattered electric sparks. Turning swiftly, he delivered an elbow strike. A swordsman was cleaved in two, both man and blade severed. Spinning around, he unleashed a kick. The weapons of three assailants shattered simultaneously, lightning coursing through the fragments and crushing their internal organs. When Chao Xiao returned to his original position, only wisps of blue smoke lingered on the water's surface. The surviving cultivators stood frozen, watching the flickering electric sparks amid the boy's white hair. Finally realizing, this was no prey. He was a formidable beast in human form. The youth stood proudly at the center of the thunder pool, like a timeless statue of the thunder god. His white hair swayed slightly in the still air, and the once delicate features of his face were now sharply defined, exuding an indifference not befitting his age. His eyes, swirling with golden patterns, revealed no hint of emotion. Most striking was the lightning mark on his brow, flickering like a firefly at times, and at others, blinding as the sun. Each flicker caused subtle distortions in the surrounding space. After a moment, silence reclaimed the world. The lightning mark on the boy's brow gradually faded, and the electric sparks dancing around him receded like a tide. The overwhelming aura he had just exuded was now entirely reined in. He stood there, his breath calm, transformed once more into an ordinary mortal youth. Only his eyes hinted at the fleeting golden lightning patterns deep within, a reminder that what had transpired was no mere illusion. He slowly donned a set of black attire and turned to walk out of the thunder pool, leaving behind a group of stunned cultivators and a profoundly silent thunder pool. Chapter 32, The Battle of the Heavenly Ladder. As I stepped out of the thunder pool, a grave voice emanated from the Jade Ring. Young one, you now harbor two forbidden treasures. Unless faced with life and death, do not expose them lightly. The first is the source of thunder, a treasure of heaven and earth, coveted even by great cultivators. If discovered, it will attract relentless pursuit. The second is the dragon bloodline. The ancient dragon race despises the human race for stealing their bloodline. Once discovered, they will unleash their entire clan to hunt you down. The lingering soul sighed softly, his tone growing increasingly somber. The cycle of heaven operates through cause and effect. Since you have acquired this fortune, you must also bear the corresponding tribulations. Your cultivation is still shallow. It is prudent to conceal your brilliance. A hint of gravity flickered across Chao Xiao's brow. However, Li Guang's tone shifted, laced with a touch of self-satisfaction. But you need not overly worry. I have used the heavenly veil technique to obscure your secrets. Unless a cultivator at the transformation stage or above deliberately deduces, no one will perceive any clues. Chao Xiao focused inwardly and beheld two distinct dragon shadows, adorned with scales, swirling amidst the chaotic energies in his dantian, enveloped in a hazy aura of Tao. Thank you, master. I shall remember this. Chao Xiao responded solemnly, then curiously surveyed his surroundings. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he asked, Master, what is the origin of this secret realm? Are there other hidden opportunities? Foolish child. Do you think the source of thunder is akin to wild grass by the roadside? Li Guang chastised with a laugh. This source of thunder is likely the greatest fortune in this realm. Look at these ancient ruins. They have been sealed for at least several 100,000 years. The source you acquired may have originated from a mere wisp of thunder essence, refined through the vicissitudes of time, thus allowing you to reap an enormous benefit. What is this place truly? If my conjecture is correct, this should be the trial secret realm of an ancient super sect. Li Guang's tone grew grave. Although this place harbors numerous legacies, they are all basic techniques, evidently prepared for disciples in the chi condensation and foundation establishment stages. As for the heavenly ladder, it is merely a cruel method for the sect to select its prodigies, akin to raising goo, forcing disciples to slay one another to choose the best. The youth was taken aback and slowly remarked, it appears the sect is not benevolent. A long sigh resonated within the sea of consciousness. This is the truest visage of the cultivation world. Since ancient times, to gain the sect's full support, one must prove their worthiness for cultivation. The path of the great Tao has always been drenched in blood. Suddenly, a resounding boom interrupted the exchange between master and disciple. A distant, ancient bell tolled, reverberating like a dragon's roar, echoing throughout the expanse. The entire trial ground fell silent. Even the howling winds held their breath. In the central area, the ever-present chaotic mist slowly lifted like a veil. As the clouds receded, a golden palace emerged from the void, its glazed tiles reflecting heavenly light, with eaves and brackets intricately carved with mysterious patterns. The palace exuded an aura of primordial antiquity, as if it had hung in this place since the dawn of time, waiting for a fated individual. Boom, another earth-shattering sound erupted, shaking the heavenly ladder mountain violently. Amidst the rumbling, 9,999 white jade steps gradually materialized from the mountaintop, cascading down like a river of stars. The jade steps extended with visible speed towards the floating heavenly pavilion, reaching toward the heavens. Each step radiated a cold, moonlit brilliance, framed by ancient stone statues that silently bore witness to the opening of yet another cycle. Deep within the sword tomb, the sword cultivators of Qingyang's sect swiftly gathered, their swords trembling in their sheaths, emitting a sharp aura. At the center of the group, Fang Feiyu's suspended flying sword suddenly emitted a clear, melodious chime, circling him like a playful dragon. His golden pupils opened abruptly, casting a piercing gaze toward the central palace. Disciples of the Mou sect transformed into wisps of crimson mist, slithering through the shadows like streams of blood. Yi Yunjing stood before an ancient rune-inscribed blood tablet, his gruesome blood armor slowly shedding its scarlet hue, merging with his body as if it were a living entity. The cultivators of the upper clear palace rose in unison, concluding their meditative states. Yu Xuanji slowly opened her eyes. The ethereal Dao flower above her head, formed from the essence of the Dao, gradually dissipated into the void. She gazed toward the central area, softly murmuring, "The great Dao is merciless. Time is the greatest thief." Her cool voice carried a hint of transcendent solitude. Across the secret realm, countless cultivators awakened from their meditations. In an instant, beams of light streaked across the sky, converging toward Heavenly Ladder Mountain like rivers flowing into the sea. "Master, the Heavenly Ladder has appeared." Qiao Xiu withdrew his gaze from the central area. "Then let us take a look." Li Guang's voice echoed within the jade ring. Qiao Xiu nodded slightly, retrieved his longbow, strapped on his quiver, and slowly made his way toward Heavenly Ladder Mountain. Before he reached the foot of the mountain, the sounds of battle resounded thunderously. The cultivators who had endured 11 months of arduous training within this secret realm now radiated overwhelming auras, their eyes gleaming with determination. When the two factions met, a mere exchange of glances ignited a clash of blades. In the midst of the blood rain, cultivators fell from the sky, staining the ancient trees below crimson. Explosions of spells echoed around, yet Qiao Xiu paid no heed as he continued onward. He stepped over a twitching corpse, his boots smeared with thick blood. His white hair billowed in the turbulent winds, and the thunder patterns on his brow faintly glowed. At that moment, a clear sword chime resonated from the sky. As the disciples of Qingyang sect soared down, over 200 beams of sword light sliced through the air, their chilling sword energy surging skyward, causing the clouds to roil. As they landed, the fluttering garments stirred the winds, abruptly silencing the chaotic battleground. Both sides instinctively halted, parting like the tide to create a broad passage. Fang Feiyu, clad in a white robe, strode forward with a stern expression at the forefront. The disciples of Qingyang sect marched in unison, their synchronized steps stirring up fine dust from the ground. As they progressed, a young cultivator suddenly focused intently on Qiao Xiu, exclaiming sharply, "Humph! I didn't expect you to be so resilient, but today shall be your last." This individual was the Qingyang sect disciple who had previously clashed with Qiao Xiu. Qiao Xiu furrowed his brow, remaining silent in response. Fang Feiyu halted, and the entire Qingyang sect contingent came to an immediate standstill, hundreds of gazes converging upon Qiao Xiu. Fang Feiyu scrutinized Qiao Xiu, his brow knitting together, before the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. Qiao Xiu felt an icy chill envelop him, as if all his disguises had been stripped away, leaving him exposed beneath the other's gaze. "Ah, is that the void-breaking golden eye?" Li Guang's voice resonated within Qiao Xiu's consciousness. "This eye can pierce through illusions, revealing the flaws of all worldly laws. A treasure seldom encountered in a millennium. Young one, you might as well seize it for your own use." Qiao Xiu's eyes sparkled momentarily before he shook his head. "Master, there is no enmity between us. To take his eye would be foolish, were it not for this child's low cultivation and the concealment of my heavenly veil technique. Your secrets would have been laid bare long ago. This child cannot be spared." Li Guang's tone shifted abruptly, growing severe. Qiao Xiu's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his spine. He cast a discreet glance at Fang Feiyu, clenching his fist tightly. Fang Feiyu's golden eye closed, unaware of any abnormality, merely considering Qiao Xiu as an ordinary cultivator of robust physique, casually stating, "We must hasten. Let us depart." "Understood." The youth namely grinned menacingly, stepping forth, followed closely by 3 companions. "Wait, seniorly." Lu Yun and her 3 companions hurriedly caught up, positioning themselves in front of Qiao Xiu. She produced a radiant spirit herb from her bosom. "This brother Qiao is an old acquaintance of mine. This 300-year spirit concentration herb is offered as an apology. I hope senior will show mercy." Li Bai toyed with the spirit herb, scrutinizing Lu Yun with interest, for the sake of an outsider. "You are willing to part with such a treasure?" However, his expression darkened. While death may be avoided, living punishment cannot escape. He signaled to 3 fellow disciples. "Disable him." Just as Lu Yun was about to interject, Li Bai barked sternly, "Lu Jr., do not overstep your bounds." His voice thundered, causing Lu Yun to stagger back 2 steps. The 3 disciples of Qingyang sect steadied their swords, advancing menacingly towards Qiao Xiu. The onlookers quickly dispersed, whispers of concern filling the air. How could this youth provoke Li Bai, the living embodiment of death? It was rumored that enmity had been established even before the trial. What a pity for such a fine visage. Qiao Xiu clasped his hands towards Lu Yun. "Your kindness is noted, Lu brother. There is no need for further concern." Lu Yun, filled with regret, cast a sorrowful glance at Qiao Xiu, which ultimately transformed into a heavy sigh. Qiao Xiu diverted his gaze, and with a sudden push off the ground, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The earth beneath him cracked open in a spiderweb of fissures. Seeing Xiao Xiu advance rather than retreat, the three disciples of Qingyang sect sneered, their swords singing as they unleashed a barrage of strikes, sharp as lightning, aimed at Xiao Xiu from various angles. The air was thick with sword energy, carving deep trenches into the ground, forcing nearby cultivators to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Yet, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Xiu's lips. Too slow. His figure suddenly blurred, and with the technique of stepping through the heavens, he vanished from sight. Boom. The ground erupted as Xiao Xiu reappeared before the leftmost disciple, his right fist crackling with violent thunderous energy, striking out with force. Crack. The disciple's protective aura shattered like thin paper, and Xiao Xiu's fist collided with his chest, the thunderous power surging through him. Gush. Blood sprayed violently as the disciple's chest caved in, his body flying backward like a ragdoll, crashing into a mountainside dozens of feet away, lifeless on impact. What? The remaining two disciples' pupils constricted in shock, hastily maneuvering their flying swords for defense. However, Xiao Xiu's form vanished once more. The second one. A chilling voice echoed in their ears. One disciple barely had time to turn before a hand wreathed in lightning seized his neck. Boom. Thunder erupted. And the disciple convulsed violently, blood gushing from his orifices, as he was mercilessly slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater, his bones shattered. The last disciple was gripped by terror, desperately urging his flying sword into action, the blade flaring with intensity as it sliced towards Xiao Xiu. Die. Xiao Xiu did not flinch or evade, his right fist gathering the essence of lightning, launching a powerful strike. Boom. The force of his fist collided with the flying sword, instantly shattering the blade, which cried out in anguish, splintering into fragments. The disciple had no time to retreat. Xiao Xiu was upon him, his fist piercing through the disciple's dantian. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted as the disciple was engulfed by lightning, his form exploding into a mist of blood. The arena fell silent. From the moment he struck until the end, merely a few breaths had passed, and all three foundation-building cultivators lay dead. Xiao Xiu wiped the blood from his hands, casting a cold gaze towards Li Bai, his voice deep as thunder. Now, it is your turn. Li Bai's pupils dilated in horror, his insides quaking. Three foundation disciples had been annihilated in the blink of an eye by Xiao Xiu's overwhelming might. That ferocious thunderous fist and ghostly speed were akin to a beast in human form. This is impossible, he roared internally, trembling fingers reaching for the jade slip at his waist, shattering it in desperation. Brother Fong, save me. The jade slip transformed into a golden light, streaking into the sky. Li Bai, suppressing his fear, bellowed with a twisted face, Xiao Xiu, do you comprehend the grave sin of slaying disciples of Qingyang sect? Brother Fong will arrive in an instant, and you shall be soul harvested and refined for eternity. Xiao Xiu scoffed, not allowing him the chance to finish. As the ground beneath him erupted, his figure darting forward like a bolt of lightning. Damn it! Li Bai's heart raced with terror, frantically activating the jade pendant at his waist. A green barrier unfurled instantly, a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Boom! Lightning shattered the barrier, causing it to tremble violently but not break. Seizing the moment, Li Bai summoned his life-bound sword, leaping onto the sword light soaring into the sky. Haha! A brute is ultimately a brute. He laughed maniacally from 30 feet above, waiting for Brother Fong. Before he could finish, Xiao Xiu had drawn his dark wooden longbow, the shattering star arrow automatically knocked. As the bowstring vibrated, the arrow shot forth. Whoosh! Li Bai hurriedly formed seals, his flying sword veering sharply. The arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a spray of blood. How could this be? He touched the wound on his cheek, aghast. Just then, the second arrow was upon him. Li Bai gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, causing his flying sword to surge in speed. The shattering star arrow pierced through his afterimage, obliterating a massive boulder in the distance. The third arrow, this is your end. Xiao Xiu's icy voice resonated like a death knell. Li Bai frantically summoned all his spiritual power, his flying sword carving an uncanny arc in the air. But Xiao Xiu suddenly changed his tactics, firing 3 arrows simultaneously. Swish! One arrow was deflected by the flying sword, another pierced his left shoulder, and the final arrow headed straight for his heart. Li Bai, in despair, shattered a life-saving talisman. A beam of golden light barely diverting the arrow, yet the thunder arrow still penetrated his right chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Ah! Amidst his screams, Li Bai plummeted like a severed kite. Xiao Xiu unleashed the technique of stepping through the heavens, leaping 10 feet into the air, his right fist ablaze with lightning. No! Brother Fong, save me. Boom! A thunderous punch fell from the sky, Li Bai's body exploding into a mist of blood mid-air, limbs scattering in all directions. Xiao Xiu landed steadily, the arrows returning to their quiver. In the distance, a golden streak of light surged through the air, carrying a tremendous killing intent. How dare you, wretch! Fang Feiyu's roar reverberated through the valley, the oppressive aura of a perfected foundation-building cultivator crashing down like a tsunami. Chapter 33, The Battle of the Heavenly Ladder. 2 Fang Feiyu witnessed Xiao Xiu delivering a lethal blow, annihilating a disciple of the Qingyang sect. And his eyes nearly bulged with rage, flames of fury threatening to burst forth. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a gilded flying sword pierced through the air, its blade enveloped in blazing golden light, resembling the sun plummeting from the sky. Wherever the sword passed, the void was torn apart, producing a deafening sonic boom, while the fierce sword energy carved a deep trench several feet into the ground, sending shards of stone flying and dust swirling into the air. Xiao Xiu's pupils constricted suddenly. The might of this sword far exceeded that of the previous 3 Foundation establishment cultivators combined. He dared not show any negligence. As his internal energy surged like a raging tide, his right fist erupted with lightning, charging forward with immense force to meet the attack. Boom. The impact of fist and sword unleashed a cataclysmic roar. The gilded flying sword was violently repelled, spiraling back. However, a thin crimson line marred Xiao Xiu's fist. Droplets of blood slowly trickling down his knuckles. In his consciousness, Li Guang's voice expressed surprise. This flying sword was able to breach your defenses? It seems it must be at least an Earth-grade spiritual weapon. Xiao Xiu's expression turned grave as he wiped the blood from his hand, coldly fixing his gaze on Feng Feiyu. The latter's expression was equally dark, his golden eyes flickering ominously. Evidently taken aback by Xiao Xiu's ability to withstand his lethal strike unscathed. At that moment, just as tensions between the two escalated, a series of piercing sounds suddenly reverberated from the sky. A group of cultivators clad in purple-gold robes soared into view, led by a woman whose features resembled a painting. With an aura as cold as frost, none other than Yu Xuanji, the chief disciple of the Shangqing Palace. Almost simultaneously, shadows surged from another side, revealing over 100 dark figures like phantoms. The leader, draped in a black robe, had his face obscured beneath a hood, with only a pair of deep, glowing eyes visible. Indeed, it was Yuyin, the holy son of the Mou sect. Yu Xuanji's gaze swept across the battlefield and paused slightly upon reaching Xiao Xiu. She recognized the white-haired Yu she had encountered outside the secret realm but had not expected him to withstand Feng Feiyu's sword. Yuyin, more direct, locked his gaze on Xiao Xiu like a venomous snake, his pale fingers lightly caressing a bony dagger hidden in his sleeve. A dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Feng Feiyu let out a cold snort. Though seething with anger, he understood that a fight to the death at this moment would only benefit others. Xiao Xiu. His golden eyes widened in fury, his voice booming. Today I shall spare your life, but once we reach the heavenly ladder, I will personally sever your head to honor the souls of the fallen disciples of the Qingyang sect. With that, he waved his sleeve, sheathing the gilded flying sword, and left in a huff with the members of the Qingyang sect. Yu Xuanji regarded Xiao Xiu intently, her red lips parting. Take care, friend. She then led her disciples gracefully away. Yuyin chuckled softly, his figure gradually melding into the shadows, leaving behind a remark, an interesting fellow. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield returned to silence, littered with devastation and lingering bloodshed. Xiao Xiu watched the departing figures, his fists clenched tightly. This golden eye. It seems I must obtain it. His eyes burned with battle intent. Xiao Xiu collected his thoughts and ascended the heavenly ladder mountain slowly. Along the way, cultivators who had witnessed the recent battle retreated, none daring to challenge his prowess. Upon reaching the summit, a clear voice suddenly called out. Xiao Xiu, Xiao Xiu. Turning back, he saw the siblings Su Qingli and Su Qingshan rushing towards him. After years apart, Su Qingli had blossomed into an even more enchanting figure. Her youthful charm now accentuated with a hint of grace. Su Qingshan appeared more composed, exuding the demeanor of a noble family in every gesture. Xiao Xiu's expression brightened at the sight of old friends. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qingli rushed forward, grasping his sleeve with delicate hands. Her lips pouting. Did you not promise to come find me? You didn't even use the communication talisman. Do you mean to let the talisman I gifted you gather dust? The girl's apricot-shaped eyes glimmered with reproach, her feelings of grievance evident. Su Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression crossing his face as he regarded Xiao Xiu with an increasingly profound gaze. Xiao Xiu felt a flush of embarrassment. He had indeed forgotten about that promise. After entering the secret realm, he had either been fighting for his life or enduring trials in the Thunder Tribulation Pool. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by the girl. Never mind, the secret realm is perilous. Have you sustained any injuries? She began to scrutinize him from head to toe. Recalling the life and death experiences of recent days, Xiao Xiu thought that had it not been for his master's protection, he might have perished long ago. Yet he merely shook his head. I'm unscathed. Su Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he examined Xiao Xiu closely. Suddenly his expression turned serious. Xiao brother, just 1 year apart. And your physique has progressed? Such a rapid cultivation speed. Xiao Xiu smiled faintly. Non-committal. It's merely luck. Su Qingli's eyes lit up with joy. I knew Xiao Xiu was exceptionally gifted. She tugged at his sleeve, beaming. Now that you are here, we can ascend the heavenly ladder together and surely seize great fortune. Su Qingshan frowned slightly, speaking softly. Qingli, do not act recklessly. You have only recently established your foundation, and the heavenly ladder is not a place for you to meddle. He turned to Xiao Xiu, his tone serious. Xiao brother, I have heard that you fought Feng Feiyu of the Qingyang sect earlier. He is a rare talent of the Qingyang sect in a millennium, and the power of his golden eyes is formidable. You? Xiao Xiu's gaze remained calm as he interrupted. It matters not. He wishes to kill me, and I wish to claim his golden eyes. Su Qingshan's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback by Xiao Xiu's directness. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. Xiao brother indeed possesses remarkable courage, but, brother, Su Qingli interjected, discontented. Since Xiao Xiu dares to speak, he naturally has confidence. Su Qingshan shook his head, smiling wryly. You, girl. He turned to Xiao Xiu, his tone sincere. Xiao brother, if it truly comes to that, We are willing to lend you our support. Xiao Xiao nodded slightly. Thank you. But this matter does not require your involvement. The Qingyang sect is not a trivial sect. Lin Emo suddenly interjected with slight irritation. Xiao brother, by saying this, you do not regard us as friends. Xiao Xiao chuckled helplessly. This matter concerns the entire Su family. If you assist me, the Qingyang sect may seek retribution later. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lin Mo gripped his silver spear tightly. Though the Su family was not weak, they still paled in comparison to the Qingyang sect. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. The three turned to look, only to see the summit of the heavenly ladder mountain ablaze with colors, clouds roiling. As a vague barrier suddenly vanished, the heavenly ladder has opened. Su Qingli exclaimed. Xiao Xiao's gaze sharpened, battle intent surging. It has finally arrived. Qingli, stay here and observe. Do not intervene. This battle is extraordinarily perilous. A moment's carelessness may lead to catastrophe. Su Qingchen's expression turned grave as he turned to the others behind him, instructing solemnly, you must protect Qingli at all costs. Lin Mo, ascend with me. Su Qingli bit her lip, reluctantly replying, understood. You all, be sure to take care. Xiao brother, please be cautious. If you find yourself in danger, retreat swiftly. Su Qichen reminded again. Xiao Xiao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Su Qichen and Lin Mo. You both take care. We shall maintain our distance. The Qingyang sect and MOU sect regard me as an enemy. Traveling together may implicate you. Though both felt unwilling, they refrained from further arguments and eventually clasped their fists in unison. Take care. Xiao Xiao lightly tapped his toes, his figure darting forward like a startled swan. And in an instant, he reached the first level of the Jade Stairs. As soon as Xiao Xiao stepped onto the first level, he felt an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon him, as if an immense burden had been placed upon him. Yet, for his now formidable physique, this pressure felt merely like a gentle breeze. Looking up, the white jade stairs spiraled into the clouds, each step engraved with profound patterns, radiating a resplendent glow. How intriguing. This place is imbued with spatial restrictions. To ascend to the celestial threshold, one must tread firmly on the ground. With each step upward, the pressure increases. Young man, carefully comprehend the mysteries within. The heavenly ladder itself is a fortuitous opportunity. Li Guang's voice echoed leisurely from within the jade ring. Xiao Xiao nodded, gazing into the distance where several figures had already gained a significant lead. Fang Feiyu, his green robe billowing, his golden eyes radiating brilliant light. With each step he took, the jade stairs trembled, as if unable to withstand his overwhelming might. His form moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of steps in an instant. A solitary rider leaving the world behind. Yishuanji was enveloped in 7 streams of ethereal light, her steps graceful as if a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Though she did not possess the overwhelming dominance of Fang Feiyu, she exuded a serene detachment that set her apart. The oppressive aura of the jade stairs could not even brush against her garments. The figure of Yi Yin was elusive and inscrutable, his black robe swirling like a flickering shadow. At times he vanished into the void, while at others he materialized upon the jade stairs, persistently trailing closely behind Yishuanji. The other prodigies from the major factions were also striving to ascend, yet in comparison to these three, they ultimately paled significantly. Just as the crowd was climbing the stairs, a great battle had quietly begun to unfold. Chapter 34, The Battle of the Sky Ladder. 3 Xiao Xiao ascended the steps, and before him lay a battlefield of carnage. Upon the white jade stairway, blood mist swirled, sword chi crisscrossed, and shattered limbs and broken blades scattered like rain. The Qingyang sect's 12 foundation building disciples formed a resplendent Qingyang sword array, their golden light radiating fiercely, as sword chi erupted like the sun, shredding 3 MOU sect cultivators into a torrential rain of blood. Yet, before they could catch their breath, 7 chilling bone blades suddenly pierced from the shadows. And in the blink of an eye, the throats of 3 Qingyang disciples blossomed with vibrant blood. The fiends of the MOU sect. The foremost disciple of the Qingyang sect's eyes widened in rage as he felt the surge of golden flames in his hand, his sword raised in defense. Form the array. Protect the heart meridian. 10 zhang away, 7 female cultivators from the Shangqing Palace stood in a 7-star formation, their snow-white sword light weaving a celestial net. However, 7 purple shadows flitted through the midst, and each flicker of those shadows saw a Shangqing Palace disciple collapse with a muffled groan. Sister Xuanji has reached the 100th step. We cannot. A female cultivator's words were cut short as a bloody bone blade pierced through her chest. Such a brutal scene unfolded across the stairway. The pride of sects, the scions of noble families, and powerful rogue cultivators all fought desperately along this path to ascend to the heavens. At the 78th step, Xiao Xiao slowly stowed away his ebony longbow. The bowstring quivered, and 30 zhang away, a MOU sect cultivator fell. An arrow embedded in his brow, this marked the 7th soul claimed by his arrow that day. These vermin from the gutters are truly inexhaustible. Xiao Xiao flicked his wrist and stepped onto the 79th step. The jade stair's runes illuminated, and he felt a sudden tightening of his muscles. This step's oppressive force exceeded the previous one by over 30%. In his sea of consciousness, Li Guang chuckled lightly. Have you noticed? The variations in the stairway's pressure correspond to the celestial cycles. The number 79 relates to the Big Dipper, naturally amplifying the pressure. A glint of brilliance surged in Xiao Xiao's eyes. He suddenly withdrew his protective aura, allowing the immense pressure to wash over him like a waterfall. His bones emitted a crisp sound, and beads of sweat formed only to be crushed into mist. It was reminiscent of his senior brother's restraint, yet he smiled with satisfaction, finding solace in this long-lost pressure. Suddenly, a scream echoed from above the 100th step. Chao Xiao looked up to see 7 sect disciples surrounding Su Qichen. The once elegant Su Qichen was now drenched in blood, in a dire state. Lin Mo, with his blood-stained spear, staunchly defended Su Qichen, despite blood streaming from his left arm. Whoosh! A black arrow whistled through the air, and the head of the outermost Mou disciple exploded upon impact. The remaining 6 turned in horror, only to see Chao Xiao advancing through the bloodied ground. His longbow, simple and unadorned, was now entwined with strands of purple lightning. It's that physical cultivation maniac! Someone exclaimed in shock. The 6 black shadows scattered instantaneously, but Chao Xiao suddenly pivoted. A ghostly blue dagger grazed his throat, leaving a crimson line upon his skin. Voices from the shadows murmured in disbelief, clearly unprepared for the failure of their ambush. Chao Xiao swiftly grasped the lingering shadow in his hand, unleashing a tremendous force that crushed the phantom with a sharp crack. Rodent tricks, Chao Xiao scoffed coldly, spinning to draw his bow. 3 black arrows shot forth in a triangular formation, pinning 3 Mou disciples attempting to ambush Su Qichen into the jade stair. Su Qichen leaned on his sword, gasping, "Brother Chao, your kindness." "Retreat quickly if you're injured," Chao Xiao interrupted, gesturing towards the upper stairway where the battles grew fiercer. Su Qichen managed a bitter smile, clasping his fists in gratitude before hastily departing with Lin Mo. Just then, the entire stairway trembled violently. The onlookers gazed up in shock, witnessing a golden light bursting forth from the 200th step, illuminating a radius of 100 zhang with the brilliance of Feng Feiyu's golden eyes. 3 concealed Mou disciples were revealed in the golden glow, swiftly reduced to blood mist by the sword chi. "Night Shadow!" Feng Feiyu roared like thunder. "Come out and meet your doom." The shadows twisted, and Night Shadow's true form emerged at the 300th step. His tattered black robe and pale visage bore a sinister smile. "Brother Feng, why must you be so angry?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly hurled 12 black bone nails. Clang! Feng Feiyu's flying sword deflected all the bone nails, but they exploded, dispersing into a cloud of black mist. Within the fog, the wails of countless vengeful spirits echoed, dimming the jade stairs' runes. Soul-devouring smoke. Li Guang's voice resonated in Chao Xiao's sea of consciousness. "Quickly seal your 7 orifices." Chao Xiao immediately held his breath and focused. But a glimmer of ghostly light shot forth from the black mist. Night Shadow's dagger aimed at both Feng Feiyu's back and Chao Xiao's throat, seeking death. Feng Feiyu's golden eyes flared with fury, unleashing a radiant golden circle from his flying sword. Night Shadow's dagger penetrated the light just 3 inches before it could advance further. While Chao Xiao's response was even more domineering, he merely thrust his fist towards the dagger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated across the stairway, sending the dagger hurtling back. Night Shadow let out a muffled groan, casting a venomous glance at the 2 before vanishing into the shadows once more. Only then did Feng Feiyu notice Chao Xiao, a flicker of surprise crossing his golden eyes. The physical cultivator had managed to repel Night Shadow's innate artifact with mere bare hands, proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Their gazes collided in midair, a palpable killing intent erupting between them. "The day you reach the summit shall be the day of your demise," Feng Feiyu transmitted coldly. Chao Xiao grinned, seemingly unperturbed. Feng Feiyu, enraged, turned to continue his ascent. Each step he took shook the jade stair beneath him, channeling all his fury into the ascent. In stark contrast, Chao Xiao walked slowly, savoring the nuanced shifts in the oppressive force. Upon reaching the 108th step, he suddenly felt clarity in his spirit. His pressure pulsed rhythmically like the tides. "Ah, I see now." He closed his eyes and stood still, his consciousness spreading like a web. To the outside observer, he appeared ensnared by the oppressive force, yet within, his sea of consciousness underwent a profound transformation. The stairway's pressure, like a grinding wheel, was not only tempering his body but also refining his awareness, distilling his previously scattered mental energy. Crack! A sound only he could hear resonated within him. His mental strength gradually ascended under the pressure, and he glimpsed above at the 300th step, where Yi Xuanji stood quietly, welcoming the pressure to cleanse her Dao body. He could also see Night Shadow lurking in the shadows, his dagger exhaling ominous black mist, each swing claiming the life of a Qingyang sect or Shangqing Palace disciple. What a magnificent ascent of the sky ladder. Chao Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying. He suddenly accelerated, his figure shooting up like an arrow towards the 200th step. Any Mou cultivator he encountered along the way fell victim to his arrow, each shot hitting its mark without fail. As he stepped onto the 201st step, an unexpected change occurred. The jade stairs runes transformed into chains, ensnaring his legs, while the pressure above his head surged tenfold. Chao Xiao bent his knee, crashing down onto the jade stair, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from him. "Ha ha." Night Shadow's sinister laughter echoed from above. "How does it feel, physical cultivation brute, to experience the binding of the immortals?" Chao Xiao looked up to see Night Shadow clutching a pitch-black formation plate. It turned out the Mou sect had laid a trap on this critical jade stair long ago. "Channel the thunder," Li Guang suddenly urged. Chao Xiao understood immediately, secretly urging the source of thunder within his dantian. The violent force of thunder surged through his limbs, melting the runic chains that bound his legs like snow in boiling oil. He gradually stood tall, drawing his bowstring to its full tension under Night Shadow's horrified gaze. This is impossible, Night Shadow exclaimed in disbelief, transforming into a shadow to flee. Xiao Xiu snorted coldly, stowing away his longbow and continuing upward. Each step he took was steady and powerful, as if the earlier trap had merely been a gentle breeze. He raised his head to look at Fang Feiyu and Yi Xuanji, who had already reached the 500th step, and felt his fighting spirit intensify. A day passed like a fleeting shadow, and now nearly half the Jade Stair was deserted, some having perished in battle. Others having retreated due to injuries, illustrating the harshness of the ascent. Fang Feiyu, Yi Xuanji, and Night Shadow were long out of sight, their forms obscured by the mist. Their auras difficult to discern. As Xiao Xiu stepped onto the 1200th step, many surpassed him, some keeping their distance in respect, others sneering in derision. But he paid them no heed. He walked at an excruciatingly slow pace, primarily to perceive the subtle shifts in pressure while simultaneously honing his consciousness. In the course of his journey, he encountered the disciples of the MOU sect, whom he swiftly dispatched. Today, nearly 20 of their members had met their demise at his hands. Currently, those from the MOU sect stationed below dared not ascend, silently lingering in the rear. As he ascended each step, Xiao Xiu discerned that whenever he encountered the numbers 7 or 9, the pressure would double. At such moments, he would relinquish all defenses, sitting cross-legged to endure the weight in silence. This rigorous trial not only strengthened his physique but also continually refined his consciousness. Suddenly, Xiao Xiu's brow furrowed as his gaze darted like lightning towards the lower heavenly steps. There, at the 900th step, disciples of the MOU sect were gathering stealthily like phantoms. Their dark robes billowed, faces ashen, and in their hands, bone blades glimmered with a chilling light. Xiao Xiu then glanced upwards at the jade steps, where shadowy figures flickered amidst the swirling clouds. These MOU cultivators appeared to be acting with premeditation, converging from all directions. More than 30 cold, sinister presences locked onto Xiao Xiu, their movements synchronized like the harbingers of death. The leader bore a malevolent smile, gently dragging a bone blade across the jade steps, producing an eerie scraping sound that sent shivers down the spine. Xiao Xiu regarded the encroaching throng of MOU members with disdain, his white hair swirling in the fierce wind like snow. And a cruel smile suddenly curved his lips. Very well, this saves me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Since they have come, let them all perish. Chapter 35, The Battle of the Heavenly Ladder. For Xiao Xiu stood proudly atop the jade steps, his cold gaze slicing through the throng of MOU sect cultivators like a sharpened blade. The group of black-robed practitioners resembled a dark cloud, their bone blades glinting ominously in the faint light, eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Ah, young one, it is the perfect opportunity to test your recent training, came the mocking voice of Li Guang from within the jade ring. Xiao Xiu's eyes ignited with the fervor of battle, his arms enveloped in golden scales. Yet, unlike before, purple lightning serpents danced across his armor, and the lightning mark on his forehead flickered ominously. Electric arcs wove around him like an intricate net, his white hair thrashing wildly in the fierce wind. With a deft leap from the jade steps, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, eagerly seeking combat. The leading cultivator, witnessing Xiao Xiu's charge, smirked malevolently. Xiao Xiu, today shall mark your demise. With a flash of his bone blade, he commanded. Form the formation. Over 30 MOU cultivators simultaneously formed seals, and in an instant, countless dark chains slithered forth from the void, resembling a myriad of venomous serpents, sealing all of Xiao Xiu's escape routes. The chains flickered with ghostly flames, echoing with the mournful wails of countless tormented souls. Xiao Xiu snorted disdainfully, refusing to evade as he stomped on the jade steps, launching himself headlong into the massive chains. Seeking death, the MOU cultivators cackled, tightening the chains as if to ensnare him like a gigantic serpent. However, boom! Thunder erupted around Xiao Xiu, the violent electric light roaring like a divine dragon, instantaneously shattering the encircling chains into powder. He concentrated the lightning into his right fist and struck at the nearest MOU cultivator. The cultivator could not even scream before his chest was pierced, blood erupting like a fountain. Kill. The remaining MOU cultivators roared in fury, summoning their artifacts. Bone blades glowed with a sinister green light, poison needles as fine as hair, and ghostly banners shrieked with wails of the damned, unleashing a torrent of sinister techniques. Xiao Xiu's resolve surged, his figure darting through the crowd like a phantom, akin to a tiger among sheep. Each punch he unleashed bore the weight of a thunderous storm, causing the demonic practitioners to explode in a shower of blood and flesh. Yet, the MOU sect's techniques were treacherous, even when their bodies were obliterated. Some cultivators transformed into black mist, reconstituting themselves, their vengeful spirits lingering. Pestilent ants, Xiao Xiu growled, swiftly drawing his ebony longbow. As the bowstring vibrated, an arrow entwined with purple lightning materialized. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air like a shooting star, instantly piercing through 3 MOU cultivators, disintegrating their demonic forms in a burst of thunder. Not good. Their techniques are countered by his lightning. One MOU cultivator gasped in terror, retreating. Xiao Xiu was already before him, his fingers curling around the cultivator's head, unleashing his strength. Crack! The skull shattered, brain matter splattering. In a mere moment, over half of the 30 MOU cultivators lay dead or injured, the remaining few paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. They had come to hunt lambs, but instead encountered a ravenous tiger. Trying to escape, Xiao Xiu sneered, drawing back his bowstring once more, releasing 3 arrows of thunder that pinned the fleeing demonic practitioners to the Jade Steps. As the Heavenly Step and Oppos, as pressure weighed heavily upon the MOU cultivators, they found it impossible to escape, swiftly falling to their doom. When the battle concluded, the Jade Steps were strewn with corpses, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Xiao Xiu exhaled a heavy sigh, glancing at his left arm. An ominous black wound oozed blood, surrounded by a sinister black mist, evidently inflicted by some malevolent sorcery. Underestimating these vermin, he scoffed, channeling his lightning power to expel the dark energy. Remember, young one, lightning embodies the purest yang force of heaven and earth, specifically designed to counteract all forms of malevolence. Today, these MOU cultivators' sinister techniques were utterly subdued by your lightning, coupled with the advantage of the Heavenly Steps. In the outside world, it would have been a far more arduous endeavor. Li Guang's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with approval. In this battle, you have demonstrated the physique of a golden core cultivator, with a well-structured offense and defense, proving your worth during this time of rigorous training. A smile crept onto Xiao Xiu's lips at Li Guang's praise, all thanks to Master S's meticulous guidance. Ha ha ha. Li Guang's hearty laughter resonated within his consciousness. This combat prowess was not imparted by me. It is a skill you have gleaned through the crucible of life and death. Xiao Xiu recalled the expressions of his senior brothers witnessing his progress in the Sunset Valley, warmth flickering in his heart. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. A young man clad in brocade leaned casually against a jade throne in a great hall, gently fanning himself. Before him, a shimmering water mirror reflected Xiao Xiu's smiling visage. The ripples of the mirror captured the essence of the previous overwhelming battle, every detail vividly illuminated in his deep-set eyes. Suddenly, he clapped his fan, laughter ringing clear as jade, to shatter the darkness with lightning, harnessing the terrain to amplify one's physical prowess. Young one, you have truly piqued my interest. The water mirror shimmered, the image shifting to reveal Feng Yu standing proudly on the Jade Steps. The young man's gaze pierced through, fixated on the brilliant golden eye between Feng Yu's brows, igniting a fervent curiosity. His grip on the fan tightened unconsciously. The mirror then showcased Su Xuanji's ethereal visage, cold as the moon, alongside the enigmatic figure of Yuan. The young man's lips curled into a playful smirk as he unfurled his fan, summoning gentle breezes. This century has truly been intriguing. Xiao Xiu remained oblivious, lost in the afterglow of battle. Suddenly, Li Guang's voice thundered like a storm in his mind. Wait, young one, someone is spying on you. Xiao Xiu's expression shifted dramatically, his muscles tensing, the power of lightning surging through his veins. His gaze sharpened as he prepared to scan his surroundings. Do not look around, Li Guang cautioned gravely. This individual likely employs a secret technique to observe you from afar without leaving a trace. It seems your recent confrontation has already attracted their attention. Xiao Xiu's expression turned serious as he withdrew the lightning power deep into his dantian. Silently, he inquired, Master, what is this person's cultivation level? Are they a contingency from the MOU sect? Li Guang pondered for a moment before replying cautiously, not at all. This method of observation is extraordinarily profound, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator. Their aura is elusive and inscrutable. I cannot discern their true level of cultivation. Xiao Xiu's heart sank, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He steadied himself, feigning nonchalance as he continued forward, each step taken with heightened caution. Do not overly concern yourself, Li Guang reassured. If this person truly intended to strike, they would have revealed themselves by now. Since they have chosen to observe from the shadows, they likely have ulterior motives. Proceed as planned. I will remain vigilant. Xiao Xiu nodded slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting across the sky, where clouds billowed, appearing deceptively tranquil, yet evoking thoughts of treachery. He quelled the tumultuous thoughts, maintaining his steady pace. The Jade Steps unfolded beneath him, each step deliberate and measured, the sound of his boots meeting the steps rhythmic and almost intentional. His breathing maintaining a tempo indistinguishable from the norm. What a composed temperament, Li Guang's voice commended. To remain unperturbed in the face of imminent danger is commendable. Xiao Xiu could not help but smile wryly within. Master, your praise is unwarranted. I merely reasoned that since evasion is futile. He lifted his gaze towards the seemingly endless Jade Steps, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. Then let us see who it is that dares to pry into the secrets of the heavens. Time slipped by like sand as he ascended the heavenly steps. The figures upon the ladder grew sparse, the once boisterous clamor faded into silence, leaving only the whisper of the wind. As Xiao Xiu reached the 4,000th step, an unusual stillness enveloped him. Since that battle, no cultivator dared to trespass into this territory. At this moment, each step he took seemed to resist the overwhelming pressure of the heavens and the earth. On the jade-green steps, the youth's footprints were stained with tiny beads of blood, seeping from his pores under the immense strain. The weight of the 4,000 steps was 100-fold stronger than when he first began his ascent. With every lift of his foot, his bones creaked, as if he bore the weight of 100,000 mountains upon his shoulders. A crack reverberated from his ribs. Yet, Xiao Xiu did not so much as furrow his brow. Instead, a proud smile curved upon his lips. He gazed at the celestial staircase, still winding into the clouds above, and suddenly let out a resounding laugh. What a path to the heavens! Today, I, Xiao Xiu, shall see whether this celestial staircase will break my spine first, or if my feet will shatter this road to the sky. With his laughter echoing, he boldly stepped onto the next stair. In an instant, a surge of vitality erupted within him, tearing open a rift in the oppressive weight of the universe above. Chapter 36, The Battle of the Heavenly Ladder. 5 Upon the heavenly ladder, an immense pressure surged like furious waves crashing against the shore, cascading in layers. The talented individuals from various factions found themselves rowing against the current, compelled to slow their ascent. Leading the charge was Feng Feiyu of the Qingyang sect. Clad in snow-white robes, standing proudly at over 4,900 steps. Above him, his life-bound flying sword, Qi Ming, hovered 3 zhang in the air. Its blade radiating a resplendent golden glow, shedding droplets of starlight like gentle rain. The overwhelming sword intent transformed into an invisible canopy, completely isolating the tempestuous force from the outside world. Despite his slowing pace, Feng Feiyu maintained an air of nonchalance, his every gesture exuding effortless grace. Following closely behind was the saint son of the Mou sect, Yuan, enveloped in a bizarre crimson radiance. The blood-hued aura pulsed like a living entity, fluctuating with his breath, while the surrounding spiritual energy surged into the aura like rivers converging into the sea, replenishing his waning strength. Occasionally, amidst the aura's undulations, numerous vengeful spirits could be discerned swirling within. In third place was Xuanji of the Upper Clear Palace. A delicate white jade flower adorned her hair, emanating a serene brilliance that bathed her in ethereal light. As the oppressive force approached within 3 feet of her, it parted like a great chasm, as if the very heavens were yielding to this Taoist maiden. Each of her steps was light and graceful, reminiscent of an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Bringing up the rear was a young man clad in wide-sleeved white robes adorned with cloud patterns. His visage was like a polished jade, and a refreshing herbal fragrance surrounded him, as if a myriad of herbs danced around him. In his hand, he held a bronze tripod, inscribed with ancient medicinal patterns, which trembled gently with each step, exuding a mist of ethereal aura. Whenever the oppressive force approached, a wisp of green smoke would rise from the tripod, enveloping the young man as if he were slipping into the void before re-emerging, with a gentle smile perpetually gracing his lips. The young man appeared to stroll leisurely while maintaining a subtle distance from the other prodigies ahead. Occasionally, the sound of pills clashing within the tripod resonated, as if measuring the rhythm of this heavenly ascent. The other talented individuals behind displayed their unique skills. One man stepped with the 7-star steps, each footfall illuminating the jade staircase with 7 brilliant points of starlight. Another was surrounded by a fierce red flame tiger, its roar shattering the incoming pressure. Yet another summoned a mystical mirror that refracted myriad rays of light, cleaving a path through the overwhelming force. The entire heavenly ladder was alive with intertwining spiritual lights and radiant treasures, reflecting the brilliance of the most dazzling talents of the current generation in Dong Sangzhou. Some appeared as celestial beings, while others resembled war deities, and still others like phantoms from the underworld, all weaving the legends of this era upon the celestial path. However, after ascending 5,000 steps, the true bloodshed was about to commence. Crossing the 5,000th jade step, one was greeted by a vast expanse. A square of black jade measuring 100 zhang on each side stood resolutely. The square was constructed entirely from azure jade, with ancient Taoist patterns inscribed on the ground, shimmering mysteriously under the sunlight. At each corner of the square stood 10 massive stone pillars, each requiring 3 individuals to embrace, their surfaces marred by the passage of time. To obtain the rare treasure known as the innate foundation liquid, one must occupy one of these pillars amidst the fierce competition. With the limited number of pillars, it was evident that a bloody battle determining the fate of Dong Sangzhou's younger generation was about to unfold on this azure jade square. The first to step into the square was Feng Feiyu. His golden aura dimmed slightly, with the Qi Ming sword floating behind him. The sword tip lightly tapped the ground, producing a clear ringing sound. Feng Feiyu surveyed the surroundings, swiftly claiming one of the stone pillars. The sword's glow carved a deep mark into the pillar's surface, asserting his claim. Yuan followed closely, his crimson aura retracting suddenly to form a dark red halo around his feet. As he ascended, the wailing of vengeful spirits echoed around him, seemingly clearing a path. He chose a pillar 10 zhang away from Feng Feiyu, and his blood aura surged violently, coalescing into a blood-red totem atop the pillar, with vengeful spirits swirling within, exuding a nauseating stench. Yi Xuanji approached gracefully, her ethereal light cascading like flowing water. Her jade foot touched the pillar, causing the white jade flower to bloom, instantly illuminating a 3 zhang radius around her in pristine clarity. 7 streams of her aura danced, resonating with the Taoist patterns on the square, forming an invisible protective barrier. Next was the young man in wide-sleeved robes, whose bronze tripod began to tremble. A wisp of smoke emerged from the tripod, materializing into a tangible staircase that floated before his chosen pillar. He ascended slowly, the aura from the tripod surging forth, enveloping him in a 5-colored light. The fragrance of herbs permeated the area, causing the spiritual energy in the square to momentarily stagnate. Soon, a myriad of figures surged onto the azure jade square, and nearly 100 cultivators had gathered. What was once an empty square became crowded, the air thick with the scent of blood and impending danger. The 4 main pillars had already been claimed by top prodigies like Feng Feiyu and Yuan, leaving the remaining 6 pillars as the focal point of contention. The fierce light in the eyes of the cultivators revealed their intentions, and the clash was imminent. Boom! A crimson artifact launched the first attack, transforming into a fire dragon aimed at the nearest pillar. The wielder's face twisted with malice, only to be pierced by 7 silver needles that struck his brow from an unexpected angle. The fire dragon let out a mournful cry before dissipating into light. Whoosh! From the shadows, several figures stealthily approached the pillar. One practitioner utilized earth escape techniques to delve underground, but upon reaching the pillar's foundation, he was suddenly slain by another cultivator's flying sword. Blood began to spread across the azure ground, resembling blooming, otherworldly flowers. Some cultivators unleashed their life-bound artifacts with brute force, while others resorted to secret techniques for ambush. In mere moments, dozens lay fallen in pools of blood. A scream pierced the air as a cultivator, upon touching the pillar's surface, abruptly melted away like wax. 3 hours later, the slaughter finally ceased. From nearly 100 cultivators, only around 20 remained. The 6 pillars had changed hands, each new occupant drenched in blood yet unable to conceal their ecstatic expressions. Those who had failed to seize a pillar and managed to survive retreated to the edges of the square. Some sat cross-legged, healing and consuming pills, others huddled together, whispering, while some, with glinting eyes, secretly coveted the victors atop the pillars. Amidst this atmosphere of bloodshed, a figure slowly stepped onto the azure jade square. Thud! The sound of footsteps was light, yet it compelled everyone to turn and gaze. Chao Xiao, clad in a black robe soaked with blood, had white hair matted and clinging to his shoulders. He walked steadily, yet his eyes held an unsettling calm. He has arrived. Fang Feiyu's golden eyes suddenly widened, beams of light shooting toward Chao Xiao's brow. The Qingming sword emitted a clear ringing sound. Its tip pointed directly at Chao Xiao. I've waited for you for so long. Yi Yin's crimson aura surged, revealing countless vengeful spirits behind him, shrieking hauntingly. He raised his bone blade with a grim smile, and a tangible blood sword sliced through the air. You killed dozens of my MOU sect disciples. Today, I shall turn you into a vengeful spirit, tormented by countless ghosts. Chao Xiao slowly raised his head, his blood-stained white hair framing a pair of eerily calm eyes. He gently moved his limbs, the absence of pressure here rendering him somewhat disoriented. Ready to fight? A proud smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as an overwhelming battle intent erupted from him. Then let it come. Yi Xuanji gazed at the young man before her, whose demeanor exuded arrogance. A faint glimmer appeared in her cold eyes. Despite lacking any spiritual energy, he had reached this place, standing defiantly amidst the prodigies, drenched in blood, yet radiating a disquieting brilliance. Seemingly trapped in a dire situation, yet emanating a sharp edge that sent shivers down her spine. What exactly do you rely upon? She whispered, her deep-set pupils seemingly seeking to penetrate the essence of the young man. Chapter 37. Fang Feiyu. In the midst of the arena, Chao Xiao stood proudly, his blood-stained white hair billowing in the absence of wind. He slowly raised his right arm, his fingertips successively pointing at Fang Feiyu and Yi Yin, his voice resounding like cold iron clashing. You two, who shall meet death first? Or shall you both come at me together? This proclamation detonated throughout the square, igniting a wave of astonishment. The onlooking cultivators gasped in disbelief, some instinctively retreating a few steps. Fang Feiyu was initially taken aback, but soon his fury transformed into a mocking smile. He stepped off the stone platform, the Qingming sword unsheathing with a resonant sound, slicing through the air like a radiant golden arc arrogance. He declared, his golden pupils fully opened, the sword intent around him solidifying into a palpable force. What need have I for others? I alone am sufficient. Yi Yin chuckled darkly, appearing relaxed as he leaned against the stone platform, though a bone blade had already slipped into his palm. His crimson eyes darted back and forth between Chao Xiao and Fang Feiyu, like a serpent selecting its prey. In his consciousness, Li Guang's voice suddenly rang out. Be cautious, young one. The restrictions here have dissipated. They can strike from the air at any moment. Moreover, his tone turned grave. Someone has been watching from the shadows. Keep your trump cards hidden. Chao Xiao's pupils imperceptibly contracted for a moment, yet his expression remained as cold and unyielding as iron. Very well, he briefly replied in his mind, while adjusting his muscles to peak condition. The atmosphere in the square grew tense to the extreme. The three parties locked their energies in a delicate balance. The spectators held their breath, fearful of missing any detail of this climactic confrontation. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a cool voice sliced through the stagnant air. Hold on. Yi Xuanji gracefully raised her hand, and the white jade flower above her head suddenly bloomed. Countless rays of light cascaded down, forming a crystalline boundary in the center of the square. Her cold gaze swept over Yi Yin, yet her words were directed at all present. During your duel, no one may intervene. This simple statement exuded immense confidence. Yi Yin hesitated slightly, his bone blade momentarily stalling. His crimson pupils narrowed into slits. Yet his sinister smile deepened. Is Miss Yi intending to be the judge? Unfazed, Yi Xuanji lightly flicked her fingers. 3 petals from the flower floated down, transforming in midair into 3 jade talismans that encircled the battlefield. Yi narrowed his eyes and retreated to the edge of the barrier, his fingertips tracing the blood grooves on his bone blade. He caught a glimpse of Yi Xuanji, who had divided her energy to lock onto him, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Is the fairy guarding against me because there is a little lover among these two? Yi Xuanji paid him no mind, her thoughts wholly consumed by the impending clash between the two combatants. In an instant, Xiaoxiu moved. With a sudden and powerful push off his toes, he lunged forward like a thunderclap, charging towards Fang Feiyu with formidable might. Fang Feiyu's golden eyes flared with intensity, and the Qingming sword in his hand transformed into a brilliant streak, slicing down with an imposing force. Remarkably, Xiaoxiu did not evade but instead met the chilling edge of the sword with his bare fists. The moment their forces collided, a violent shockwave erupted, visible ripples of energy radiating outward. The fierce winds whipped at Xiaoxiu's robes, his white hair dancing wildly. As the dust settled, Xiaoxiu lowered his gaze to inspect the injury on his fist, a deep sword mark, revealing glimpses of his jade-like bones beneath. His brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with even this battle-hardened body. Across from him, Fang Feiyu's expression grew serious, the Qingming sword humming uneasily in his grip. Internally alarmed, he thought, this inferior-grade sword. Even a golden core cultivator must avoid its sharpness. How can this person withstand it with mere flesh? With this realization, he channeled every ounce of spiritual power within him. Xiaoxiu casually flicked the blood droplets from his hand, the crimson beads tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Is that all? Before his words had fully left his lips, his aura surged dramatically, awakening like a primordial beast from slumber. Fang Feiyu's golden eyes glimmered coldly, and the Qingming sword split into 9, weaving an intricate web in the air. Arrogance. The 9 streaks of sword light descended like meteors, each carrying a biting chill, causing frost to form on the jade tiles beneath them. Come at me. Xiaoxiu did not flinch or evade, his arms instantly covered in golden scales. He moved like lightning, actively charging into the sword net. His right fist shattered 3 sword shadows, while his left elbow broke through 2 golden lights. Although 4 sword lights carved deep gashes across his back, they could not deter his momentum. With a resounding impact, a whip-like kick struck Fang Feiyu's waist. He hastily blocked with his sword, only to be sent staggering back over 10 paces, his shoes leaving scorched marks on the jade surface. What a powerful physique! The spectators exclaimed in awe. Yi narrowed his eyes as well, his bone blade now an ominous dark red. He licked his lips, savoring the scent of blood that permeated the air. Fang Feiyu steadied his stance and suddenly formed a seal, chanting an incantation. The Qingming sword hovered above him, ancient runes appearing densely along its blade. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged wildly, forming a dazzling sphere of light at the sword's tip. Radiance of the rising sun. The sphere erupted, unleashing countless golden arrows that rained down like a torrential storm. Each arrow radiated intense heat, warping the air in its wake. Xiaoxiu's pupils dilated as he crossed his arms to protect vital points. A protective barrier formed around his body, yet the golden arrows still tore through, leaving several gaping wounds. His robe was instantly soaked in blood, but the battle fervor in his eyes only intensified. Suddenly, Xiaoxiu grinned, revealing his bloodied teeth. He ripped open his tattered shirt, exposing his muscular torso. Miraculously, the wounds began to heal at a visible rate, dark purple lightning flickering beneath his new skin. Fang Feiyu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Only brute strength. With a shift in his sword technique, the 9 sword lights merged into one. The Qingming sword, in response to the wind, swelled into a colossal Tinzhong blade, descending with the might to cleave mountains. Xiaoxiu inhaled deeply, the lightning patterns on his body suddenly glowing with a purple hue. He pulled back his right fist to gather strength, the lightning crackling as it coalesced at his fist's edge. Break! With a thunderous shout, his punch exploded forth like a thunderclap. In the instant their forces collided, the entire square trembled violently. The blinding light of the lightning left the onlookers momentarily blinded, and as the brilliance faded, they beheld Xiaoxiu kneeling on one knee, his right fist a bloody mess, droplets of blood trickling down from his wounds. Meanwhile, Fang Feiyu's Qingming sword had been sent flying several dozen zhang, deeply embedding itself into the distant jade ground, its hilt vibrating incessantly. Fang Feiyu's complexion turned as pale as paper, the brilliance of his golden pupils dimmed, clearly drained from the previous strike. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoxiu surged forward, closing the distance to Fang Feiyu with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, his iron fist wrapped in the remnants of thunder aiming directly for Fang Feiyu's face. Fang Feiyu hastily retreated, his robes billowing as he leapt into the air, swiftly creating a Tinzhong gap between them. The technique of flight is the exclusive domain of cultivators. This brute, no matter how powerful, cannot threaten me. Fang Feiyu stood in midair as though on solid ground, a mocking smile curling at his lips, as if he could already foresee his victory. The onlookers nodded in agreement, recognizing the brilliance of his aerial maneuver. Fang Feiyu manipulated the Qingming sword to carve a chilling trajectory in the air, striking towards Cao Xiu like a silver serpent. Despite Cao Xiu's agile form, he was still cut in several places by the sword's edge, blood quickly transforming him into a crimson figure. In the very moment the flying sword surged toward him again, a fierce light ignited in Cao Xiu's eyes, and with a heavy punch, he sent the sword hurtling backwards, emitting a resonant hum. In an instant, a dark wooden longbow was gripped in his hand, its shattered stars automatically strung. As the bowstring quivered, an arrow shot forth like a meteor towards Fang Feiyu. Fang Feiyu slightly tilted his body, narrowly avoiding the arrow. Cao Xiu's pupils constricted as he continued to draw his bow. 3 shattered star arrows shot forth in a triangular formation, their speed increasing as they aimed for Fang Feiyu's forehead, heart, and dantian. Yet Fang Feiyu's golden pupils narrowed slightly, illuminated by their glow, revealing the arrow's trajectories in exquisite detail. With a mere sidestep, the arrow grazed his robe, not even brushing the hem. The legendary breaking illusion's golden eyes indeed lived up to its name. The young man playing with the small tripod couldn't help but sigh. Yi Yin's expression was grave. His most prized art of concealment would likely be rendered ineffective before those golden eyes. Fang Feiyu hovered in the air, his gaze growing ever more mocking. He deliberately slowed his assault, relishing the futile struggles of his opponent. On the ground, Cao Xiu seemed oblivious, his fingers deftly plucking the strings as if to gather the moon. All 5 remaining shattered star arrows poised atop the bowstring. The instant the bowstring trembled, the starlight upon the arrows burst into brilliance, intertwining with the swirling purple lightning. 5 streams of light streaked through the sky, forming an arrow net that ensnared Fang Feiyu. As the arrows were released, Cao Xiu swiftly drew back the bow, not even glancing at the arrows soaring away. With a sudden surge of power from his feet, the entire Qingtian square shook violently. Utilizing the recoil, he shot upward like a cannonball into the sky. Futile. As Fang Feiyu's golden eyes flickered, he was about to mock when, unexpectedly, 5 arrows surged with lightning. The lightning suddenly detached from the arrows, followed by a thunderous roar. The lightning did not explode to harm, but transformed into a sky full of purple electric fireworks. Caught off guard, Fang Feiyu was enveloped in the lightning's embrace, his hair disheveled, his white robe scorched and tattered, resembling a crow struck by lightning. Amid the crowd of spectators, someone couldn't suppress a chuckle, quickly stifling it. Yi Yin's shoulders trembled violently, while the tripod-holding youth turned away to feign a cough. Fang Feiyu stood frozen in midair, ashes falling from his visage, revealing a ghastly pallor. "You dare!" His furious shout was interrupted as a shadow loomed overhead. Cao Xiu approached, his fist a mere 3 inches from Fang Feiyu's face. Fang Feiyu hastily attempted to block, only to find this explosive punch surprisingly light, as if it were child's play. In a flash of realization, he understood. Warriors suspended in the air have no leverage. This punch was merely a facade. A smirk involuntarily tugged at his lips. However, before he could fully contemplate this thought, Cao Xiu's second punch was already upon him. Fang Feiyu raised his hand to block, feeling the punch's strength akin to fluff. His contempt increasing. This brute ultimately lacked understanding of aerial combat. Striking while airborne was like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet before his disdain could fully manifest, the third punch arrived in quick succession. The force of the punches intensified. 4th punch, 5th punch. The strikes cascaded like towering waves, each punch heavier and faster than the last. In an instant, 10 punches were unleashed, filling the air with a relentless series of sonic booms. Fang Feiyu's golden eyes widened in alarm, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He sought to break free but found himself ensnared within a whirlpool, the space around him seemingly locked by the force of the punches. "This is..." The youth holding the tripod gasped in astonishment, and the crowd's expressions turned grave. Cao Xiu's fists fell like raindrops, and with each strike, a spark of lightning stealthily entered Fang Feiyu's body. 11 punches. Fang Feiyu's ribs groaned under the unbearable strain. 12 punches. Blood tears streamed from his golden eyes as his protective, true essence crumbled. 15 punches. The once proud prodigy lay limp like a rag doll. Blood mingled with internal fragments spewing from his mouth. As the 16th punch hurtled toward him with overwhelming force, Fang Feiyu's pupils began to dull. He could distinctly hear the sound of his bones shattering, and felt his vital organs being violently jolted. Just one more punch, and this flesh would undoubtedly be transformed into a rain of blood. "Hold on." Within Cao Xiu's mind, Li Guang's urgent voice echoed. "First seize the golden eyes." The force of the punches abruptly ceased, and Cao Xiu transformed his fist into a claw, 5 fingers like hooks reaching for the mysterious golden pupil. As Fang Feiyu realized Cao Xiu intended to pry out his golden eye, rage surged within him, manifesting in a heart-wrenching howl. "You dare!" Fang Feiyu's knuckles turned white. An illustrious jade tablet shattered in response, exploding into countless specks of starlight. Yet, Cao Xiu seemed deaf to it, his palm's cold light intensifying further. "Stop!" A commanding voice imbued with supreme authority tore through the heavens. the sound reverberating like thunder from the nine skies. Chapter 38. The 10 Seats of Honor. A thunderous command abruptly severed Chao Xiao's outstretched hand. The youth slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing the heavens like a sword. Suddenly, the sky split open, revealing a brilliant golden fissure as the sea of clouds boiled and receded. A colossal visage, obscuring the sun and moon, descended from the ninth heaven, its white brows untouched by age, and the sword-shaped divine pattern at its brow radiated a brilliance that eclipsed the sun and moon. In that fleeting moment, as its gaze descended, several onlookers were struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground in reverence. "Ancestor, save me." Fang Feiyu's battered body erupted with a final surge of life, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he shrieked in agony. His voice, a cacophony of ecstasy and bitterness, reverberated throughout the cosmos. Chao Xiao's fingers hung suspended in the air, his knuckles cracking as they resisted the divine might. He met the celestial countenance with unwavering resolve, his eyes swirling with thunderous energy, as purple lightning clashed fiercely with the descending pressure, igniting countless sparks in the void. "You dare harm my disciple." The ancient voice, laden with the authority of heaven, rolled forth, shaking the mountains with each syllable. At that moment of profound shock, Li Guang's transmission pierced through like a clear spring. This is but a projection. At most, it possesses Yuan Ying cultivation and bound by the rules of this place. It will dissipate in an instant. Chao Xiao's eyes glinted with renewed determination, disregarding the visage above. His right hand transformed into a blur, directly plunging into Fang Feiyu's golden eye at his brow, right before the eyes of the multitude. This sequence of events unfolded with the speed of lightning. From the appearance of the projection to the extraction of the golden eye, all transpiring in the span of 3 breaths. Fang Feiyu's anguished wail tore through the air, causing the celestial visage's pupils to constrict in shock, while the onlookers below turned pale with terror. A female cultivator gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "You seek death." The phantom face roared, summoning a tempest as an illusory giant hand tore through the air. Chao Xiao's spirit ignited with battle fervor, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he instinctively met the attack with a punch. At the moment of impact, the entire trial battlefield fell into a hush, only to erupt in a deafening roar. The youth's figure plummeted like a falling star, crashing heavily onto the jade square. Boom. Dust soared into the sky as blood gushed from Chao Xiao's mouth. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and his chest caved in horrifyingly. Yet, that frail form stubbornly pushed against the ground with his left arm, defiantly attempting to rise amidst the flying debris. His blood-stained white hair danced wildly in the wind, every taut muscle narrating his indomitable spirit. The spectators fell into a stunned silence, gazing at the bloodied figure, their eyes filled with awe. The youth, playing with a small cauldron, nearly dropped his artifact in shock. A female cultivator clutched her chest, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Even Yi Yin, who regarded Chao Xiao as a mortal enemy, could not help but tremble slightly, unconsciously rubbing his bone blade's edge. The only sounds remaining in the vastness were the youth's heavy breaths and his unwavering spine. The celestial projection, noticing that Chao Xiao had not perished, furrowed its brows slightly. As it prepared to deliver a fatal blow, its form began to fade rapidly. It fixed its gaze on Chao Xiao, seemingly wishing to etch his visage into its memory, then reached into the void, taking the unconscious Fang Feiyu with it as it vanished from the realm. Chao Xiao gradually straightened his battered body, standing resolutely against the raging winds. His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over the gathered crowd, causing all cultivators to lower their heads in avoidance, none daring to meet his eyes. Only the youth in cloud-patterned sleeves met Chao Xiao's gaze with fiery intensity, a slight smile on his lips as he gave a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration and battle spirit. Yi Xuanji stood quietly to one side, her usually cold demeanor betraying a hint of shock. When Chao Xiao's gaze fell upon her, she nodded slightly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. Yi Yin's crimson tongue glided over his lips, his eyes swirling with bloodthirsty excitement. Yet, Yi Xuanji's aura had already locked onto him like a shadow, rendering him hesitant to act. Though self-assured, he lacked the confidence to confront both of them simultaneously, even with Chao Xiao currently gravely injured. Chao Xiao, dragging his bloodied form, walked steadily towards the stone pedestal previously occupied by Fang Feiyu. With each step, crimson lotus blooms erupted beneath his feet, starkly vivid against the jade ground. He paused briefly before the pedestal, then lightly touched down, settling gracefully like a solitary crane alighting on a pine. He slowly closed his eyes, his bloodied white hair cascading over his shoulders, yet his brow remained furrowed with lingering sharpness. Internally, he assessed the damage to his meridians and organs, noting that they were gradually healing. In his consciousness, the scenes of battle replayed like a revolving lantern, meticulously scrutinized by the youth. Occasionally, his brows would knit together, indicating he was reflecting on some perilous strategies. As he engaged in both healing and enlightenment, a misty aura of thunder began to envelop him. Occasionally, arcs of lightning flickered out, dancing around the vicinity of the stone pedestal. The onlookers, witnessing this, refrained from disturbing him, fearing they might interrupt this god of slaughter. Friend, this pill can aid in your recovery. The youth in cloud-patterned sleeves spoke aloud, elegantly tossing a verdant pill through the air, which landed steadily before Cao Xiu. This is the Danxing pill. May I inquire your name? Cao Xiu raised his hand to catch the pill, the gentle fragrance of the medicine wafting through his fingers. At that moment, Li Guang's voice resonated in his mind. This is a high-quality Qingling pill, and indeed it will assist in your recovery. After a brief moment of contemplation, he consumed the pill. As its essence unfurled, a cooling sensation coursed through his body, alleviating the sharp pains in his meridians. Thank you. Cao Xiu lifted his gaze to Danqing, his two words carrying more warmth than his earlier fierce demeanor. I am Cao Xiu. Seeing Cao Xiu consume the pill, Danqing's smile widened, and as his sleeves fluttered in the wind, he was about to speak again when he noticed Cao Xiu had closed his eyes to meditate once more. He bore no offense, simply smiling as he stood guard for this newly acquainted ally. Meanwhile, within the upper hall of the heavenly ladder, among the golden and jade railings, a youth wielding a fan suddenly rose. Clap. He forcefully snapped his folding fan shut, leaning forward to scrutinize the floating water mirror, which reflected Cao Xiu's figure. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The youth exclaimed thrice, his eyes blazing with a terrifying brilliance. His jade crown swayed with his excitement, wisps of hair dancing as if stirred by an unseen wind. His fingers unconsciously traced the gilded characters on the fan, finally allowing him to encounter a worthy opponent. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, the sound resonating within the hall like thunder. Cao Xiu, is it? You possess the qualifications. At this juncture, his words abruptly halted. The fan unfurled with a swift motion, obscuring half of his handsome visage, revealing only his fiery, burning eyes. To follow me. Time flows like a sword. Severing countless embellishments, the years carved the ancient rhythms of the Tao. On the jade square, the 10 celestial stone pillars fell into silence, their weathered cracks etched with dried blood, whispering tales of the harrowing battle. After days of cataclysmic conflict, the 10 seats of honor were finally determined. Cao Xiu sat at the foremost position, his white hair stained with the blood of stars and frost, his form surrounded by intertwining thunder patterns, and a purple lightning mark flickering between his brows. Yi Xuanji stood poised against the wind, her eyes reflecting the cold stars of the cosmos, 7 beams of radiant light encircling her like a galaxy, creating a pure realm within 3 paces. Yi Yin was shrouded in dark mist, his crimson tongue gliding over his bone blade, shadows writhing beneath his black robe like living entities, reminiscent of a venomous serpent in the yellow springs, poised to strike at the moon. Danqing's cloud-patterned sleeves billowed as he exuded a mist of spiritual light, a bronze cauldron in hand, exhaling ethereal vapors, his smile warm, yet concealing a sharpness beneath. The remaining 6 seats are not to be taken lightly. The young man with the mysterious mirror stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as the mirror in his grasp refracted the myriad glimmers of the universe. The inscriptions along the mirror's edge shimmered, suggesting a power capable of dispelling illusions. A barefoot monk sat upon a golden lotus, a dot of crimson like blood upon his brow, while a halo of golden light emanated from behind his head. As he recited his scriptures, the ground erupted with golden lotuses, and celestial mandalas descended from the heavens. The tiger-eyed cultivator, brimming with ferocity, was encircled by a fiery aura, each roar igniting the flames of separation, distorting the very fabric of space itself. The 7-star swordsman, with his sword case slung over his shoulder, directed the northern dipper sword array suspended in the celestial sphere, as 7-star swords exhaled a chilling radiance, revealing the image of an inverted Milky Way amidst the sound of sword chimes. The armored warrior stood firm, his spear grounded. As the dark gleam of his armor reflected the cold light of the nether river, the ominous aura at the spear's tip coalescing into a tangible form, etching serpentine bloodstains upon the earth. The final figure appeared hazy as mist, with a shroud of death energy coiling around him, each footfall giving rise to ephemeral blooms of ethereal flowers that blossomed and withered. With the 10 seats established, the sound of celestial music echoed throughout the heavenly ladder hall, as 10 golden edicts pierced the heavens. When the radiant light dispersed, each cultivator found before them a pristine jade bottle, etched with primordial Tao patterns, within which flowed an elixir that hinted at the primordial chaos unfolding. This was the fabled elixir of foundational cultivation that had driven the realm of cultivation into frenzied madness. The moment the 10 prodigies grasped the jade bottles, the elixir surged like the Milky Way, casting a dazzling light that made their features flicker in and out of existence. Unable to contain themselves, someone immediately tilted their head back and drank deeply. Boom. A spectrum of Tao rhythms erupted from their crown, coursing through their being like a rainbow bridge, cleansing their sinews and marrow. Where the divine liquid passed, the meridians sparkled like glass, their bones resonated with the sound of gold and jade, and their acupoints shone with starlight. Years of accumulated injuries and foundational flaws dissipated into nothingness in the brilliance of this Tao rhythm. This is a perfect foundation. Someone gasped in awe, tears welling at the corners of their eyes. Witnessing this, the others hesitated no longer, each consuming this transcendent substance. In an instant, the square was aglow with radiant light, the sound of Tao harmonizing in unison. 9 figures flickered in the ethereal aura, their energies visibly surging. This liquid replenished innate deficiencies, restoring their bodies to purity. Those who received this fortuitous gift, as long as their resolve remained steadfast, would undoubtedly become towering figures in the future, shaking the realms of existence. Even the figures shrouded in perpetual gloom found their surrounding mists tinged with brilliant colors. The barefoot monk's halo of 9 golden wheels emerged, the sound of his chants resonating through the cosmos. Chao Xiao gazed contemplatively at the jade bottle in his hand, his eyes deep as an abyss. Quite intriguing, came a voice from his sea of consciousness, laced with mockery. This foundational liquid, while capable of filling gaps, is merely a diluted inferior product. The true foundational elixir, a single drop, could defy fate itself. Even a mortal body that ingested it could undergo a transformation. Roots of spirit would sprout, and the celestial essence would manifest, traversing the path to divinity with ease. Better than nothing, perhaps, but of no use to you, Li Guang concluded. Chao Xiao, upon hearing this, unconsciously traced the embossed patterns on the bottle's surface. The cultivators basking in the radiant light would remain unaware that the elixir they revered as a treasure was but the dregs used by ancient strongmen to nourish their spiritual pets. In the distance, Yi Xuanji suddenly opened her eyes, as if sensing something, and turned her gaze toward this direction. Chao Xiao subtly closed his fingers, seamlessly concealing the jade bottle within his sleeve. He raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes like lightning piercing through the layers of ethereal mist. Aiming directly at the heavenly ladder hall high above, the outline of the hall shimmered amidst the sea of clouds, its glazed golden tiles reflecting the rising sun, casting down a cascade of brilliance. Master, shall we ascend to the hall? He softly inquired. Huh? In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Li Guang's laughter echoed with an ancient desolation. The world is a game, and all beings are but pawns. It seems there is no turning back. Before the words faded, the heavens resonated with a rumbling sound of Tao. Below the 5,000 steps, the jade stairs began to descend from the clouds. Chao Xiao's black robe stirred without wind, his gaze fixed on the falling heavenly ladder, a surge of battle intent igniting within his eyes. Indeed, there was no longer any path of retreat. Chapter 39. The transformation of the heavenly ladder. With a thunderous roar that shattered the sky, the magnificent jade heavenly staircase began to plummet from the heights. The onlookers gazed upward, witnessing the splendorous steps, akin to a celestial palace, disintegrating amidst the sea of clouds, their remnants casting a flickering light that illuminated the heavens. The fiery aura surrounding the tiger-riding cultivator abruptly faltered as the reflection of the falling staircase danced in his copper bell-like eyes. With a voice that rumbled like thunder, he exclaimed, "The trials recorded in our ancestral texts have never witnessed such a phenomenon." The assembled prodigies exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in disbelief. Yi Xuanji, her gaze fixed on the crumbling staircase, spoke with a voice as cold as snow falling on a tranquil pond. Generations of disciples from the upper clear palace have trodden this path. Countless have ascended this jade square, yet now. She raised her delicate hand, pointing to the abyss below, signifying that retreat was no longer an option. Merely a height of 10,000 zhang is insignificant to us cultivators. The Xianjing cultivator suddenly scoffed, as the precious mirror in his hand reflected a blinding light. He surveyed the crowd with a scornful demeanor, veins in his neck bulging like a coiling dragon. Fearing to proceed? Watch me. Before he could finish, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the clouds. Just as his figure grazed the edge of the square, he trembled violently like a hawk struck by an arrow. The precious mirror slipped from his grasp, plunging into the abyss, his face still frozen in arrogance as he fell like a meteor. A mournful wail echoed from the deep chasm, torn apart by the gale. Danqing gently caressed a bronze cauldron, a faint smile gracing her lips. It seems the gale of the 9 heavens is far more formidable than your bravado. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide with horror, as if even their breaths were caught in their throats. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from the heavenly ladder palace above, neither distinctly male nor female, echoing from the depths of the abyss. Since you have witnessed this, retreat is impossible. To seek a path to survival, you must ascend. The voice paused momentarily before adding, laced with a hint of mockery, "Oh, and do not expect to be teleported out when the trials conclude. Here, teleportation is forbidden." The words lingered in the air like a chilling blade slicing through the tension, rendering the already grave atmosphere even more foreboding. A spark of insight flickered in Danqing's eyes. Could it be that this voice implies, this place is unbound by time, and only those who reach the pinnacle may live? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd. Though they did not fully grasp the meaning of this mysterious presence, in the face of life and death, Who could afford to ponder too deeply? They sought but a sliver of survival. Xiao Xiu raised his gaze to the towering jade staircase, his eyes as calm as the depths of a well. Suddenly, a shift occurred at his brow, and the voice of Li Guang resonated from the depths of his consciousness. Before the great path, there is no need for hesitation. With no retreat, why not? Tread upon the heavens. Xiao Xiu narrowed his gaze, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and stepped onto the 5,001st step of the staircase. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended, akin to a divine mountain collapsing upon him. The young man's form sank suddenly, his knees cracking under the immense weight. He gritted his teeth, his spine straightening like a dragon, as thunderous sounds erupted from his bones. Witnessing his struggle, the others sprang into action. Those cultivators, having consumed foundation-building elixirs, moved with a deliberate pace, yet far more composed than Xiao Xiu. As Dan Xing brushed past him, a faint fragrance wafted from her sleeve. Qiao Daoyu, hold fast to your heart. Yi Xuanji, her hair flowing like a river, cast an inquisitive glance. Why not consume a foundation-building elixir? Xiao Xiu responded with silence, slowly shaking his head. Seeing this, Yi Xuanji ceased her inquiries, leaving behind a gentle breeze. Take care. Yi Yinxing, reaching a high point, suddenly turned back. A cold smile gracing his lips as he made a slicing gesture across his neck, disappearing into the cloud staircase with his black robe billowing. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Xiu remained on the jade staircase. He raised his head to the heavens, his eyes reflecting a profound stillness, mirroring the tumultuous world below as mere smoke. Young one, Li Guang's voice resonated like the clash of metal. Increase your pace. Do not linger. Upon hearing this, a blaze of determination ignited in Xiao Xiu's eyes, his blood surging like a boiling torrent. He straightened his back, and the pressure that once restrained him vanished. As his protective aura surged forth like a raging flame, his steps quickened, and he began to ascend with remarkable speed, shedding the earlier struggle. As time elapsed, Xiao Xiu fell into a rhythm, his adaptation to the pressure allowing him to climb with increasing swiftness. One by one, he surpassed his peers, ultimately standing at the forefront. The crowd, astonished, recalled his previous victory over Fang Feiyu, and this display seemed only fitting. In an instant, the competitive spirit ignited among them. Each gritted their teeth, unleashing their skills in a desperate bid to ascend. Yet no matter how fervently they pursued, that solitary figure remained far ahead, leaving them in the dust. Time slipped away, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ordinarily, the trial grounds would have closed by now, and everyone would be teleported away. Yet they waited from dawn until dusk, with no sign of change in the world around them. The last remnants of hope finally dissipated into nothingness. On the following day at dawn, disaster struck unexpectedly. The jade staircase behind them began to collapse step by step, a deafening roar resonating through the void. At first, an entire step fell after several hours, followed by 2, then 3, the momentum of the collapse escalating with each moment. At this point, the crowd had only ascended a little over 6,000 steps. At this rate, within a month, they would be consumed by this destructive tide. In a life-and-death crisis, no one concealed their intentions any longer. Some cultivators, disregarding the gazes of others, immediately sat cross-legged, forcefully attempting to break through to the golden core stage. These individuals were already prodigies, having consumed foundation-building elixirs, and their breakthroughs to the golden core stage seemed almost inevitable. The first cultivator erupted in a golden radiance, achieving the first great elixir, and the remaining prodigies wasted no time in following suit, sitting down in unison. In that instant, the entire heavenly jade staircase erupted in a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Some condensed 3 flowers above their heads, others were surrounded by 5 energies, while yet others evoked celestial phenomena, conjuring images of dragons and phoenixes amidst the clouds. The essence of the golden core surged into the sky, painting the heavens in resplendent gold. Xiao Xiu gazed down at the myriad golden phenomena rising amidst the colorful radiance, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. What envious? Li Guang's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, tinged with mockery. Each has their own path. These youngsters harness the power of the heavens, while you are excavating the endless treasures within yourself. The great path is diverse. There is no distinction between high and low. He paused, his tone shifting to a resonant cadence. While they refine elixirs and gather energy, you temper your bones and sinews. They draw upon the world's creation. While you seek personal perfection, one day when your body achieves sanctity, let us see who shall envy whom. A golden light burst forth in Xiao Xiu's eyes. I am also a spectacle. Why should I envy others? Ha! Now that is the spirit. Li Guang's laughter was filled with satisfaction. Xiao Xiu took a deep breath, clarity returning to his eyes. He ceased to observe the phenomena unfolding behind him, instead lowering his shoulders and elbows, each step he took resonating with the sound of dragons and tigers roaring. Below, the cultivators who had broken through to the golden core stage surged with momentum. Some walked upon clouds, their garments billowing as they leaped over several steps. Others wielded sword light to shield themselves, leaving marks upon the staircase. and still others summoned their innate treasures, ascending amidst the vibrant clouds. The entire heavenly road became a spectacle of colors, the energies swirling together, stirring the sea of clouds into a tempest. Two torrents, one the solitary ascender of body cultivators, the other a dazzling constellation of spirit cultivators, wove a tapestry of ascent upon this ancient and enduring heavenly ladder, each creating a profoundly stirring narrative of ascension. Chapter 40. Blood-stained heavenly ladder on the eastern shores. At the tide-generating platform, the elders of various sects and the venerable members of noble families stood solemnly, awaiting the closure of the trial ground. Suddenly, boom, an overwhelming aura descended as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, causing the massive stone surface of the platform to crack inch by inch. Those whose cultivation had not yet reached the golden core stage fell to their knees, and even the nascent soul masters present had to channel all their spiritual energy to remain standing. The clouds parted abruptly, revealing a figure traversing the air. It was an elderly man with white eyebrows cascading down to his shoulders, a blood-like sword pattern etched on his brow, each step sending tremors through the very essence of the world. His pristine white robes fluttered without wind, and within a 3-meter radius around him, minute spatial fissures flickered in and out of existence, an omen of a half-step into the god transformation realm. Qingyang sect, the ancestor of Jian Nanzi, a venerable member of a noble family, gasped, causing his feather duster to clatter to the ground. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Some young cultivators, still unable to grasp the situation, were forcefully restrained by their mentors. Bow your heads. Do not gaze upon the mighty. The elder hovered in the air, his gaze piercing like a sword, directed at the ancient bronze door upon the sea's surface. Anger surged within his aged visage, and the sword pattern on his brow began to ooze crimson light. A certain family head turned pale. Surely news of Fang Feiyu's mishap had reached him. Whispers, trembling under the weight of the pressure, shattered into fragmented sounds. It is said this ancestor has been in closed-door cultivation for a century, striving for god transformation. That sword pattern on his brow, once blood is drawn, it spells death. Today, the tide-generating platform may well be stained in blood. Suddenly, a beam of clear light swept in from the clouds, revealing another elder in plain robes who gracefully descended. This elder, with hair white as a crane yet a youthful countenance, embodied the essence of returning to simplicity, though he did not consciously release any oppressive aura. Each step he took sent ripples of Tao patterns beneath his feet, quietly neutralizing the rampant sword energy of Jian Nanzi. It was the Xianling ancestor of the Shangqing Palace. Upon the tide-generating platform, several elderly cultivators gasped in astonishment. Jian Nanzi's pupils constricted, and his surrounding sword energy inadvertently halted. Brother Xianling. The elder hovered gracefully, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet 3 fingers of his wide sleeves subtly formed a seal. Brother Jian Nanzi. Has something grave occurred to warrant such a grand display? No sooner had he spoken than the roiling sea of clouds abruptly stilled. Even the sound of crashing waves eerily silenced. He had been in seclusion, contemplating the mysteries of god transformation. Had he not sensed Jian Nanzi's soaring sword energy directed at the ancient trial door, he would not have interrupted his retreat. Fearing that one of his own disciples had provoked this harbinger of death, Jian Nanzi's white brows trembled, the sword pattern on his brow flickering ominously. After a moment's contemplation, he sent forth a sound transmission infused with sword intent, piercing the void. Upon hearing this, the Xianling Taoist's eyes flashed with surprise, and his fingers slowly relaxed their grip on the seal. It was merely a matter concerning the disciples of the Qingyang sect, unrelated to the Shangqing Palace. However, that young one had actually gouged out Fang Feiyu's golden eyes. Just then, an eerie disturbance rippled through the heavens. Hiss! The void was as if sliced by an ink brush, and dense black mist surged forth, swiftly darkening half the sky. Within the mist stood an indistinct figure, hands clasped behind his back, forming a triangular standoff with the 2 elders, hovering several dozen feet above the ground. The Manhua sect. Guming. The sword pattern on Jian Nanzi's brow erupted with a 3-inch beam of blood light, and his surrounding sword energy instinctively coalesced into a defensive barrier. The Xianling Taoist's feather duster moved without wind, the previously tranquil Tao rhythm suddenly turning grave. The figure within the black mist chuckled softly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the 9 hells. Greetings, esteemed friends. I trust you have been well. With every word he spoke, the mist surged, revealing glimmers of crimson light within. The cultivators on the tide-generating platform were horrified to discover that their shadows began to twist unnaturally beneath them, as if sentient, crawling in worship towards the black mist. The crowd was filled with confusion. It was rare to see the sect elders gather in such a manner. What had transpired? The energies of the 3 formidable cultivators intertwined in the void, provoking phenomena of nature. To the east, crimson clouds filled the sky, sword energy like a forest. To the west, azure lotuses bloomed, the laws of nature manifest. To the north, black mist roiled, shadows of demons looming. The entire ocean seemed to be cleaved into 3 realms by an invisible force, light itself bending and distorting at the junction. Jian Nanzi's sword energy suddenly receded. His voice cold. Go old ghost. This matter has nothing to do with your Manhua sect. Do not miscalculate. Oh, a raspy mockery emanated from the black mist. The swirling fog revealing glimpses of scarlet eyes. How curious. I wish to see what sort of individual can compel you, old fool, to emerge from your retreat. Before his words could finish, boom. The ancient bronze door trembled violently, blinding golden light bursting forth from its crevice. The entire sea quaked as the cultivators on the tide-generating platform struggled to stabilize themselves. They are coming out. Someone shouted, and all eyes fixated intently on the ancient door. Within, radiant light swirled. Figures encased in golden glow began to emerge one after another. The first to appear were several scattered cultivators who, upon landing, collapsed to the ground, their faces still etched with terror. Next came the disciples of various sects and noble families, some weeping with joy, others bewildered, and some covered in blood, fainting the moment they materialized. Jian Nanzi's gaze, sharp as a sword, swept over each newly appeared figure, the sword pattern on his brow growing ever brighter. The Xianling Taoists silently formed seals, remaining on high alert. Guming, enveloped in black mist, let out a series of sinister chuckles, the mist creeping towards the ancient door. As time passed, the golden light from the ancient bronze door gradually dimmed, and the number of emerging cultivators dwindled. Jian Nanzi's sword pattern flickered erratically, his eyes darting over the emerging figures, yet he saw no sign of Cao Xiao. Could it be? His brows knitted tightly, his internal sword energy swirling uncontrollably. Had he perished within? The Xianling Taoist and Guming's expressions grew increasingly grave. Yi Xuanji of the Shanqing Palace, Yi Yin of the Manhua sect, these unparalleled prodigies cultivated with utmost care, had not been seen. Guming's black mist roiled violently, his scarlet eyes surveying the scene. There was not a single disciple of the Manhua sect in sight. The glances exchanged with the other two elders bore a hint of intriguing significance. Boom! As the last beam of golden light faded, the ancient bronze gates slowly closed, sinking into the depths of the ocean. The three formidable beings could no longer contain themselves, each summoning their disciples for inquiry. Although the Qingyang sect and Shanqing Palace had suffered losses, hundreds of their disciples survived. As for the Manhua sect, Guming's black robe billowed as he summoned the only surviving disciple before him. The disciple trembled, collapsing like a rag doll in the black mist. Speak. Guming's voice was like the chill of the nine hells. Where is Yi Yin? Why is there only you remaining from the Manhua sect? Disciple. I do not know. The cultivator wept profusely. I hid and cultivated as soon as I entered, until I was teleported out. I never saw any of my fellow disciples. Waste. The black mist surged violently, a hand striking out suddenly. The disciple had no time to scream before he was reduced to a puddle of blood, sinking into the sea. Jian Nanzi gazed at the now tranquil sea surface, casting a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced Xianling Taoist and Guming, his previously boiling rage inexplicably subsiding somewhat. At least Feng Feiyu was still alive, but that girl with the innate Tao body remained unaccounted for. And as for the Manhua sect, with this thought, a slight smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, as if it were not entirely unacceptable. Within the trial ground, the crowd remained oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside. On the heavenly ladder, Cao Xiao stood proudly atop the 7,800 jade steps, his white hair stained with blood, robes billowing fiercely. Before him, the jade steps reached skyward like a sword, while behind him, a collapse loomed like a primordial beast in relentless pursuit. Raising his gaze, Su Xuanji ascended the 8,500 steps, her delicate hand raising the rhythm of the Tao effortlessly. Yi Yin, in his black robe, followed closely. Standing at the 8,300 steps, Dan Xin occupied the fourth place, amidst the fragrant herbs at the 7,600 steps. Boom! The 1,000-foot jade steps behind them suddenly crumbled, shattering like glass upon impact with the ground. The void's chaotic currents surged forth from the fissure, transforming into a monstrous maw that devoured all. The silent armored warrior, poised to take a step, found the jade staircase crumbling beneath him. The pupils behind the black iron mask suddenly constricted, and his spear instinctively thrust into the void, only to disrupt a few wisps of flowing clouds. No. The roar was abruptly silenced. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld the armored figure plummeting into the abyss like a falcon with broken wings. The spear's cold brilliance tracing a final, mournful arc in the darkness, swiftly consumed by the turbulent currents. The collapse surged like a tidal wave, quickly advancing to the 7,000th step. Amidst the swirling crimson flames, the tiger-riding cultivator faltered, on the brink of being swallowed by the void. Roar. The crimson flame tiger, coiling around him, suddenly manifested its true form, treading upon flowing fire, gazing back. In the amber depths of its eyes reflected the cultivator's alarmed visage, revealing a human-like affection and resolve. Before the master could react, the tiger abruptly turned, leaping towards the crumbling jade steps. Boom! The blazing tiger's body exploded in the void, the red-gold flames erupting like the rising sun. The explosive energy momentarily halted the collapse, its aftershock transforming into a warm current that propelled the cultivator upward. Crossing 100 steps, old companion. Tears welled in the cultivator's tiger-like eyes as he howled skyward. The tattered sleeves rustled in the fierce wind. He dared not look back, only treading the path forged by his beloved friend's sacrifice, racing towards greater heights. With each step, the jade steps erupted in crimson sparks. As if the spirit of the fierce tiger lingered at his side, Chao Xiu's golden eyes narrowed, absorbing every detail of this scene. The reluctance in the tiger's gaze as it looked back, the resplendent radiance unleashed upon its self-detonation, and the sparks that adorned the cultivator's garments as he was carried forward. Each frame struck his heart like a hammer. In the depths of his consciousness, Li Guang's voice echoed softly. Ah, the spirit beasts sacrificing themselves for their masters is a common occurrence in the realm of cultivation. Common? Chao Xiu recalled the red arc traced by the severed tail of the tiger as it leapt into the void. Suddenly enlightened, he understood. On this path to ascendancy, some wield swords to carve away, others use pills to prolong life. Yet that cultivator had advanced upon the most loyal of spirits. The so-called path of greatness is devoid of compassion, merely transforming the world's most fervent emotions into stepping stones for ascension. A tumult of emotions surged within him, and Chao Xiu felt a tearing pain in his chest. He was both shaken by the loyalty of the self-sacrificing beast, while the demon beasts understand the debt of life for life. How many cultivators turn against their kin for the sake of opportunity, and horrified by the cruelty of the heavenly way, no matter how deep the bond between master and servant. On this path to the heavens, it is but fleeting fireworks. Ha ha ha. Chao Xiu suddenly laughed maniacally, his laughter imbued with overwhelming sorrow and resolution. Bloodied fingers, like blades, plunged into his own chest. If that is the case, then this path need not be formed. I shall dye this road to the heavens with my fervent blood. What is this? Li Guang's voice trembled for the first time. Chapter 41. Ascending the grand hall with a sharp exhale, Chao Xiu's 5 fingers pierced through the flesh of his chest, and the scalding blood from his heart erupted forth, splattering onto the jade steps like crimson plum blossoms unfurling in the snow, resembling vermilion ink upon a canvas, casting a haunting red hue upon the frigid path to immortality. In that fleeting moment, as the droplets of blood ascended, they coalesced into a mist of crimson in the void, each drop reflecting Chao Xiu's resolute visage, as if imprinting his deep-seated resentment and fury upon this merciless road for eternity. Master. The blood-stained corner of Chao Xiu's lips curled into a semblance of madness and enlightenment, the drop of his vital essence suspended at his fingertips flickering erratically in the gale, refracting myriad shattered paths of enlightenment. Li Guang's lingering soul trembled within the jade ring. Foolish child, do you not realize that this act is akin to defying the heavens? To neglect the cultivation of spiritual energy and disregard the heavenly order, relying solely on your heart's intent. Your existence is the greatest anomaly in the eyes of the celestial law. When you eventually transcend your realm, you shall undoubtedly face divine retribution, a struggle where life is rarer than a phoenix feather. Yet you have not even brushed against the threshold of the Tao. Yet you have already pierced the heart's inquiry of ascension from a nascent soul to the divine transformation. It is akin to. Li Guang's sigh was laden with an ineffable complexity, as if witnessing a child taking their first wobbly steps, yet manifesting the miraculous ability to traverse vast distances with a mere thought. Chao Xiu, upon hearing these words, laughed heartily, his eyes igniting with rebellious brilliance. Master, it is not that your disciple shuns the cultivation of spiritual energy, but rather the celestial law that is unjust, rendering me devoid of spiritual roots by birth. My entire clan, mere ants of the mortal realm, have been mercilessly slaughtered by cultivators. Where was the heavenly law then? Abruptly, he ceased his laughter, a piercing chill emanating from his eyes. Now, as I merely seek to understand my true nature, the heavenly law dares to impose its so-called punishment. He clenched his fists fiercely, his blood surging like a dragon, his bones cracking like thunder, enunciating each word with gravity. Then let this heavenly punishment come with greater ferocity. It shall serve to temper my bones and refine my soul. I fear nothing. Li Guang's lingering spirit quaked at these words, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within him. He gazed at this defiant disciple, and in that moment, he seemed to glimpse an unparalleled weapon yet to be unsheathed, its edge hidden, yet evoking profound trepidation. What a bold defiance against the heavens. Li Guang's voice resonated with a depth of mixed emotions, tinged with awe, concern, and an unrecognized expectation. His heart was as solid as rock, his bones like tempered steel. Yet rarer still was this indomitable spirit of defiance. The lingering soul suddenly fell silent, as if reminiscing about the past. How astonishingly gifted he had been in his youth, yet ultimately bowed to the celestial law. And this little one before him, devoid of spiritual roots, dared to confront the might of the heavens, even seeking to use divine punishment as a stepping stone. With this thought, A flicker of anticipation and trepidation emerged within him. This disciple, scorned by the heavenly order, may one day, in the most audacious manner, pierce through the very fabric of the so-called heavenly law. The thunderous sound of collapsing jade steps echoed like thunder, the momentum of the collapse accelerating as it devoured everything in its path, like a primordial beast. Chao Xiu's blood-stained robes rustled in the gale, the bloodstains in his white hair tracing a tragic arc in the wind. He hesitated no longer and continued his ascent. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xuanji, her ebony hair billowing, radiated with divine light, was the first to step onto the gilded hall. The bloodstains on her purple-gold robe spoke of the brutal journey she had endured. Night Hidden followed closely behind, his black robe tattered, revealing his ghastly white bones. His crimson tongue licked his cracked lips, and amidst the swirling demonic energy, he became the second to ascend the hall. At this moment, Chao Xiu stood on the 600th step, with 2 fewer companions behind him, a cultivator enveloped in deathly aura, who, in the final moment, revealed herself to be a woman of striking beauty. She gazed at the collapsing void, a smile of liberation gracing her lips, like a wilting night-blooming Sirius fading into oblivion. And the tiger-riding cultivator ultimately could not escape his fate. At the moment when the gale tore apart his body, a flicker of relief passed through his eyes, as if he could finally reunite with his dearest friend. The 7 Stars swordsman lingered at the end, only 100 steps from the collapse. His face was as pale as parchment, and he had spat blood several times. 6 of the 7 treasured swords in his sword case had already shattered. In his desperate gaze, the approaching gale and chaotic winds reflected back at him. Gazing at the ever-closer gilded hall, a golden light surged in Chao Xiu's eyes. Roar, the true dragon body refinement technique roared to life, and golden scales erupted on his arms, refracting brilliant light beneath the setting sun. The grueling days of enduring the might of the heavens with flesh and blood had finally borne fruit. His right leg faintly displayed the embryonic form of golden scales. Though not fully formed, Chao Xiu was filled with exhilaration. Thud, thud, thud. Chao Xiu moved with the grace of a dragon and the stride of a tiger, each step resonating with the jade steps in a low hum. As the true dragon body refinement technique reached its zenith, the dragon scale shadows on his legs sparked with golden flames as they brushed against the steps. After a significant passage of time, he leaped over the final 3 steps with a sudden burst, landing steadily on the platform before the gilded hall. To one side, Yi Xuanji was meditating with her eyes closed, a radiant aura surrounding her, while Night Hidden remained alert as a serpent. His scarlet eyes snapping open the moment Chao Xiu touched down, his bone blades barely concealed beneath his tattered black robe. Humph! Chao Xiu regarded that icy gaze with indifference, quietly raising his guard. This place was shrouded in enigma. He wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, but if his opponent were to provoke him. Gazing upward, the grand hall loomed like a divine mountain overhead. On the 9 gilded dragon pillars, the dragon eyes glowed with a sanguine light, as if observing the arrivals. The vermilion doors of the hall stood firmly shut, the yin-yang fish relief slowly rotating, each turn subtly distorting the surrounding space. Caution! Li Guang's voice suddenly erupted in his mind, imbued with rare gravity. There were presences within the hall, the aura of the nascent soul. Chao Xiu's gaze deepened, stealthily scanning the hall doors. He retreated to the edge of the platform, seeking a position that allowed him to observe the doors while remaining vigilant against all sides. He sat cross-legged, the true dragon body refinement technique gradually circulating, healing his wounds. Time flowed in eerie silence. The gilded doors remained tightly shut, save for the occasional tremor of the bronze bell at the eaves, emitting a haunting low moan. As Chao Xiu regulated his breath, he maintained a keen vigilance. The more tranquil the lurking presence within the hall, the more ominous the threat felt. Suddenly, the sound of unsteady footsteps broke the silence at the platform's edge. Dan Qing, drenched in blood, ascended the final jade step, his once ethereal white robe now soaked to a dark brown. The bronze cauldron that never left his side now appeared dull, devoid of any trace of spiritual mist. Upon seeing Chao Xiu nearby, Dan Qing managed a strained smile, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. He hastily performed a hand sign to staunch the bleeding, trembling as he retrieved several crimson pills to consume. As the medicinal energy spread, a faint spiritual glow enveloped him, but it could not conceal the pallor etched upon his brow. The thunderous collapse below grew ever closer. The 7 Stars swordsman could not evade his fate. The final treasured sword shattered in the void, bursting forth like fireworks, only to be devoured by darkness in an instant. At this moment, upon the heavenly ladder, only the barefoot monk remained solitary. The golden wheel behind his head had long dimmed, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, while his tattered monk's robe rustled violently in the gale. The collapsing jade steps were merely 3 paces behind him. The chaotic winds howled like malevolent spirits rushing towards him. Amitba! The monk abruptly halted, palms pressed together, softly chanting the Buddha's name. The golden wheel behind him erupted into a myriad of golden dust, scattering into the air. Beneath his feet, a phantom golden lotus blossomed, unfurling its petals and cradling him as he soared over the final 100 steps of the chasm. Just as his bare feet touched the platform, boom. All 999 jade steps collapsed simultaneously, shattering into oblivion like glass falling to the ground. The entire heavenly ladder hall hung precariously in the void, becoming a true aerial castle. The bronze bell at the eaves swung wildly, emitting a mournful wail, as if mourning the souls forever plummeting into the abyss. The monk staggered a few steps before finally falling to the ground. He gazed back at the path that had become a dead end, his blood-stained fingertips gently brushing against the prayer beads, a barely audible sigh escaping his lips. At that moment, creak, the vermilion doors of the hall suddenly began to open slowly, emitting a chilling sound of friction, as though a mechanism untouched for millennia was being forcibly awakened. A wisp of eerie blue light seeped through the crack, illuminating the bloodstains on the platform with an unsettling glow. The yin-yang fish relief ceased its rotation at the moment the door swung open, transforming into two pools of stagnant dark water. The copper bells at the eaves fell suddenly silent, and even the howling gale was rendered motionless. Congratulations to all. A voice, as clear and melodious as the chime of jade, wafted from within the hall. Chapter 42. The Chosen One. Upon hearing the voice, everyone felt a chill run through them, and instinctively rose to a state of alertness. The grand doors slowly creaked open, and a ghostly blue light poured forth like a cascading stream, casting eerie reflections on the blood-stained garments of the assembly. The ethereal voice resounded once more, akin to a celestial melody that transcended the mundane, yet carried an undeniable authority. Those who have traversed the heavenly ladder and ascended to this hall have proven themselves to be extraordinary beings, worthy of following me into the ranks of the Eastern Song's destined army. As the words echoed, a tall figure emerged from the depths of the light, clad in a flowing snow-white robe with wide sleeves that draped elegantly. Intricate golden cloud patterns were subtly embroidered at the cuffs. A simple yet ancient jade pendant hung at his waist, inscribed with the character Shao, appearing as powerful as a dragon. He held a jade-boned folding fan, its surface gently swaying, causing his robe to flutter as if moved by a breeze, enhancing his ethereal presence. His visage was strikingly handsome, with a trace of crimson at his brow that seemed lifelike against his noble countenance. Yet, it was his profound eyes that captivated all, appearing to hold infinite galaxies within, sending tremors through the hearts of those who dared to gaze into them. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile played upon his lips as his gaze swept across the crowd. Then, he closed his fan and declared with a resonant voice, "I am Shao Yunlang, the young patriarch of the ancient Shao clan of Eastern Song, and I am the one destined by heaven to inherit the fortunes of this realm. Those gathered here today shall serve under my banner, and in the days to come." His eyes sparkled with the light of the stars, and a surge of mid-stage nascent soul energy exploded forth. Together we shall shatter the heavens and witness the path of greatness. An overwhelming aura swept through the hall, compelling the assembly to instinctively retreat several steps, their faces reflecting shock and awe. Observing their reaction, Shao Yunlang's imposing presence suddenly softened, transforming into a gentle breeze caressing their faces. He lightly waved his fan, smiling as he said, "I must admit, it is somewhat embarrassing. Although I am of similar age to many of you, I have reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul due to fortunate circumstances." Pausing briefly, he turned the fan to reveal the gilded characters for destiny. Our Shao clan boasts a legacy spanning 36,000 years, with an extensive repository of martial arts in our clan's scripture pavilion, and our alchemy chamber overflowing with a millennium's worth of spiritual herbs, not to mention several ancient secret realms. His gaze pierced through the assembly. "If you wish to follow me, not only could I provide you with treasures and elixirs, but also the legendary celestial level techniques." He snapped the fan shut, standing with grace, which may yet be within reach. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as everyone absorbed his words, except for Chao Xiao, whose expression remained unchanged, while others displayed hints of intrigue. Dan Qing's alchemical cauldron trembled slightly as he inquired in a deep voice, "What is it that you require from us?" Shao Yunlang waved his fan lightly, the stars swirling within his eyes. In the 5 states of the Xuanxiong realm, each has a destined individual born to bear its fortune. With a flick of his finger, 5 threads of spiritual light intertwined in the air, forming a mysterious star map. The fortunes of Eastern Song, Western Yin, Southern Li, Northern Ming, and Central Tian are intrinsically linked. With a sudden snap of his fan, the star map shattered. Only he who gathers the fortunes of all 5 states. As he spoke, a vast celestial power enveloped him, protected by the heavenly will, destined to witness the ultimate path of greatness. Yi Xuanji's eyes flickered with realization. "So, are we to be your instruments?" "Not at all." Shao Yunlang chuckled lightly. "You are all fated beings. Should you succeed, you shall share in the fortunes of this realm." His gaze swept over their bloodied garments. "Having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood to reach this point, you must already understand this truth." An eerie silence fell outside the hall. The expressions of those present varied, Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, others flickered with uncertainty, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Xiao Yunlang continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, lightly tapping his fan against his palm, producing a rhythmic sound. His gaze flowed like water over the assembly, lingering momentarily on Qiao Xiu, as if searching for something deeper within. Qiao Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, appearing to ponder. Yet within his consciousness, turbulent waves surged. Master, what exactly is the origin of this destined one? He inquired urgently within his mind. Li Guang's ethereal form gradually emerged within Qiao Xiu's consciousness, his white hair floating without a breeze. This is a long tale, he began, his voice steeped in the weight of time. The so-called destined ones are favored by the heavens, born in accordance with the cosmic fortunes. In the Xuanqiong realm, every millennium births 5 who carry the fortunes of their respective states. With a wave of his hand, 5 rivers of fortune manifested within the mind's eye. What Xiao Yunlang claims is true. Gathering the fortunes of the 5 states indeed leads to enlightenment of the ultimate path. However, the elder's voice turned cold. The notion of sharing fortunes is merely a ruse to deceive you. Qiao Xiu's heart jolted. What do you mean, master? Li Guang's voice resonated like an ancient bell. You must remember, this struggle for fortune has always been a blood-soaked deadlock. The destined one is shielded by the heavenly will. Should the older generation dare to intervene, they will be met with divine retribution, their souls scattered. Thus, this battle for destiny is destined to be fought by the younger generation. The aberration of the heavenly ladder may also be his handiwork. Li Guang's tone grew icy. He is merely using countless corpses to select his suitable weapons. Qiao Xiu's heart trembled as he vividly recalled the fallen cultivators on the heavenly ladder. Xiao Yunlang lounged lazily against a stone pillar in the hall, his gaze playful and profound, a faint smile gracing his lips. He surveyed the crowd leisurely, seemingly indifferent to their choices. After a moment of stillness, the assembly finally emerged from their reverie, determination flickering in their eyes. Yi Xuanji elegantly waved her sleeves, her voice clear and cold as pearls falling on jade. Young Master Xiao, my aspirations lie in the path of enlightenment, and I have no desire to become entangled in the struggle for destiny. Amidst the chaos of this world, I would prefer the tranquility of a yellow scroll. I cannot accompany you. Oh, Xiao Yunlang raised an eyebrow, his smile unwavering as his gaze shifted to the barefoot monk. The monk, hands clasped, stood barefoot upon the jade floor. Amit Ba. Young Master Xiao, I am but a stranger to this world, wishing only to comprehend the profound truths of Bodhi. Matters of slaughter are truly. Heh. A sudden light laugh escaped Xiao Yunlang, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He casually toyed with his fan, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Yi Yin. And you? Surely you do not wish to meditate on the path as well? Knight Yin stiffened slightly beneath his black robe, momentarily caught off guard, before rasping, celestial-level techniques. Grant me one, and I shall follow you. How intriguing. Xiao Yunlang clapped in amusement, his attention finally resting on Qiao Xiu and Dan Qing. Dan Qing gently caressed his small cauldron, speaking softly. Young Master Xiao, please forgive me. I am merely a healer. Saving lives is within my capacity, but killing. He shook his head. Having made it this far is already a stroke of luck. Xiao Yunlang remained noncommittal, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Qiao Xiu. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. Qiao Xiu stepped forward, his voice resonating like the clash of metal. Was the aberration of the heavenly ladder you're doing? Xiao Yunlang blinked in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. Sharp eyes. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of dark energy coiled around him. I allow no ordinary person to linger. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Qiao Xiu's lips. Then, I cannot comply. Good, good, good. Xiao Yunlang repeated thrice, each utterance as piercing as an ice pick, the cheerfulness fading from his face as a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. He swiftly unfurled his gilded fan, waving it lightly. Buzz, a subtle tremor rippled through the air. Except for Qiao Xiu, a crimson thread suddenly manifested around the necks of Yi Xuanji and the other 3, slowly tightening like a living creature. What is this? Yi Xuanji's jade fingers formed a seal, a silvery light enveloping her, yet the red thread penetrated her spiritual barrier, leaving a blood mark on her alabaster neck. The barefoot monk's prayer beads shattered abruptly, wooden beads scattering across the ground. His complexion flushed as he desperately clawed at the tightening thread around his neck. Night Yin's black robe billowed, dark energy swirling around him. Yet the red thread clung to him like a malignant growth, flickering with a sinister glow amidst the shadows. Dan Qing's small cauldron trembled, a ray of light bursting forth in an attempt to break the binding. But the crimson thread had already drawn forth beads of blood. Xiao Yunlang played with the folding fan in his hand, observing the struggles of the crowd, and softly remarked, "This is the manipulation puppet technique. Unless a cultivator of the divine transformation stage is willing to expend their cultivation to save you, your fates are sealed." With a flick of his fingertip, the crimson thread tightened abruptly, all at the behest of his will. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Yunlang's eyes. Now, I shall grant you another opportunity to choose. His gaze shifted to Xiao Xiao, and a playful smile emerged. How intriguing that you have yet to consume the Foundation Establishment elixir. He then scoffed, as if realizing something. Ah, how foolish of me to forget. For one devoid of spiritual roots like you, it would be a waste. Since you refuse to submit, surrender the golden eye, and I might grant you a complete corpse. Before his words faded, Xiao Yunlang transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching an assault. Xiao Xiao, well prepared, felt his blood surging, and golden scales emerged on his arms as he unleashed a powerful punch toward the figure. Boom! The shockwave erupted, yet Xiao Yunlang remained unmoved, while Xiao Xiao was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the great hall. The entire hall trembled as Xiao Xiao coughed up blood, the fierce light in his eyes intensifying. Xiao Yunlang flicked his sleeves, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. I underestimated you. You managed to withstand 3/10 of my strength. He stepped forward slowly, his killing intent growing palpable, but alas, an ant is still an ant. You foolish boy. To engage in a futile struggle is merely courting death. Li Guang's consciousness resonated urgently within Xiao Xiao's mind. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Xiao steadied himself, secretly adjusting his stance. Observing this, Xiao Yunlang smiled derisively, his palm swirling with dark energy, seeking death. The second palm struck with immense force. Xiao Xiao raised his fist to meet it. Boom. This time, Xiao Xiao's figure soared like a bird with severed wings, plummeting into the abyss amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers. Xiao Yunlang stood at the edge of the platform, watching Xiao Xiao descend into the void. Humph. The restrictions remain intact. No matter how strong your physique, it leads only to death. He lightly caressed the folding fan, his tone tinged with regret. Yu Xuanji and Appo's delicate fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her garment, her eyes trembling as they fixed on the abyss. The bloodline around her neck contrasted starkly against her pale visage, a barely audible sigh escaping her lips. The barefooted monk pressed his hands together and slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, Amiba. Under the dark robe, Yi Yin's body was taut like a drawn bowstring, a rare flicker of admiration gracing his pale face, mixed with a hint of sorrow for the fallen. Dan Qing gazed vacantly into the abyss, murmuring softly, though none could discern his words. Chapter 43, Exiting the Secret Realm. The golden eyes manifest Xiao Xiao's body plummeted rapidly through the fierce winds, as the violent currents tore at him like 1,000 sharp blades. His skin cracked inch by inch, and as fresh blood seeped out, it was whisked away by the gale, leaving him on the verge of disintegration, akin to a shattered porcelain doll. Just as his body was about to collapse, a gentle azure light surged forth from the jade ring. The soft spiritual energy enveloped him like a cocoon, rendering the gale impotent against him and abruptly slowing his descent. This was the timely intervention of Li Guang. It turned out that when Xiao Yunlang had made his move, Li Guang had already communicated discreetly. Leap from the cliff. Xiao Xiao had intentionally adjusted his angle, utilizing the force of that palm strike to plunge into the abyss. What seemed like a dire predicament was, in reality, a situation that led to rebirth from desperation. Xiao Xiao adjusted his position in midair and, after several breaths, landed steadily on the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered he had returned to the foot of the Tian Ladder Mountain. Master, how do we leave this place? A mere barrier of a small world. Li Guang's voice was noticeably weaker, yet it posed no challenge to me. Master, you. Xiao Xiao's tone was urgent. Move. Head east. Li Guang interrupted, unwilling to elaborate further. Suppressing his worries, Xiao Xiao sprinted eastward with all his might. Half an hour later, Li Guang suddenly called out, Stop. Relax your mind. Do not resist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao did not hesitate and complied without question. In an instant, he felt his consciousness detach, and control over his body was seized. He observed himself from an outsider's perspective, watching as he stretched his limbs. Pay close attention. He saw himself throw a punch, which caused the very fabric of space to warp, tearing open a vortex from thin air. Enter. Li Guang's voice was nearly hoarse. Regaining control of his body, Xiao Xiao did not hesitate and leaped into the swirling void. Xiao Xiao felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind once more, his internal organs seemingly stirred by an invisible hand. After 3 breaths, a blinding blue light suddenly pierced through his vision. He had plunged into the depths of the ocean. The frigid seawater rushed in from all sides, salty and bitter, filling his mouth and nose. Instinctively, Xiao Xiao held his breath, his gaze penetrating the layers of deep, eerie blue, where faint glimmers of light danced above. As he broke the surface, the salty sea breeze hit him like a wave. He coughed violently, expelling the seawater that had invaded his lungs. His drenched black robe clung to his body, releasing wisps of mist in the sunlight. Looking around, the deep blue sea stretched to the horizon, but to the northeast, approximately 1,000 feet away, a verdant island glimmered like an emerald amidst the azure expanse. The contours of mountains were faintly visible on the island. As the tide surged, Xiao Xiao steadied his breath, preparing to swim towards the island when suddenly, a massive shadow darted beneath the surface. Some colossal creature was prowling in the depths. A chill ran down his spine, and he propelled himself forward with explosive force, creating 2 muffled sounds in the underwater currents, launching himself like an arrow breaking through the water's surface. Skytreading technique. A low shout escaped his lips as he lightly tapped the crest of a wave. With each step he took, ripples spread across the surface of the sea. His figure darted like lightning, carving a white crest upon the azure waves, his black robe billowing as he raced toward the distant Emerald Isle. Xiao Xiu felt an icy dread creeping up his back, the dark currents below coiling around him like a giant serpent. He gritted his teeth, his blood surging with fervor as he pushed the sky-treading technique to its limits, each step generating towering 3-foot waves. With a resounding crash, his final step shattered the rocks beneath him, and he skidded across the sandy beach, carving out a trench before finally halting. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the sea's surface. Suddenly, the once tranquil waters erupted, a towering wall of waves crashing down. Amidst the spray, a massive, shadowy back slowly rose, emitting a faint blue glow between its scaled plates. When a head comparable in size to a palace breached the water, Xiao Xiu's pupils dilated. It was a colossal sky-swallowing whale. Between the sky and the sea, this immense creature's head completely emerged from the water, resembling a moving island. Its intricately patterned scale shimmered with a chilling blue light under the sun, each scale as large as a cart cover. The low bellow of the sky-swallowing whale reverberated, shaking the entire island, causing the stones on the beach to tremble. Xiao Xiu felt his internal organs resonate, an incessant buzzing filling his ears. Its golden vertical pupils reflected his minuscule figure, and as they narrowed, they revealed a near-human disdain. Legend had it that this marine sovereign bore the bloodline of the Kunping, with jaws capable of swallowing mountains. At this moment, it slowly opened its abyss-like maw, revealing rows of jagged teeth reminiscent of perilous peaks. And the waves immediately formed a massive whirlpool, drawn toward its gaping mouth. Master! Master! Xiao Xiu called out urgently within his mind. After a long pause, Li Guang's voice came through, faint as a thread. I have just forcefully broken through the void, and withstood the gale. Each word feels like it drains my strength, my soul energy is severely depleted. Xiao Xiu felt as if his blood had frozen, his nails digging deep into his palms. I fear I may fall into a deep slumber, for a short 2 or 3 years. Li Guang's voice grew weaker, like a flickering candle in the wind, or perhaps 5 or 6 seasons. Remember my admonitions. The last 2 words were barely a whisper, and then the familiar presence in his mind faded into silence. Xiao Xiu stood frozen, with only the sound of waves crashing against the shore and that dreadful low bellow remaining in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiu forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him. He cast one final glance at the colossal beast that cast shadows across the sun, then turned and plunged into the dense forest of the island without looking back. Behind him, the sky-swallowing whale's earth-shattering roar echoed, causing the entire sea to boil. The beast's gigantic body churned the waters into a frenzy, raising towering waves. The relentless tide crashed against the shore, ancient trees toppled like matchsticks under the onslaught, as if the entire island were trembling. Amidst the anguished roars, there was an almost childlike sense of grievance. Xiao Xiu pressed on, the sounds of splintering wood and crashing waves accompanying him, droplets of spray soaking his robe. He clutched the jade ring tightly, his knuckles whitening. Yet he did not look back. After a thorough exploration of the island, Xiao Xiu found it to be an ordinary deserted isle, devoid of any trace of human cultivators, save for the occasional wild hare or mountain rat. He sought refuge behind a wind-sheltered rock and sat cross-legged, beginning to meticulously reflect on the gains and losses of this trial in the secret realm. It had been 1.5 years since he entered this secret realm. The previous year, in the Thunder Calamity Pool, he had tempered his body, significantly enhancing his physical strength and, by fortunate coincidence, triggering a transformation, mystical lightning patterns now adorned his bones and meridians. Now, ordinary lightning could hardly harm him, and his movements were accompanied by the power of thunder, making his combat abilities vastly superior to before. The most precious gain was the source of thunder that had integrated into his dantian. Within, 2 small dragons, one golden and one silver, swam freely in the sea of Qi. Additionally, he had awakened the bloodline of the dragon clan. As it stood, this bloodline not only accelerated recovery from injuries but also significantly enhanced physical strength, naturally suppressing ordinary beasts when unleashed. The latter half of the year's ladder trial further honed his physique under layers of pressure. Now, the strength of his body could rival that of late-stage golden core cultivators, and he had just begun to glimpse the 3rd layer of the true dragon body tempering technique. Reflecting on this, Xiao Xiu's thoughts stirred as he gradually extended his consciousness outward. His awareness spread like a tidal wave, reaching 10, 30, 80 lengths, until it finally halted 500 lengths away. Compared to before, the range of his consciousness had doubled, and remarkably, it was now as refined as Mercury, no longer bearing the former ethereal quality. However, despite the bountiful rewards of this trial, he had also made several formidable enemies. The MOU sect was notorious for their vendetta, and there was no need to elaborate further. Then there was Feng Feiyu of the Qingyang sect, whose golden eyes he had plucked out. This grudge was one that could not be overlooked. Remembering the icy gaze cast upon him as that massive face dissipated in the trial grounds sent chills down his spine. Yet he held no regrets, since the adversary harbored murderous intent. His act of vengeance was but a fair reprisal. Lastly, there was the fated child, Xiao Yulong. This individual, appearing gentle and refined, conceals a ruthless heart and a narrow mind. Should he discover that he is still alive, he would relentlessly pursue his target at any cost. Moreover, during the journey up the heavenly ladder, the revelation of one's true nature may provoke the wrath of the heavens. although the adverse consequences have yet to manifest. The grave expression of the master at that time suggests that this threat may surpass any enemy. Reflecting on this, Xiao Xiu could not help but exhibit a hint of a bitter smile. Indeed, faced with wolves in front and tigers behind, compounded by the heavens' disfavor, the path of cultivation proves to be exceedingly arduous. Xiao Xiu retrieved the golden eye from the jade ring. Contrary to expectations, it was not a gruesome eyeball, but rather a swirling orb of golden light. Within the luminous sphere, countless intricate golden patterns flickered, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiu resolved to act without hesitation. Following the techniques imparted by his master, he pressed the golden orb directly into his right eye. The moment the orb entered, he immediately shut his eyelids. His vital energy surged toward the right eye, completely sealing off his retreat. Boom! The once gentle orb suddenly erupted, violently colliding within the eye socket. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, blood gushed from Xiao Xiu's right eye, crimson tears coursing down his cheek. With a muffled pop, the eyeball burst under the onslaught of fierce energy. Clenching his jaw tightly, blood seeped from his gums. He endured the agony, refusing to open his eyelids, focusing instead on nurturing the wound with his own vital essence. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Xiu, and cautiously, he siphoned a thread of thunderous essence intertwined with a hint of dragon blood, slowly infusing it into the mangled right eye. Inside the eye, the forces of thunder, dragon blood, golden orb, and Xiao Xiu's own essence intertwined, achieving a delicate balance between destruction and rebirth. With Xiao Xiu's body serving as a crucible, a brand new eyeball began to take shape. After a day and night of tormenting cultivation, the right eye was finally complete. As Xiao Xiu slowly opened his eyelids, boom! A blazing silver beam shot forth like the sword of divine retribution, instantly vaporizing iron reefs dozens of meters away. The ocean surface was cleaved, revealing a profound chasm, with the waters on either side unable to converge. Instinctively, he closed and reopened his eyes, only to find the world irrevocably altered. The spiritual energy trails in the sea breeze were vividly visible, the subtle movements of distant seabirds' muscles captured in detail, and even the patterns on the scales of fish swimming 100 fathoms below were laid bare. Even more astonishing, as he focused intently, countless delicate golden patterns emerged within his right eye's field of vision. These patterns swirled and interwove in the air, vaguely forming the nascent laws of the universe. Xiao Xiu reached out to gently touch his right eye, feeling a slight warmth at his fingertips. The surface of the newly formed eyeball was covered with a thin layer of pale gold, and within the depths of the pupil, flashes of lightning and dragon shadows intertwined. His mind stirred, he discerned three distinct states of his right eye: ordinary sight, insight into essence, and a thunderous strike. As for any additional capabilities, further exploration was necessary. This golden eye, Xiao Xiu murmured, suddenly launching a punch towards the ocean's surface. With the insight of his right eye, he could clearly see the trajectory of the punch's force and even predict the height of the ensuing waves. Indeed, the crashing waves validated his judgment with precision. A fleeting smile graced Xiao Xiu's lips. Despite the harrowing fusion process, this new right eye, which amalgamated the essence of thunder, dragon blood, and the ancient golden eye, had become his most clandestine trump card. However, when he inadvertently caught sight of his reflection on the water's surface, he was struck as if by lightning. What could hardly be termed an eyeball was something transcendent. Within the depths of the pupil, galaxies seemed to rotate, and the golden iris shimmered with dragon-shaped lightning patterns, sometimes exuding the weight of ancient wisdom, and at other times radiating an enchanting, bewitching glow. The sacred and the sinister, the ancient and the new, these starkly contrasting qualities harmoniously converged in this eye, creating an awe-inspiring presence, akin to the manifestation of divine authority. Xiao Xiu instinctively took a half-step back, his throat constricting. He struggled to find suitable words to describe this, an embodiment of divine grace, yet also a mark of the abyssal gaze. Most terrifyingly, when he locked eyes with the golden pupil in the reflection, he felt as though he were peering into an unfathomable existence. What have I created? Xiao Xiu's fingers dug deep into his palm, realizing the gravity of the taboo he had touched upon. The thunderous essence and dragon blood he had so impulsively infused had likely induced an unpredictable transformation in this ancient golden eye. He hastily closed his eyes, yet still sensed the right eye pulsating restlessly beneath his eyelids, a presence that entirely transcended Xiao Xiu's understanding. The once clear skies turned suddenly dark, with storm clouds obscuring the sun and fierce winds howling. The sea roiled violently, raising towering waves. Thunder rumbled, and violet lightning serpents danced within the clouds. The briny sea breeze swept up withered leaves, producing a mournful wail. Xiao Xiu felt an icy chill envelop him, his robe soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his back. He suddenly realized that this entity might even cause the very heavens and earth to tremble. Xiao Xiu's heart raced, and he quickly forced his right eye back into a normal state. In an instant, the awe-inspiring phenomenon that had altered the landscape dissipated. The lightning patterns within the pupil gradually faded, and the golden iris transformed back to a regular dark hue, only revealing a hint of swirling gold in the sunlight. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, silently reminding himself, until he possessed sufficient strength, he must refrain from using this forbidden eye lightly. As the sea breeze calmed and rays of sunlight broke through the fragmented clouds, Xiao Xiu adjusted his blood-stained robes and gazed towards the distant horizon. A year and a half had passed. It was time to seek out his senior brother. He wondered if his brother still remained in the same place. Lost in thought, a clear eagle's cry pierced the sky. The young man abruptly raised his head, the frost of his brow melting away, as a long-forgotten youthful spirit blossomed in his eyes.